by the science guy. Bill Nye, the science guy. Bill Nye, the science guy.
Science rules.
Bill Nye, the science guy.
Inertia is a property of matter.
Bill Nye, the science guy.
T minus 7 seconds.
Bill Nye, the science guy. Bill Nye, the science guy.
Inertia.
Bill Nye, the science guy. Bill Nye, the science guy. Bill Nye, the science guy.
Welcome back to another BrewSpytheMagicGuy. It's me, Sean. Actually, I'm wearing the wrong headphones. That's funny. There we go. So, how are you all doing out there? We're going to be playing some Heroic Mardu Feather. I'm not sure about the Mardu. So hear me out. We know we want to be red-white. A lot of what I heard initially about the format is people thought this was going to be a two-color format. I mean, that might be true for you, Jade, because you like mono green. I think it's actually a pretty colorful format. And so kind of the initial shell I threw together was using Mana Confluence. So for these more aggressive decks, I think Confluence is sweet. Now, there was another one-drop that I was thinking of playing. It was the Centaur. Which, already looking at this list, I kind of want to bring it back. You're playing mono green 5-color walkers. What's up, Ike? Pioneer, I know, right? I gotta try it at least, though. I gotta try it at least. Gotta give it a try. I feel like some of these threats, like Hazoret and Sorin, seem more grindy. Seem more sideboardy. Could like cut like the random. What's random? First of all, I don't even know if we need spyglasses since we have like Thoughtseize and Brutality. I think this would actually be needles. Because we since these I was playing these back when I didn't have that was back when I was not playing the Black Splash, and then I was like, well, like there's plenty of things that let us just go ahead and play the 3-color mana base. This being one of them. Alright, so let's see. Cages and Needles, Wear Tear, Frag. Couple of Devouts. Oh, did I cut one of the Devouts? I really liked that sideboard card though. I guess I went with Double Fry. If we're going to play another Wild Slash, it's either in the main deck or probably not anywhere. So that's a 16 and a 61. That's to squeeze in a couple more one-drop heroics if you want to do that. I'm down to cut NX. I think that this is relatively weak. I think this is a cool card. I think that it's also relatively weak, especially if we're not going wide. Oh yeah, I was playing that when I was in kind of a go-wide strat. Let me see if there are any more leftovers from when I was kind of thinking of like a go-wide strategy. I do want to see one Reckless Rage, so I like 3 of this at least. And again, maybe the 4th Reckless Rage is still better in this deck than the first Wild Slash. Or that just lets us move this Culligan's Command or this Brutality to the main board. So tonight we're going to do a quick brewing session for about 20 minutes or so. I'd like to kind of hash out maybe the best Mardu build and maybe also the best, I guess it'd be Naya, yeah, because you need red for Feather. I think there's also a good Naya deck here. Green would give us acceleration, not that we necessarily need it. Green would give us, let's see. But I think green is actually a big deal for us because we get Blossoming Defense. So I think green could be, because like in Mardu, it's pretty much just God's Willing. There are a couple other protection spells we could play. You know, I'm not that high on Slash. I'm gonna cut it. I'm gonna play 3 Rages. That frees us up a couple card slots. So we could play some more protection spells. I would like to be playing some more protection spells. Is there another 1 white protection spell that's decent? And I'm not trying to limit myself to white creatures anymore. One of the initial builds I showed you guys was like trying to be a little bit go wide. I don't think that's the way. Could play more Arcanists. We could move this Seeker to the main deck as well. Let's get some music going and we'll kind of hash this out. That's kind of what I was thinking. I think that was kind of what I was thinking. Bring this music down quite a bit. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking, guys. I'm thinking I want more Devout Decree. So that's exile a creature, planeswalker that's black or red, and it scries. I think that's a really strong sideboard card. Granted, they have to be playing specifically those colors. Same thing with Fry. But I do think these are all solid sideboard options. Maybe the Surge is what goes. That might be too specific. Does this look like gain protection instants in white in this format? There's got to be more than God's willing. You thought I was gonna build a lands deck? Really? I kind of like Feather the Redeemed. I kind of like this card, so I'm trying to see if there's something here. Format Pioneer. Trying to see if there's something here. Yeah, so when I looked into protection spells, I got all excited that Brave the Elements is in this format. I think that was maybe a mistake as I started. I think there's a really powerful white tokens deck that somebody hasn't figured out for this format, maybe. Because Brave the Elements is in this format. So maybe there's something there. Oh wow, are there no other 1-mana protection spells in the format right now? Besides Brave? Huh. So no wonder people were playing green in this format. They were trying to green splash. Huh. Or blue. So what's the benefit of black then? Benefit of black is things like Butcher, Thoughtseize, Dreadbore, Kolaghan's Command, Sideboard Brutalities. That's about it. We can move the Sorin or like the Hazoret to the main deck. There's something else we could do with this last slot. Yeah, I guess it's God's willing or nothing. I mean, we could play one of these that are more than 1 mana. I also felt that this deck might be a good Monastery Mentor deck. That was something else that came to mind. Play Zada. Or build a Zada deck. I was thinking, I mean, we don't have to make it Mardu per se. I was originally just going to go red-white with this. There's also the consideration of just going green and then we have more protection spells. I mean, what are we giving up if we go green? We give up Thoughtseize, a couple other cards. We probably won't even miss them. And then we also get, what is it? I mean, my inclination is to go into black, but it's like 8 cards we're playing black for. And then, here, we'll move this black splash over to the side, and we'll go back to the basics. So let's go into green. We're going to go into green mainly for, and maybe I don't play the Trailblazers. Let's try green. Just give me defense. Give me Blossoming Defenses. Because, like, that's the kind of card in this kind of a deck I would play a playset. Because, or maybe not a playset, but I like this card a lot. There's got to be some other pump spells that we like. There's, like, the Delve pump spell. No, Zada. No, not for this deck. Yeah. So we could play like a one of. I don't know how quickly this deck is going to be putting things in the graveyard, so I wouldn't play more than like one Become Immense. So that's an interesting idea. What else do we get out of being green? So those sideboard slots would become. What would we get if we went into these colors? We would get Dramoka's. We get Dramoka's Command instead of something like Kolaghan's Command if we want to play a command. So we could play these. That could be spicy. So we get commands. We get What is the name of that knight? It's really, really flexible. I think green has a lot of reasons. I think green has a lot of valid reasons for that to be where we go. We'll have to change the mana base, of course. It's not a big deal. We'll move these black mana sources into the potential black build of this. I didn't necessarily want to try a blue build. I mean, maybe we're going to look at all three of the different splashes we could do. I think Mana Confluence being in the format lets us kind of... And there's also that one, like, kind of bad slow fetch. We play one more command, maybe. That's a lot of command. This thing seems really good for this deck, though. The +1/+1 on a creature, and the target creature you control gains. This double triggers our heroics. I understand why this is strong now. This triggers our heroics twice. Let's look into all the different heroic cards. I don't think there were any green heroic, to my knowledge. But I didn't really play all that much during that format. Oh, there is one. Yeah, the Hero of Lena Tower. Whenever you cast a spell that targets hero, you may pay X. If you do, put X 1/1s. Interesting. This is a very different heroic card versus the rest. Is that the only green? Permanency control gain. Okay. That's not a heroic card. Okay, so this guy grows twice as fast. So yeah, there were quite a few. There were quite a few. That's a strive mechanic. 4 mana 2/2. The 3-drop's not terrible, the fact that it grows twice as fast. I still don't think it's good. I like that that green creature would give us something to spend our mana on. If we like flood out, we can just make it huge. This is an interesting card. I like this 1-drop in some ways more than the Trailblazer. It's like Trailblazer is like, alright. This is not as mana efficient per se, but it's an interesting concept. A way to kind of spend, a way to kind of dump extra mana we might have. Which will happen with a deck like this. It's kind of like we try to keep a threat or two in play, and then we have all these spells, you know? And I think the green splash lets us keep them on the table more easily between defense and willing. No, you target Zada with Become Immense, everything gets +6. So you think Zada is the missing piece here? You're talking about new Zada. Well, we would play the one with the watermark. I mean, that's fun. I'd play a fun of just to mess around with the idea of the card. Launch the Fleet could be good. Isn't that the one that makes a bunch of dudes? Like, that's kind of like that token deck I was thinking about, Ike. Yeah, this is the make... Oh, this targets a bunch of our creatures, though, I see. So this triggers heroic for multiple things. It's not so much that we care about this making tokens. Okay, I'll put one in there just so we can think about it. Interesting. Interesting card. Yeah, because it's any number of target creatures, so it'll target a bunch of our creatures. I mean, how many... I mean, maybe we shouldn't play this many heroes, by the way. Like, maybe we still should be playing the other 1-drop heroic. Because the problem with hero is... Granted, this brings our curve down. We have to pay for the heroic that goes onto it. It's going to scale great into the late game. Let's still play 2 of these Trailblazers. So what's filler? What's like stuff we're maybe just screwing around with? I like Battle Rage. I like Legionnaire Feather. Gideon could even be like fluff. I like the idea of testing launch. Maybe we don't play this much Dramokas. Although I could see Dramokas being like really the bee's knees here. Again, Reckless Rage is kind of like we really only need to see 1 while we have Feather. Same could be said about the Dramokas. I mean, it's like a lot of these spells we only really need to see 1 once we get a Feather going. These you can reload up on though, because these can kind of help us stick our threats. But I'm fine with some of these fun ofs. All right, it targets, gives us a dude. If you target Zada with Feather out, you make a giant amount of dudes each turn. That's cool. Yeah, we could try a couple of that. Do you want me to try? Want me to try to play a bunch of Zadas? I mean, we have to remember that this format has like cat combo and stuff that we have to respect. Like, we'd have to. I mean, like Rage and Command break that combo up, but they could just play Teferi. And Rage is only creatures, isn't it? Yeah. So something to think about. Something to think about. I like the idea of some number of hero, just not the playset. It's not going to be a playset. There's only 14 creatures, which worries me. I mean, Gideon's kind of another creature. We could argue, you could lobby that this is 23 creatures. Sorry, I was looking at lands, which we need way more of. So there's going to have to be many cuts. Many cuts. We could cut like a Legionnaire. As weird as that seems. Could cut a defense. I still like God's Willing a little bit more because it scries. But it's close. Because this giving the +2/+2 is really nice. It's close. I mean, are you sure you want me to try to do this? I see what you're talking about. Play some number of Zadas, play some number of Launch the Fleet, but we have to cut somewhere. Let's cut another hero. Because we got to get a few more lands in here too. This is cool. This is neat. I'm into it. I like playing at least an Arcanist. One. I like Seeker in this kind of a deck. Seeker's actually pretty nice. I want to go full Commander crazy. We would need to flesh out this mana base if you guys want to help me to do so. Razorverge Thicket's not in the format. What do we get? We get, yes, we get Inspiring Vantage. Is there not another fast land that we get in these colors, actually, right now? We get Inspiring. Yeah, I think both Thicket and Copperline Gorge are not in the format, so I guess we just load up on Inspiring Vantage. So our mana's a little bit worse because Courtyard is in the other mana base. Unless I'm completely wrong on that. Is there another fast land in our colors? If you target Zada with Feather Out, all your creatures get the ability and you get the card back. Yes, I'm aware that I get the card back. I mean, no, this is cute. We can mess around with it. I'm fine for trying stuff. You know me. Like, even if it looks a little on the cute side, I'm down for trying things. Maybe we don't want Become Immense just because this format doesn't really delve very well. Maybe this is a mistake. I mean, I'd like to try one just to see how often this format you can delve in, but maybe somebody knows something that I don't. I'd rather just load up on the Blossomings and the... Like, let's see, this is 57, this is 19 lands. Let's leave the Become Immense out for now. Could put Gideon in the sideboard. I mean, the Seekers could be a sideboard plan, because here's the thing, we're not going to have access to Brutality. These could be kind of like a sideboard threat we bring in against other aggressive decks, or... Because, like, they're okay. They don't have staying power. They're here because they get the fancy lifelink, but we have other ways we could give lifelink around here. There are other ways we could do that. We don't have to necessarily rely on something like Seeker. I like Seekers, though. I do. Yeah, no, it's a cool concept, Ike. I like where your mind is. I guess we just need to figure out, can we get a nice mana base in these colors? Things like that. Yeah, I'd rather not sacrifice the mana base. Like, if the Mardu mana base is significantly better than the Naya mana base, we may still just end up going Mardu. So we do still have it built. It's over here. Be simple as basically just swapping the green will be the hard part. Yeah, the green, like, I guess the green is not really that good in the like blending these colors is not great. I mean, there's Sun Petal. There's lands like Sun Petal Grove. So we got Sun Petal Grove. So I think the hard part is, can we actually get a nice mana base? I mean, there's Temple Garden, of course. So let's see. So we get to play Gardens, we get to play Foundries, we get to play... I mean, we have to play like a heavier shock mana base if we go with the green splash, but green might be the way. Jamoka's Command is looking actually quite good for this archetype. Blue Blossoming Defense, we get another 1-drop that I'd like to try out. Forest and... yeah, we basically, exactly, we have shock lands, we'll have check lands. That's pretty much it. The green is an interesting idea. I guess in my mind I was thinking I wanted the black more, but maybe green is the better way to go for this archetype. We're not going to play that much Sun Petal, if you're wondering. It's going to be more like 1 Cliff Top, 2 Sun Petal. It's 23 lands, still too many. Could cut the plains. They're just there because of Field of Ruin, basically. Could even cut Advantage, as crazy as that sounds. Could even cut a Foundry since we have all these advantages. I'm just trying to make room for some number of Stomping Ground. I think the mana isn't as nearly as bad as it looks. You know? Shock. Basics. Check. Might need to go heavier into shocks than this, actually. So right now I just have like basically one of each. There we go. We'll take one of those out and we'll add another. I mean, 22 lands might actually be where we want to be. Hey, what's up, Fluffy? Fluffy, do you have any suggestions? I'm trying to decide between Mardu or Naya. I mean, Jamoka's Command actually seems so sick in a heroic deck. Trying to make that decision. Ike suggested Zada as a fun meme. All these special abilities, like, and he also suggested Launch the Fleet. That'll be interesting. I don't know. I don't know if Arcanist is all that great here. Maybe he is. Maybe some number of Arcanist is where we want to be. 3-color decks will be rough. Why? Mana Confluence. Well, okay, 3-color decks will be rough if you're not aggressive enough. So I don't disagree with that statement, Fluffy. I think if you're not an aggressive strat, this probably hurts a lot. There's also that there is a fetch land in the format. Well, a kind of a really bad one, but there is one. We could also try blue. I mean, there's my issue with green is I feel a little bit weak. I mean, there's the new Veil card that came out. There's Veil. Yeah, there's the new Veil of Summer. So there's some sideboard cards we could mess around with. I don't feel like we're missing out on too much by giving up. We could cut like the Wear Tear and the Frag, and we could play. What is that card called? Night of Autumn. We would definitely play some Knights of Autumn. Drop green. Just play plain red white. I don't know. I've seen some people splashing though. I mean, we could play like Mana Dorks. Do you think I need to go deeper into the green? Play like some dorks? Deflecting Palm is big right now. Is it? I really know very little about the format. I mean, I'd like to be able to break up the Kitty Cat combo, and Mardu would do that maybe a little better between Thoughtseize and etc. We get cool cards like Brutality and Dreadbore and K-Command. So I think the black splash, I just wanted to see what a green splash would look like. The thing I really like about the green splash, and I'm not even playing a playset of it, which I should be, is the blossoming defenses. Playtesting would tell. Yeah, I mean we'd have to run it out there. We'd have to give it a try. We'd have to give it a try. I was told mono black players splash Oko. That's a troll. I love it. Okay, so where do we take this, guys? Are we going to go into different colors? Are we going to do what Fluffy was suggesting, which is maybe just bring it back into just white and red? Do we want to go into black again and kind of flesh that out? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Sorry, a friend of mine's asking for the link to the stream. So it is related to the stream. You guys know I have a pretty strict no texterino policy. Well, I mean, you guys can text because you're not the one who's streaming. That'd be a weird rule. I'm just kidding. He's been helping me with my board game quite significantly. Alright, so for those of you that didn't know, we were okay, so green gives us things like Veil of Summer, gives us things like Night of Autumn. That's pretty cool. Maybe we don't play the Hazaret. Got a couple of Seekers, got a couple of Knights for like the aggressive decks. Some Needles, some Cages, couple of Fry, couple of Decrees. Nothing too fancy. Happy to see I'm on the Pioneering format. What's up, MTG? I think you say what color combo you want and we go from there. I mean, I like some of what green's doing. I'm usually not a green mage, so this is like that unique opportunity to be in green that I just never jump for. Let me say this. The mana base for Mardu is slightly better because they get Courtyard and they get Vantage. So that is an advantage. Do we go into Mardu simply because of that fact, I do like Soren. I like Soren even enough to play 2. I think Lifelink in the heroic deck is actually really strong. Him being able to rebuy 2 of our threats, because a lot of our threats are 2 and 1 mana. So I could see Soren being very good in an archetype like this. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, what's up, Hex? I'm sorry I missed your comments. Let me scroll up. Okay, yeah, you came in with the Oko comment. That's right. Well, I'll be here, Hex. We're going to be here the whole league. So you got plenty of time to come back. Zada Boros Charm, just saying. I'll admit, I originally had built the deck to just be red-white. I mean, is the third color difficult? Yeah, Boros Charm. I mean, is the oh, there is one with the watermark. So yeah, I mean, Boros Charm does take out Teferi and Saheeli for that matter. It would take out some of the problematic planeswalkers. I think this even kills Oko, doesn't it? Or does he go up to 5 loyalty? The card's pretty ridiculous. Pretty ubiquitous. A lot of people are jamming it right now. For good reason. The card's pretty ridiculous. Yeah, so he goes up to 5 loyalty. Oh, no, wrong one. Sorry, he goes up to 6. Yeah, the card's pretty absurd that it's 6 loyalty. But I mean, Boros Charm all the same is also pretty sweet in the deck. I think the Dromoka's command, though, in my mind is like even sweeter. Because we get to target 2 of our different creatures, potentially. Like, give this one a +1 and then target this one and have it fight something. I mean, that's really cool. I guess if we wanted to be more direct, I like the idea of like a Boros Charm build where we have like some straight up burn. Yeah, it's got 2 versions with the watermark. Why would you ever play this one? Why would you ever play this one when you could have watermarks? No, you're an aggro deck. So you think, Fluffy, that we just go more like red-white burn style with the heroic? Let's open a new copy. I'm going to leave this Naya, and I'm going to leave the Mardu build. Let's rename this. We're going to leave that. We're going to open a new copy. I wish I'd opened a new copy when we switched from Mardu to Naya. So what would the deck look like if we were just more purist and just white and red? Mana gets better. That's not a small thing. I mean, we could splash something like the Soren, but the Soren would be like... Here's the thing. I think this format you can splash another color. It's just you don't expect to cast the splash until late game. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm explaining that well. I think we could splash another color. It's just we wouldn't expect to have that color on the first turn. It'd be more like we splash a little bit of black for like powerful cards like Kolaghan's Command or powerful cards like Knight of Autumn, you know? But anyway, so what about a purist build? So what about we move this green over and we go red-white. What would red-white look like? So we still get to do the Launch the Fleet Zada without even being green, for the record. Could put the other Legionnaire back in. Still like some number of Gideon. Play the Seekers, play the Arcanist. Let's move this green mana base over. You can do whatever, just saying a plan, yeah. Feather says a creature, you only get it back if it targets 1 creature. Interesting. So actually it doesn't do what we think that it does, Ike? You just have to play Pioneer, there were 137 unique. That's awesome. That sounds pretty healthy, right? Okay, so we'll put the Confluence and the Thinking Board. We'll put those over here. put that over here. All right, so let's keep these. I think there's something here. No, I think the Zada is still pretty spicy. So let's take Fluffy's idea. Let's play these Boros charms. I think this is actually spicy. Because I also think it might be good for us just to play, like, it might be good just to play a league with just red-white just to see if we like Feather in the format at all, and then we can kind of start to branch out and decide, okay, what colors are really sweet. You've beat Combo Cat? Nice. So where do we want to go with this? So we got a couple of Trailblazers, play set of Hoplites. Do we play more Trailblazer? I mean, yeah, Boros Charm does give us another protection spell, sort of. I mean, no, it does. Even though it's a 2-mana protection spell, like the Boros Charm does, like all the modes in this deck, the Boros Charm is actually quite relevant. So maybe this is a really clutch call from as always, from Fluffy. We could play a second Plains. Oops. Feather, Boros, and repeat. Yeah. I don't think we really need the Zada, by the way. I like where your mind was, Ike. I like how you're thinking spicy thoughts. I also think that might be higher than the amount of mana I'm going to be playing. So you can play like a couple... I mean, like, with the mana the way that it is, we could just straight up play, like, even as many as 3 Clifftop Retreat. Give me a play set of Sacred Foundry. There's the red-white Painland that gives us a little more flexibility than Mana Confluence does. What is that? The Forge? Something Forge? I'd try Zada, honestly, but you might want to play tokens. Well, so here's the thing. If we go into tokens, this deck looks like a lot more like my original concept. So I had one original concept that I put out there, Fluffy, that was, we could like tilt people by having like the random like old school Battlefield Forges. Alright, but anyway, so you gotta go for the tilt, right? I'm kidding. I'll probably get ones that match. I don't know. Kind of like having some old school cards in here. So that's 17 lands. Zada could let you get past mid-range. What about Monastery Mentor? Yeah, Monastery Mentor is in this format. And I think Mentor is pretty insane. Because we are playing some amount of protection spells. Could theoretically protect said Mentor. So things to consider, chat. Folks, sorry. Things to consider, folks, is that... well, first of all, I have never played a game of Pioneer yet. But I do like weird, janky formats like Pauper and etc. So... it's always fun to brew within a new sandbox. It's always nice to have a new... it's like they handed me a new sandbox. So hold up, let me rewind. 5/3/19 spell can have other targets in addition to a creature you control. Okay, thanks for looking up that ruling, Ike. I missed that you said that. So the launch the fleet is good to launch. All right, cool. Yeah, but Monastery Mentor, we can play Brave the Elements. I mean, every threat in my deck except for Zada and Arcanist works with Brave the Elements. I wanted to do a Brave the Elements, like, slightly go wide strat. There are also other creatures that I was... here, I'll just show you the list. Let me see if I still have it. Unless I might have deleted it. Let me see. Let me see. I think it was on one of my accounts. Because I had a list that actually was using the heroic creature. There's like a 2-drop that makes tokens, and it's heroic. So we could play that like in addition to Mentor or something like that. Mentor's obviously a lot stronger. But if we want to try like a token sub-theme, Brave the Elements makes sense. Mentor makes sense. Let's see. Yeah, we can just kind of go wide a little bit. Because that's kind of the weakness of heroic, in my opinion, is that you can't... Yeah, that is one of the weaknesses of heroic, is that if they get that one creature, you're kind of up the creek. So you could like try some number of brave. I wouldn't play a playset. Maybe 2 or 3. Gives us another protection spell. It's unfortunate that it doesn't target though. Let's choose a color, white creatures. Let me see what list I had a few days ago. Here it is. So Fluffy, I had a list that's probably a little bit more so what you're proposing. Just click on the right link. So this is what I was thinking. This was actually going to play some number of Anax and Cymede. And the reason is because if we're doing a go wide strat, the Anax and Cymede makes sense to me because it gives trample and stuff to everybody. So we could do a slight sub token. It's Phalanx Leader and Vanguard of Brahmas. Okay, so let's remember those. I'll just drop that in. So that's another way we could go. We could do like a sub token theme with things like Launch the Fleet and Brave the Elements. You know, Monastery Mentor. Think it's a mistake not to run a 4th Rage. Well, we really only need to see 1, but I hear you. I mean, it's no punishing fire. I'm with you. So we could place a number of Mentor. Probably not the playset. We could play the some of these cards I was gonna try, which was Phalanx Leader. If we're just 2 colors, we get to play white on turn 2, which is a huge advantage. And Phalanx is strong. So this is the guy that says whenever you cast a spell that targets him, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. So Phalanx Leader is actually really strong in a heroic list that's going a little bit wide. Vanguard of Brahmas is the one that makes Vigilant tokens. I mean, Mentor still trumps something like Vanguard of Brahmas. So this is a Vigilant 2/2 that makes 1/1 Vigilant. So again, you could try like a little bit of a go wide sub theme here if you wanted to. See, it's a mistake not to play the playset of Reckless. But, I mean, we have to make some pretty distinct cuts. Maybe Gideon goes to the sideboard. I mean, there's a lot of cuts to make now. I like the Hazarets out of the sideboard because they're pretty resilient. I was playing 2 Hazaret originally. I think if we're just red-white, I like Hazaret coming in out of the board. I know you like Hazaret, Fluffy. QFC, I'm very honest, you built Reanimator, did horrible. Just play whatever you want right now. Yeah, that's true. Format's pretty open. I want to see if there's any lands that I missed. Nope. That's pretty much what I was doing in a bunch of planes to fill out the rest of the mana base. Yeah, so nothing. I mean, I'll definitely play an Axe and Cymede if I can fit some in here. That's right, that's the last card. It might just be you, Griff. It might just be you. Might be. Yeah, I mean, an Axe and Cymede might be strong enough to even merit 2 copies. Extra Mentors could be a sideboard plan when we need to be a little bit more grindy. And let's cut a Vanguard or 2. Could be like a 3-2 split on these. It could be the opposite split where it's like 3 Mentor, 2 Vanguards, 4 Phalanx Leaders, 1-1 split on the Seekers. Move these over. Another Mentor out of the board. Let's see. Maybe not. Maybe that's a lot of Mentor actually. Let's put the Gideon Blackblade in. Let's cut the Rage back down by 1. Let's cut some number of Braves. Let's cut the Trailblazer by 1. We're going to cut the Arcanist. More planes. Do I have more fancy planes? We might need to switch into a different basic planes, maybe. I've got some planes up, here that I like, certainly. Do I have more of these? I do have more of these, though. It's tempting. Would this deck operate as a 20-land deck? I don't think so. Oh, we could play the last Clifftop. instead of a fifth plains, which is probably better to play another clifftop retreat. Yeah, the mana in this format does look weird, doesn't it? But I mean, if we're trying to pull off white turn 2 relatively often, we get 6 of those, 4 phalanx, 2 vanguard of Brahmas. So there's 9 cuts that have to happen, and this would be on a 21. I mean, I'm tempted to shave off the top end, which would also mean maybe not playing Hazoret, which seems weird to me because this is kind of like a sideboard threat I'd like to be able to bring in. I like the extra Secret of the Way. So you were saying Deflecting Palm is cool. And we're going to play Fabricate, Wear Tear. Or not Fabricate, sorry. Fragmentize is actually what I meant to say there. Frag out. Oh, okay. Nobody said anything, so I was like, oh, shoot, maybe he's right. No! But that wasn't the case, thankfully. Thankfully, that wasn't the case. 6 cuts. Alright, we'll try a meme. Try a little bit of meme. A little bit of memery. Meming. Bit of meming. Yeah, no worries, Griff. 63. Add green and go Electrostatic Pummeler. We were thinking about green or Mardu. Let's check it out, Cobra. Why do we need to add green? Just so we can ramp a little bit? Interesting. So we'd have to play the energy lands maybe, and then maybe some other energy cards. That's an interesting idea. Play a tune. Well, there's a burn spell for energy, and it makes energy. This is an interesting idea. This is an interesting card for a heroic deck, potentially. It's not been good in your testing so far, though? Okay, we'll put that in the think pile. It's going in the think pile. Gonna think about it. Gonna think on that. I like the Phalanx Leader a lot. And this is something we just really don't want to do if we're trying green or black or what have you. Like I'm pretty sure if we were to do Phalanx Leader, I don't want anything but a single mountain perhaps that wouldn't be able to cast this card. I also feel comfortable being on 21 lands, and maybe we trim some of these more 4-drop kind of things. 2 cuts. Do we still want to make that meme a thing? Cut another Vanguard. I'm not that excited about Vanguard. I'm much more excited about Mentor, so we could do a 1-2 split in favor of Mentor. We could even move the other Seeker of the Way into the sideboard. I kind of like the 1-1 split on Seeker. I'd even be interested in playing more Seekers just because I'm sure there's a bunch of people just trying to jam games right now and they're playing some of the more quick strategies in the format, like Burn. something interesting. Something just to consider is what I mean to say there. Something to consider. Maybe we don't want to bother with Vanguard or Bramaz at all. Maybe Mentor's just so much stronger as a token generator that we're not even interested in the first Vanguard. I like bringing the curve down though. Lean into Mentor more. Capitalize on what the Feather deck. That's what Lonely thinks. How'd the board game turn out? So the board game is being released on the type. You could let the command say it instead of me if you type candy, ! Candy. We could talk about it later, Jeff. But the nutshell is through some miscommunication on my own part, the date of the game has changed to mid-November for the prequel. And I still want to make the game in such a way, I still want to make the prequel in such a way that it sets you guys up with at least all the dice that you need to play the game. So what we did was I tried to do some forward thinking for the later episodes 2 and on, and I went ahead and added in some of the dice that I wasn't going to show until later in the story, because I was worried that it might spoil, or you guys would like sit there and try to figure out, okay, what does this dice represent? What does this dice represent? All I'm telling you is that they're chaos and order. That's it. Because the dice dueling game needed more dice. We only had 8 dice. We needed 10 dice for that game to play more smoothly. It's easier now to determine a winner. You don't have to sit there and count all the little pips on the dice. Now it's just, okay, player A won 3, player B won 2, therefore player A wins. But I didn't want to get into the game tonight. I wanted to just focus on Magic tonight, even though I'm definitely thinking about the game because it's due, because I've set for myself a date to hit. Let's cut the Vanguard. And let's actually let's do the 1/1 split on the Seeker. I'm just so sure we're gonna play against a lot of burn tonight. I don't know why I think that, but I have a feeling. Is it crazy to cut these? A little bit. It's probably crazy to cut that many Legionnaires. It's pretty good in the deck. That's 20. Why don't you play Soulfire Grandmaster? Oh, Soulfire is fun. Soulfire Grandmaster is a fun card for sure. I have liked this card. It is a cool little card. I mean, if we don't have a feather, this is kind of neat. This is kind of a neat concept. I think Seeker still works better in this strategy, but this could be fun to meme around with. I'd be down to try it. Although then again, like at that point, maybe we should also be messing around with some number of Arcanist. Arcanist gets a little bit weaker, as does Zada if we're playing Braves. This is kind of a neat idea, neato idea. These are neat. Maybe we put the Seekers in the board. Could cut the Trailblazer. As much as I enjoy brewing, I do. Let's just jam. Let's see what works, see what doesn't work, and move forward. Ended up going with Boros Feather. Interesting that we went with Boros Feather. I mean, I'm okay with it. Boros Feather it is. All right. Screenshot that for you guys. I'll put it into Stream Decker. We'll do all the things now, which is really the only knock to doing brewing streams. But so, what about Fires of Invention? With fires? Oh yeah, the enchantment. Now, this is a cool card. I don't know if it makes sense for us, but this is a cool card. I feel like there's some really dirty stuff you could do with this card in this format for sure. I mean, again, I still think that the Grandmaster doesn't quite fit here, but I think that Seeker is doing more so what we want it to do. But that was a cool idea. We did put it in there, and I thought about it, and I was thinking, no. Sorry, friend. Fires will get in the way of things like God's willing, though. But I like the way that you're thinking, Ganya Jeff. Do you have any other cool suggestions? Two Braves, 2 launches, 4 God's willing, 4 hoplites, 2 defiant strikes. If we move something from the main deck into the sideboard, which we could do the split on the Seekers. I still think Seeker is a really good choice for this deck as far as 2-drops go, besides Phalanx Leader and maybe Arcanist. We could go heavier into Arcanist. What about Mirrorwing Dragon? If you want to get real, honestly, the big reasons why we're just trying 2 colors with this initial build has to do not just with the Phalanx Leader. It has to do more so with the fact that we're not sure about the mana in this format. I've seen some people stretch it into 3. It's not impossible. I think maybe just for our first few games, maybe it's a good idea just to stick with Mirrorwing Dragon. Why am I blanking on this card? Is Mentor the motivation behind Leader? Is Mirrorwing Dragon just maybe what we want to do instead of Zada? So this is 1 more mana for a 4/5 flyer. The problem is it's whenever a player, so this literally could cause my opponent to just kill our whole board, right? Isn't this how this works? This says any player, so if they had like a removal spell for the dragon, it just wipes our board. That seems like we'd rather play something like Zada in that case. I don't really even want to play the Zada, but I like the idea of the meme. Did I miss why we're not playing Young Peasy? It'll wipe their board too. Do we think that this is a better slot than Zada? Am I getting to 5 mana on 21 lands? I really shouldn't even be playing like the Hazoret and the Zada with 21 lands. I'm with you though, Ganya. I'm with you. I am running a couple more protection spells than we thought we'd have. Like the Boros Charms, the God's Willings, and the Brave the Elements do serve to protect us somewhat. I mean, this is a 60. This is indeed a 60. Okay, so Cobra wants to know about the mentors. Yeah, so I thought that a pure red-white build could go a little bit wide here. Well, the problem is we cut a lot of our token generation. We really should have like 1 more mentor at least. We should have a bit more token generation going on. Dreadhoard's just value. We should really commit a little bit more into the tokens if we're going to play leader. I mean, again, like the other way we could build this is you go full mentor, you go full Bramaz. Like that's the other way you go with this instead of trying to pull off. Granted, it's cool. Don't get me wrong, Zada seems cool. Like another way you could go with this kind of a deck is you go heavier into the Vanguards and Mentors. You play a second Anax. And then the Brave the Elements looks a lot juicier. And I'm less interested in Tamir Battle Rage anymore. And even the, I mean, maybe Zada still. Maybe you play like 1 Battle Rage just so they respect it. But you go deeper into the Brave the Elements with a build like this. Heck, I might even just get out of the way with some of these other ideas and move the Seeker to the board. Give me Gideon in the main. Let's main deck the Gideon to squeeze this Seeker into this sideboard. Give me third Brave the Elements. Give me... Maybe cut the Zada meme. I like it. I like the card in concept. The problem is how much mana that it costs. We're only a 21 land deck. I might even cut the other Battle Rage. Let's cut a Vanguard. That's 22 creatures. No, I feel like you gotta commit to this. If you're gonna do like the token thing, like you need the Annex, you need the Mentors, you probably need 2 to 3 Braves, some number of launch. Feather wants spells, spells wants creatures, Mentor wants spells, provides creatures. We'll cut the Battle Rage. Again, like Boros Charm, and like here's the thing, with a build like this, like the Boros Charm doesn't even entice me that much. Like, I like Hoplite because it's a 1-drop. I mean, these guys are just kind of hanging out. Like, again, like I feel like the way that this deck really wants to go if we're going to do this instead. Now, granted, Feather doesn't rebuy Brave the Elements. I mean, I also see just a pure Brave build where we're just splashing Feather because it's a powerful engine. Like, there's another deck here. I'm seeing it now. Hang on. I'm going to move some things out. We're going to kind of focus on what's actually important. Yeah, I'm seeing another deck that's within the deck. I just didn't go as deep into it before. I guess I forgot things like launch exist in the format. What about a more pure, straight, dedicated to the tokens thing? What about just getting dedicated to going wide, protecting the Mentor? Like, this gives us 8 spells that mana efficiently protect the Mentor. Leader... Let's just go wide. Like, both Annex, Simede, and Leader, like, let the wide strategy be strong. We'll still play at least 3 Rage, place out of Feather. Feather can rebuy the launch, because Ike looked into the rulings for us. Feather will rebuy the God's Willing. Like, this actually might... And then we add to this shell. Then we get to add back in a little bit of spice. Maybe we bring back some number of Hoplites. Maybe we play the Defiant Strikes again. Maybe we play Gideon or, like, a Boros Charm. Maybe we squeeze in the Battle Rage again. There's about 8-ish slots for us to play around with. This would be a more dedicated to the token strategy, which I think might be a better plan if we're gonna go pure just Boros. Just we're trying to pull off white on turn 2. I think there might actually be a deck here. It's kind of like a hybridized go wide tokens heroic, which like this, I think the key card is the Phalanx Leader, because like yes, we have some spells that only target one creature, yet we're a go wide strategy, but like the game is going to end on like we have this big board and we're just like brave the elements and swing through. All of our threats are white. There's no, except for maybe if we play like some number of sideboard Hazaret, everything in the deck is going to be white. So do we want to play some spice? Like at this point, I almost want to just pepper in a couple different like combat tricks, like a Boros Charm, like a Battle Rage, and just kind of keep my opponent on their toes. Sneak in like a Defiant Strike. I'm into it. Give me like one Gideon. Actually, Gideon could be here. Gideon could be here. Let's put the Seeker in. Give me Battle Rage. We could put the Hoplites back in. That's kind of what I'm thinking we do. I'm thinking we put the Hoplites back in. I mean, Legionnaire I like a lot because of the Scry. We could do like a 3-2 split. That's 56. We could do like 3... Maybe that is what you do. Were there any other spells that we wanted to try? I mean, 10th District is quite good. Hoplite's pretty resilient, though. Maybe like a 3-2 split there, and then we cut a Vanguard of Bramaz. We don't necessarily need a playset of him because he's kind of doing a Monastery Mentor impression. He's trying to do a Monastery Mentor impression, but I actually think that the Phalanx Leader's more important than he is, but I could be wrong. I think the Phalanx Leader's more important than the Vanguard. Because we'd rather be making tokens through Mentor than we would Vanguard. Why don't you play a Porphyros? Play some Porphyros action. Oh, that is spicy. You're speaking my language. It's a sideboard plan. You are a genius. That was very clever. Well done. Well done, Ganya Jeff. There's been a lot of great suggestions tonight, though. I don't want to necessarily just pick one person out of the chat, but certainly that was a good call. That is a nice other resilient sideboard threat for us to run. I don't think I necessarily want him in the main deck. I like this card a lot, though, Jeff. I like this card a lot. And this deck's going to be a little bit more affordable if it's just 2 color as well. So that's kind of nice for people that are thinking about the format and like what are the cool things we could do with this format. Because like if you build Boros Heroic, then you could build into these other splashes at a later date. So then at that point you can start experimenting with, okay, is it green? Is it black? Is it blue? As I think all those 3 different splashes add a lot to this strategy. Cyber's where he belongs. Buying back your wear tear by targeting him. Yeah. Interesting. I don't know how. Oh, you mean so we're gonna? You want me to fuse this and then destroy one of their artifacts? I mean, we could play 2 wear tears. If that's a little synergy you've noticed. We could play 2 of that. Yeah, that's neat. That is neat. We'll play 2 wear tear then. Yeah, I see what you're putting out there. Maybe we don't want 2 deflecting palm. I think Seeker's actually going to be more effective than a bunch of palms. I like just kind of getting people though. I thought this was a fun suggestion from Fluffy. I don't know if I want to play 2 though. Probably still rather just bring in an extra Seeker. I just actually really like Seeker. I'd give up a Hoplite to have another Seeker in the main. Like at the end of the day, honestly, Hoplite's just nice because of curve, but we're kind of because we've decided to go. Oh, wait, am I right? I'm right. Can't speak. To be perfectly honest with you, chat. Yeah, and then we have more ways to gain lifelink out of the board. We can bring in Gideon and Seeker. I mean, maybe Gideon's even worth main deck. I still think Seeker's actually really good in decks like this. Seeker of the Way. So this could be a more purist build. Hey, brewing's going well, Burning. And by burning, I mean Andrew. Andrew, what's up, man? How are you doing? I haven't seen you in a bit. I haven't been able to come to the shop in a while, so... How are you doing? You still streaming, still YouTubing? Okay. What do you guys think about this? Do we want more removal for the kitty cat combo besides like some fries? I mean, this kills the Felidar, but if they have Teferi out, like we're kind of in trouble. This looks good. This looks good to me. Let's screenshot this one. Let's get the cards for it. Might be wrong by a couple cards here and there. We could technically play Rest in Peace instead of Grafdigger's Cage. Walk me through it, chat. Why would we want Cage instead of Rest in Peace in the format? Is there some searching going on? I think I saw somebody playing like the like Quarter Calling. I thought I saw a Quarter Calling deck floating around. Hanging in there, still streaming, building janky decks. Nice. Alright, so for now, brew mode over. Let's have league mode commence. Let's do it. Let's do it. So we're going to export this. Thank you guys for hanging around for the brewing part of the stream. It's one of my favorite parts. We brewed for actually almost an hour. That was basically an hour of brewing, which is good. We explored mardu. We explored Naya, and now we're just trying a more purist, just mana's clean. We're gonna go wide, and we'll get to leverage cards like Brave the Elements to both protect these threats that make lots of creatures and can kind of get out of control. Every threat in the deck, basically, except for the sideboard Hazaret, is white. I think that'll play out just fine. Cage for shutting off Coco and Marvel. Fair enough. We're going to stick with the cages then. We'll stick with the cages then, Cobra D. Good call. I saw some people playing Grafdigger's Cage in the sideboard. I was like, there's got to be a reason. It's gotta be a reason that that's there. Yes. Also stops Nahiri. Is Nahiri like a big thing in this format? We're technically in the colors for her. I don't know. Boros Feather. Let's load that up. What do I need? Basically the whole mana base, except for one Inspiring Vantage. So we're going to play that song and dance where I kind of figure out what we actually need. Oh, it's giving me different of these. That's weird. It's random. Unless I did that. It's possible. Yeah, I need a lot of the different cards in this list. I have a couple mentors of my own. For some reason, I have the God's Willings already. Good on that. And for some reason, I own Phalanx Leaders. It's also random. Good on these planes. I got those basics. One less Sacred Foundry. Anyway, while I'm doing this, how are you guys doing? That's more important to me than listing out what cards I need. I can do this off screen. How are you guys doing tonight in the chat? By guys, I mean, how are you folks doing? Any of you into game design? Because I'm looking, I'm not necessarily, the focus there isn't a game pitch. It's more about, if you have experience in game making, let me know. I'd love some advice. Always open to suggestions, as per usual. If you guys have any ideas for me or for the game, they're welcome. Okay, that's everything we need. Wow, okay, this is 83 tickets, and it's most everything I'm missing. This format's pretty cheap. That's like a pauper deck expense. 83 tickets? That's on the cheap. That's on the cheap. That's because I basically don't own this whole deck. We're going to add that to our cart. And we're going to play some Magic. Thank you again, Card Hoarder, for letting us be able to borrow cards. Yeah, I've been looking forward to playing around in a new sandbox. Alright. How am I liking Pioneer in general? I haven't played it yet. I have not played it just yet. Yeah, I just want to make that clear. It's not the focus there isn't game pitching. It's if you have suggestions for my board game, I am still there's still enough lead time before the prequel comes out that I could maybe implement more ideas. Lots of people have had really great candy puns. If you like making puns, puns are very helpful. Yeah, I think this would be a really fun mentor deck. We have a lot of ways to protect him between Brave and Willing and Boros Charm. I kind of wish we went with more Boros Charms instead of Battle Rage, just because. You know what? I'm gonna make that executive decision. We're gonna go into another Boros Charm. Actually, sorry, Battle Rage. I actually think we're more of a Boros Charm deck. You were attempting to design a board game before? Need to go back? Yeah, let me know about that, Andrew. If you need help with it, I wouldn't steal your game idea. That was like one of the things I did a lot of research actually into that, Burning Andrew. There's not a lot of good ways to copyright a board game concept. Like game concepts are technically under the moniker or the category in like the copywriting process or patents of an idea. It's an idea. It's very difficult, if impossible, to like. It's very hard to copyright or patent an idea for very long, or without spending tons and tons of money. So like a lot of these indie game developers, you're kind of just hoping that the community isn't salty. It's good to record things. It's good to make it evident that the idea was yours. Not that recording does that. I mean, if somebody was to take, for example, the art, hopefully the artist that I worked with would say to the community, hey, like, I didn't pay this guy, I paid this guy for this art. So that's kind of the scary and scummy side. That actually happened while I was designing my game. There was a game that was it was a game that was pulled off of the Game Crafter website, and somebody tried to kickstart somebody else's game. It was dirty. It was like one of the worst things I'd ever seen since starting the game making hobby. Anyway. Boris Charm's price has gone up pretty significantly. That's funny. I guess we're still waiting on cards from Card Hoarder. Let me look into that. It says stocking. So, it'll be a little bit. The bots might be going pretty crazy right now because of the new format. I mean, it's a format that they made that's not going to be on MTGA. I think that's great, actually, because I'm more into Magic the Gathering Online. I still want you to play Zada. What would we cut as the third Vanguard if we were to play a Singleton Zada to make you happy? Ike? You gonna pay for this league? No, I'm kidding. I mean, I'd probably either move, cut a Seeker, or I'd cut a Vanguard. Because again, Vanguard's just doing a bad Mentor impression. Like, it's, like, yes, we want tokens, but it's kind of doing a bad Mentor impression. There's like a side project, basic rules. Yeah, rule making is hard too. Yeah, rule making is hard. It is. I mean, for you, Ike, I could do it. Maybe this is what we do instead. Maybe we go Gideon Seeker, cut a Vanguard. I mean, again, maybe the Seekers is just a sideboard thing. Maybe we do this and then cut a sideboard card. Like, we could just cut the Deflecting Palm. I like this card in theory. I think this card's neato. Neat. I think it's neat. I still think a bunch of Seekers of the Way is where we want to be. We could also play that other spell that's like remove a black or white creature and gain us some life. Instead of just a bunch of Seekers, we could split it up. What is that card? It's red or black, gain 2 life. That was in my original build sideboard. Because a lot of those beatdown decks, they're going to be playing those colors. I don't know what's taking us so long to get into these. Oh, never mind. They just messaged me. All right, so we'll grab this order and then whatever else we're missing should work. This is coming along. This deck's coming along. I thought we were going to splash a color. I was a little surprised that we ended up just I was a little surprised that we ended up just going plain red-white, but that's okay. Yeah, sometimes you just keep it basic. Match. What's up, Fluff? You excited? I'm excited. There's also the manland in this format. I don't think we want to do that with the fact that we're kind of an aggressive-ish mid-range thing. I don't know. I don't know what we're doing. No, I meant to put a filter. What is the name of that spell I'm thinking of? Don't listen to my trolling. Oh, I didn't. I thought I hit enter on that trade. I'll get it in a second. So I thought I thought you were being serious. You are just memeing? Okay. I thought so. I wasn't sure though, Ike. I wasn't sure if you were memeing or not. I wasn't 100% sure. Had to be sure. There it is. Surge of Righteousness. So we'll play a couple Decrees and we'll play 1 Surge, 2 Seeker, 2 Cage, 2 Needle, 2 Fry, a Hazoret, a Porphyros, couple Wear Tears. Seems like a pretty fine sideboard to me. We have bought ourselves 1 main deck card. What should it be? Could be the 4th Vanguard of Bramaz. I'm okay doing something spicy here. Do you have a suggestion, Fluffy Wolf? 22nd Land, perhaps? 3 colors out, it could be good. 2 color will be meh. Matches is my suggestion. I have to play it to know what I want. We could play more Boros Charm. I like just having more protection spells, honestly. I think this deck just wants you to squeeze as many protection spells for the Mentor in it as possible. Again, we could put another Seeker in. I might just do that anyway. Hang on, I'm going to do that anyway. I'm going to cut 1 more Vanguard to squeeze 1 of the Seeker's main deck and give me 1 more Seeker. Actually, no, we'll put your sideboard card in there. We'll do it. What was that redirect you wanted me to play, Fluffy, that was really spicy? What was it? Deflecting Palm. We'll play 1 Deflecting Palm just for you, my friend. So that was your suggested card. You could run Deafening Silence because of combo junk. Are there combos going on? Is that a thing in this format? Besides, I mean, I know there's Feldar Sovereign combo, but Deafening's not going to stop that. You gotta break that up with removal, which we could use more of it. I mean, Boros Charm is going to kill Saheeli. That's true. So it's a protection spell for Mentor, our other threats. That's also useful for Heroic. That's also useful for this and that. And again, my mind is telling me that maybe we should have more favored hoplites than we do. Like, the Defiant Strike is just... I mean, it's not a bad card. Usually you do want... I mean, that's one of the wombos with Feather. I mean, maybe we cut Anax down? Maybe this just goes to a fun of? Maybe that's what we do? We probably should be playing more than 1 Defiant Strike. I kind of wish we had... I don't understand why you're not just music. Why are there lyrics in my music? Moving on. Yeah, we probably should be playing 2 Defiant Strikes. It synergizes really nice with Feather. It's pretty stock to have at least some number of these with Feather. Like, the things you really want with Feather are obviously Reckless, Defiant, God's Willing. Like, these are the things we really want to pair with Feather. You can make a minor argument for the Boros Charm. The Brave the Elements don't. And that's something to think about, is that Brave the Elements does not wombo with Feather. Maybe I'm only supposed to play 3 of these. Now that I'm looking at the deck, maybe you only play 3 of these as kind of like a nice finisher. Like, instead of Tamir Battle Raging going all in on 1 creature, we go wide a little bit, Fluffy, and then we Brave to, you know, plow through board state. Kitty Combo dies to Ferocidon. Oh, should we be playing Ferocidons? That's a clever idea. Sylvan Awakening, Jeskai Ascendancy. Oh, that sounds sick. That sounds like a deck I would play, Fluffy. That sounds like my kind of deck. That does sound like my kind of deck. I wouldn't want to play Seeker and Gideon the same time as I'm playing Ferocidon. And most I've seen a deck 3 times. Okay. This is kind of a cool idea. Huh. This hurts us really bad, though, with the token strategy. But that's an interesting idea. Let's go down 1 Brave. 1 Brave. We're going to go down 1 Brave. And I think I'm going to add 1 more 1-drop Heroic. I think we'll play 1 more Hoplite. We're gonna play 1 more Hoplite. We're gonna get a little bit lower to the ground. Slightly. Okay. Happy with it? Let's jam. So I gotta talk to Card Hoarder because I did not accept. trying to predict what we're going to need to put in another order for. Let's just accept the order and see what's missing, and then we'll adjust accordingly. I'm playing 4-color hero. Every card feels nuts. You play 4-color heroic? I'd love to see the list, MTG Master. Where were you earlier? We could have used some ideas. We've been brewing for an hour. Alright, let's see. We have indeed been trying different options for about an hour, but we've settled into, okay, so I need this, these, that's it? That's all I need? Okay. Where were you earlier? We were considering black. I considered green. Considered many things. Many things were considered. Yeah, Borstrom's a little more pricey than I'm used to seeing it. Alright, favored hoplite. Brewing a brew spy for 20 minutes. It's been longer than that, Ike. We brewed a lot longer than I probably had intended to. Oh, it's not heroic. I'm playing 4-color hero. Oh, hero of precinct. I'm with you. I'm with you now. Deck is still cheap. This deck was under 100 ticks. I mean, granted, this is a new format, so that's not me saying go out and grab a deck for this format just yet. Maybe wait. If you didn't already have cards, most of the cards for something, or you're crazy like us and you want to just brew something. So we did go down to just 2 Vanguards of Bramaz, but I still think the Phalanx leader is stronger. 2 10th Streets, 3 Boros, Charms, 1 Hoplite, just 1 Anax and Psymead. I mean, this card is cool. The fact that we've got a go wide strategy, but I don't think it's better than like Mentor slots. I don't think it's better than the 2nd Vanguard. I don't think it's better than the 3rd Brave the Elements. So I think 1 is the sweet spot maybe on that card. Maybe 2. Maybe 2. Thanks for being patient, guys. Much on this burger while we wait. Anyway, how are you guys doing tonight? It's Tuesday. It's October. Aurelius Fury is interesting because we could target our own creatures with it. To trigger heroic. No, the Aurelius Fury idea is kind of spicy. We're not going to play that for now. Let's play the deck relatively pure. And by pure, I mean just trying to pull off white, which it certainly will. I think this song had lyrics in it too. Moving on. Target feather, get it back. Opponent can't. Yeah, no, it's a spicy idea. You got oh, wrong button. You've got a spicy idea there with the Aurelius Fury. What would I need to cut for it though? Like I kind of want to test this. But no, I think that is a spicy little. Oh, it's not doing what I want it to do. Why are you not uploading? Am I hitting the copy button? Go to make a website, please. No, I mean, the Aurelius Fury idea is spicy. And I see what you mean, right? It's you could use it as a recurable silence. I also see you using this card just to ping everything in the deck and gain a bunch of heroic triggers. This is an interesting idea. You'd have to pay 3 mana on it at least to You'd also be tapping feather, not that it's the best blocker anyway, But no, I mean, this is an interesting idea. I don't hate the idea of that card. How's it going, Marin? Marin, what do you think about a Singleton Fury? I hadn't thought about like a silence effect. That is spicy. It's literally a silence we could keep using over and over again. You think it's too slow? Probably. We had some other memes in here too, like Zada and such. You get an A+ for creativity though, Gandhi. I did not think about that. Yeah, you ping Feather, and you literally could keep silencing people. Yeah, that is neat. That is pretty neat. Yes, that is cool. I don't think we're gonna run it for some of the same reasons that we didn't run some other cards tonight. Why don't we go with this build, and maybe we'll start to think about some of the spice. This is really cool though. It's literally doing something that nothing else could. I mean, again, like I'm definitely into the concept of this card paired with Feather. Outside of Feather, it lets us pump maybe some of our team, maybe ping something, kill something. It's a flexible card. It's not going to be that great with only 21 land. Is something else I'm thinking about. Yes. Things. Just things. But let's go ahead and jam, because I did say that we were going to hop into league mode. So let's go. So we're switching from brew mode. Thank you guys for staying. That was an hour brew or so. Let's go ahead and switch gears into... We are going to play some Pioneer. Always feels good when you've got enough points and you're not spending tickets. That always feels nice. Answer some of the concerns you had with kitty combo, turns off their ability. I know, like, we're going to get cat comboed a bunch, and I'll say, here's what you can do. Gandhi Jeff, every time that the Aurelius Fury lock would save us, please feel free to tell the rest of chat, told you so. I think that'd be very appropriate. You should do that. Be like, well, BrewSpy, if you had the Aurelius Fury combo, you would have won this one. You should. And I'll say, I can say something like, well played, Ganya Jeff. Well played, Jeff. Yeah, so I'm making a board game, Lonely. It's been a labor of love. It's gonna fit. Not to wrap it long because we're gonna get queued. Oh yeah, it fits inside of a little Altoid tin, mint tin. It's a prequel to the full game that I'm making that's coming out spring 2020, but that game is coming out in just a couple weeks. It's the prequel where you get all the dice that you need for the game that's coming out in the spring, which I think is kind of a cool idea. We live in a world of print and play. So this is an awkward opener. Triple feather, 2 lands, and I mean, we're on the draw. I don't think this is ideal. Right? You don't keep this, do you? Yeah, I think this is also a mulligan. Like, this seems kind of awkward. No token generation. We have the fun of Annex. Let's look at it. Let's look at a 6. I like the 6 a little bit better. I'm tempted to put back a land because we're on the draw. Is that crazy? Is that crazy? Is that greedy? Is that greedy in my 21 land deck? Is that greedy? Yeah, it's greedy. Oh, well, and them's the beats. Gonna start looking at my sideboard now. Kidding. But we're probably dead. We're on the draw against Burn, so I'm assuming in this format that means we die. So I'm gonna start having us think about our sideboard. So I did draw a mentor just now. seems correct, but seems correct for me to go ahead and scoop. Am I gonna scoop? I mean, at least I respected Burn with several of our card choices, so that's good at least. Oh, they'll probably toast this. We won't even get to block the Eidolon. Scoop now so they don't see what we're doing. He's got ruins. Maybe we should be playing ruins. Huh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're getting demolished. Searing blood. No room for ruins. Yeah, I was thinking we should have scooped actually, just because showing this kind of basically tells them what I'm up to. But it's fine. I wanted to play cards. I wanted to play cards, opponent. Yeah, I shouldn't show the Seeker. I mean, opponent's on 2. There is a very, very small chance that this like gets us back in. You know what? We'll just do it. And part of the reason why it's very small has to do with the Eidolon. Putting me to 3. I'm dead to Skewer. I'm dead to Blood. Dead to pretty much anything in their deck. So this is the Lightning Strike format. Man, we have come a long way. Alright, let's board. They have some cool stuff to bring in against Burn. Makes it more playable. Is there anything I should know about the way that they sideboard? Trying to figure out what we cut. Maybe the strikes. Not that interested in these. And maybe the Vanguards. It's not necessarily true. They might be more important than 10th Street, 10th District. The Vanguards. I want to cut some 2-drops. That's where we're really heavy. We have a lot of 2-drops going on, especially after sideboard. I think I want to cut some of these threats. I guess Vanguard. It's hard to say. 10th could let me dig to things that we need. Actually, maybe you cut Phalanx Leaders. Maybe you cut some Phalanx Leaders. Since I did cut Anax, these are kind of serving a similar role. Similar purpose. Yeah, cut 2 Phalanx. I actually think you're right. So we'll cut the strikes and the Phalanx Leader down a little bit. Alright. Alright, how's the Brewing playing went? Oh no, you didn't miss any of it, Jade, actually. That was just first game against Burn. Burn did what Burn does. I even had a main deck Seeker that we saw, but too late. So it's got a Palm. It's got a Hoplite. It's not that painful on the mana because we get to play him off of planes. I mean, it's technically got a sideboard card for this matchup. We should have been running the Wear Tears for Eidolon. That's possible. I did think about. My problem is what if they don't have a draw of Eidolon? It's kind of my worry. I'm gonna bottom that. Yeah, maybe when we're on the draw, we should play them to answer the Eidolon. So at 13, this puts them to 5. Yeah, this is also another card for us to consider, by the way. We could also consider Light Up in our build. We could be playing Light Up as well. I'm going to play the land out to act as if I've got Squat. Look at you coming in clutch, Fluffy, with the deflecting palm suggestion. Might let us win right here. Omat Courier, interesting. Yeah, with Courier also, I think the Wear Tears definitely are much more playable. So remind me to squeeze these in. We just don't have a lot of time to build up a huge board, so maybe the token stuff's a bit weaker. Blam. Who's the burn player now? I wish we did have more lifelink stuff. What have we got? We've got a couple Seekers. We were going to play 3 Seekers because I thought people might just be jamming a lot of burn. So really, like, the only life gain we've got is Seekers, Surge, and Gideon Blackblade. Wish we had more than that. That felt good, though. So let's bring in the Wear Tears, because we did see a couple different targets. Hopefully those are going to be for 1 mana. So what do we cut? Like, maybe we just don't have time to go wide with stuff like these. And then, if so, which one is... I mean, just because of the matchup, honestly. Like, if we had to choose between the 2 leaders and the 2 vanguards, what do you pick? We almost played the green splash, Jade. You could have been here and pushed for it. We brewed for almost an hour. Actually longer, but who's counting, right? We could have played Black Splash. Could have played a Green Splash. Green Splash was sweet. We would have gotten Night. We would have gotten Night of Autumn. We would have gotten Dramoka's Command for green. Oh, you burned yourself? That's not good, Jade. All right. Seriously though, guys, is it Vanguard or is it Phalanx Leader? We did already cut some Phalanx Leader, which makes me think it's Phalanx Leader that we cut. Don't get me wrong, I like this card, but I actually think we like the Vanguard more than the Phalanx here. Don't we? If we're already cutting Anax. I don't know, maybe we're doing this completely the wrong way. Maybe we're supposed to go with Phalanx Leader over Vanguard. That's a tough call. You know what? I don't know the answer. We're going to cut one of each. One of them is clearly better than the other in this matchup. I think it's Vanguard, but I wasn't sure, so we'll just cut one of each. You got yourself some blisters? I'm sorry to hear that, Jade. Put some ice on that. I'm sure you're already doing that. Do you guys like the new interface, by the way? I made the chat room a lot bigger. I made you guys bigger, so it's easier for other of you to read what others are saying. I know that was not something that... ooh, we keep this, right? Do we keep this? There's no life gain here. I mean, there's only we only have 4 cards in the deck that gain us any life. Do we just try to mulligan for them? And there's also the deflecting palm. So there's like 5 specific to this matchup relevant cards. We probably look for them, right? We probably look for those 5-ish cards that are relevant to our opponent being on the play, right? I'm gonna do that. I'm kind of glad that I did, kind of not glad. So, if we don't hit second land, this hand does nothing. But we did get one of the cards I was kind of looking for, Surge. That's the destroy red-black creature, attacking or blocking, gain 2. You like keeping this? It's a 1-lander. I mean, we're on the draw, but we only have 21 land in this list. Just pretty low. So what do you keep then? You ditch the Boros Charm, keep all the gas? Snap keep? Oh, the first hand was a snap keep? I'm gonna risk this, because I do think the only way we get this is if our deck rewards us with second land so we can play this sideboard card. Because, like, it seems like burn is pretty well preserved in this format, which is scary. Makes me a little sad about the prospects of... Okay, I was sitting there, I was like, wait, did I have a 1-drop here? No, I didn't. And maybe we should be playing the 4th, and maybe we should even be playing some of the 04 Heroic as well. Like, maybe we should be maxed out on Hoplite, and maybe we should be also playing... I mean, we opted for a more, like, token-y kind of feel. What's funny is these were both singletons that we kept in. Alright, Surge cannot kill Bomat. Alright, we need to draw that second land. This is it. Yep. Fire Dancer, that's spicy. Oh yeah, we're toast. But I did this to us. We could have looked at a 5. I wanted to see if we could get the sideboard card off. But our deck has a lot of 2-drops after board especially. I think it's quite a few 2-drops in general. Like a lot of what we're boarding in, like the Devout Decrees, the Seeker, Extra Seeker, like a lot of, yeah, the Deflecting Palm, a lot of the cards we're bringing in are 2-drops. So maybe this is just... I'm sure this is going to happen to us at one point in the league where I just get kind of stuck on a lot of 2-drops. It's probably not the last time we'll get stuck on 1 or 2 lands as well. Because again, maybe 21 lands is just not enough. The deck is kind to us. That was the spot where we would have drawn the... that would have been the spot to draw the second land. Yeah, it was a hard call. And again, I think something else to think about, not to sound defeatist, but, you know, we're kind of a grindy build of the Heroic deck. We've kind of given up, like, the Battle Rage, kind of just pushed through kind of build, which that was the original shell, and we decided to do, like, a kind of a token sub-theme thing. Oh, well, yeah. Is there a small % chance we could still win if we pull the land next turn? And we get to take out, like, Fire Dancer. Or Swift Spear. Skewer. So we go to 9, so we're losing the life we would have gained on the Decree anyway. Or the Surge of Righteousness. Go to 5. Yeah, we lost this. That's okay. Yeah, too many turns where we didn't do diddly. Satyr Fire Dancer is a cool one. And like these Bomat Couriers have gotten out of control. There's just so many things that went wrong with this game. Not sure why I'm playing it out. It's okay. That's why we kept the hand, was the surge. I wonder if there was a 5 that... Dude. Ladies and gents, that hand was quite good from our opponent. Not that I'm trying to say... I'm not trying to justify my mistaken mulligan. I'm going to go ahead and admit that my mulligan was indeed a mistake. But, or not mulliganing more. But I will say, I don't know what 6 of ours could have beaten that, or what. Like, the 7, I don't think certainly... I think that 7 we had would have gotten run over. There would have been more counterplay. There would have been a little bit more back and forth. But I think we would have needed like a 6 or a 7 with some sideboard cards. And that's okay. Maybe Burns really good in this format. Maybe we'll play more Seeker of the Way. Seeker of the Way is kind of that cool card that we can just main deck it because it plays nicely with the heroic strategy. I've seen a lot of the... I've seen players playing this card alongside, you know, heroic strategies in the past, so I assume it works here too. I thought about playing more of this card. I wish I had. Hey, what's up, Warefleet? Oh, no, you're fine. How's it going? But anyway. Regardless, I think this is a cool strat. I think we want to be playing against different archetypes, though, than just burn the whole league. So hopefully we get to see some variety. You know, you stream on Moto for a few years, and there's occasionally like leagues where like the whole thing ends up being burned or this or that. It's not uncommon. I might keep this. I have no idea what they're on, so we'll keep it. Good luck, have fun. New format hype. Just fun. Sorry to hear that you're a little on the downside. Oh man, our opponent's doing what we could be doing, chat. We could be playing Thoughtseize. The initial build that I had tonight was a Mardu build. Yeah, thanks for all the help last night with the playtesting of the board game. So you're gonna take Feather, that makes sense to me. Makes perfect sense. Well, so you didn't even see the main game, though, Warefleet. The main game where we've... like the adventure mode, the campaign mode. I mean, we just hung out and did the dice mini game. It's a mini game. I'm just going to take all my things, Mr. Grix's control over there. I don't want him to know I just drew a plane, so we'll play the Forge. I think I'm okay playing Vanguard. We've got God's Willing. That was a good draw off the top, the Vanguard. It's a little awkward though with Reckless Rage, by the way, this card. Because he doesn't get bigger naturally. Something to think about. Bonus deck looks sweet. I wish I was playing Grixis Control. Not sure. Yeah, so the idea... Painful Truth is nice. Okay. Okay, so he's giving me an opening to Defiant Strike to make a creature. I will. And then we drew a Mentor. I think I like slamming the Mentor. Is there a sweeper that I'm not playing around in this format? That they're building towards? I could just sit on 2 God's Willings instead of dropping Mentor. Anger of the Gods, Sweltering Sun, Ritual of Soot. Soot would work here, and I can't even save myself from Soot. Yeah, there's definitely a few. Alright, I'll respect it. We don't have to play the Mentor out. Hoo, ha! Vigilant. Although the Vigilant is not useful in this situation at all. The Vigilance, not useful. Seems like there are a lot of strong sweepers in Pioneer. Yeah, maybe I'll be playing Control myself. Maybe. I'm just gonna exchange the Boros Charm for a dude. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe the 4 damage is better than the token. So we have a K command here. Okay. Ditch the Reckless Rage, not a big deal. We make a dude. Make a dude. So land actually isn't a bad thing here. Mentor with the Gods Willing behind it. Whew. Cruise it is. Evan played red deck wins earlier. Looked like a lot of fun. Think big red's more sticking power. Maybe. It doesn't really matter what I target here. They top the card? That's scary. It's probably a sweeper if they topped it. So am I literally going to put him to 1 and then lose the game? Maybe. Because I don't have a ton of direct burn. Not a ton. Yeah, I mean, of course we drew land. It's just my luck. We've got a couple haste threats. It's maybe not completely over, but I'm assuming this is sweeper. Oh, it was Calatus. That's bad for us, too. Yep. So if we jam with the Legionnaire and they don't have another relevant card, we win? Block, block. He gains 3. So he's going to block 1, 2, 3 points of damage. He's blocking 3 points of damage and gaining 3 life, and I'm only dealing 3. That's really disappointing that our deck just fizzled out at the end, huh? A little disappointing that we fizzled out in the end. And again, maybe I shouldn't play the Legionnaire because it's got haste. I probably should hold this actually. Yeah, I probably should have held the Legionnaire actually. Because of sweepers. Nah, we've lost to this Caldus, I think. Yeah, I mean this combat doesn't work. Because if we ship all opponent blocks, Legionnaire blocks the monk, takes the cat soldier damage, but it's gaining 3, still stays at 1. It's a wild, wild frontier out here in Pioneer, isn't it? Fabled Passage looks great once you get to the late game. Does not look all that good in the early game, but in the late game it looks good. Yep, I have a land. Jace, that's sweet. Yeah, so he's just playing like a Grixis value, Grixis control. I like it. God willing. Alright. How much does this change the math? Does this let us win? I mean, it would let me at least force him to block Jace onto the 10th Street Legionnaire. I mean, there's really only one thing to do. Swing, go pro black. Oh no, just pro black the one that's blocked by Calidus. Oh yeah, we win. Durr. Yeah, we just have to prevent the life gain. Good call. Yeah, protection spells can be really, really strong. Well, okay, if they have a removal spell, then this won't work out for us, but we can hope. It's not getting any better. Like this is an opportunity to maybe win. So we will attempt it. Oh, it's very possible their last card's relevant. They've been drawn pretty well this game. Between resolving a cruise, they opted a few times, or at least twice. Scrying with their thought erasures. They need a counter or removal. Wow, that's a lot of land for us. Wow, that is a lot of land I do not want to see. Wow, we got there. Huh. Yeah, that was a very good call, Lonely. I did not immediately see it. Alright, Pithy Needle stops Jace. Cage does not stop Treasure Cruise. That card's just gonna have to be scary. That's the benefit of maybe playing Rest in Peace in this build. We're not using the graveyard, so... Do we want Fry? Do we want to Fry Jace? I mean, Decree is going to take out Calidus, so I think that's where we start. I think that's where we begin. Probably cut Hoplite. I'm assuming we want, like, density. Or, like, we want the good threats. We want threats that give us a lot of bang for our buck, which might also not be Phalanx Leader, by the way. That's, like, the next threat that I would start to slim on. We don't need all these Reckless Rages. We don't, yeah, like, things like that we don't need. We could even cut maybe some strikes, although it's nice with things like Feather and Legionnaire and such, but... Yeah, I think we cut some number of leaders. I mean, I don't mind, like, 1 or 2 Reckless Rage, but I could see cutting at least 1 or 2. Yeah, let's play the Needles. Let's play the Needles. I mean, this does destroy Calidus as well. Just black or red creature that's attacking or blocking. I mean, in fairness, so does Reckless Rage. I mean, Reckless Rage also does take out Calidus, so... Maybe this is overkill? Whereas this could take out a Planeswalker that we haven't seen. He might be playing, like, Liliana. I would play Liliana in that deck if I was playing... If I was my opponent. Let's cut a Phalanx Leader. Maybe let's cut another Phalanx Leader and still play some Hoplites, actually. Come to think of it, you know what? Let's run our hoplites. I think the mana cost on these guys is actually really important. I'm noting that we're quite a bit chunky on our 2-drops, especially after sideboard. But we got to bring in Porphyros, we got to bring in Hazaret. That's kind of what we want to be doing. Maybe Anax and Psymead is what we're not supposed to be running. Ooh, I probably do keep this, even though they're probably going to pull our hand apart, right? 2 protection spells and a Mentor. Right, let's try it. Predictable. Well, you know. Hand hate. They don't like to play fair, right? No, I mean, we could be playing a Thoughtseize deck ourselves right now. I considered it. I had indeed considered it. Right. Well, no, they probably have another piece of hand hate for the Mentor. That's my prediction. Mentor? Who leaves Mentor? Right? Just launch the fleet. Could be a kill spell. Nah, it's probably another hand hate. Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. We kind of need to stop drawing all these lands in our 21 land deck tonight. There's not much I can do there, chat. Not much I can do there, folks. My Mentor. Not much I can do there, folks. Double hand hate. We had 2 threats. Rest of my hand is a bunch of lands and pump. It's gonna be Kalitos. Kalitos. We don't even have a removal spell for the Kalitas. That is a Hazaret, though. That is indeed a Hazaret. See, yeah. There's a Hazaret. I can't do anything with it yet, but we have a Hazaret. I mean, we want to put it into play. We don't want to lose to a Thoughtseize. I don't want to lose to a counterspell. So, that is Bagpipes. That is indeed Bagpipes. We're gonna skip that one. That's strong. Guitar is a little easier on the ears than Bagpipes. So there's Anax and Psymead. Alright, I'm with you. I'm with you, deck. I'm with you, deck. Yeah, Bagpipes hype. I'm surprised to see 2 Braves, because didn't we cut one? We did, run 3. 2 launch, 3 Brave. I'm definitely in love with what our opponent's playing. I could totally see myself playing what they're playing. For sure. Definitely. So you're going to take the launch the fleet for sure. I think that's what I would take. Yeah. That's certainly what I would take. That's what they took. A lot of the time, if like your opponent just a lot of the time you're gonna take whatever makes their hand Gives their hand some differentiation to it. But I mean, clearly that was clearly the pick. Anyway, how are you guys doing tonight? Hopefully you guys are having a good night. Tuesday night. It is indeed. So, is he trying to give me the opportunity to block and kill the Calamity? Because I can block with Hazaret now. Yeah, I'm really sorry about that, Jade. That is unfortunate. He was trying to play me into a language that I didn't know was there. Fair enough. Whether I double blocked or not, I would have lost both of them. Hazaret dies to languish regardless. So, basically he got a spell out of me. That's all. That's the unfortunate thing. Well, that's not a good draw. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no, sorry, that was my previous draw. Nah, we probably can't win at this point, right? Like, I have... Well, this is game 2. We took game 1. So I would assume that we're going to lose. Probably a game 2 against... So we can needle the Jace. That's the plan. That was probably our needle name anyway. I mean, there is Culligan's command to consider. These little mint tin cards are kind of fun to shuffle, I'll admit. Ooh, alright. This guy's all in on these Calamity. I'm with you. I'm with you, opponent. You gotta attack with that Jace, right? Mentor. Okay. I probably should have drawn with Defiant Strike, actually. Yeah, you gotta send in the message. Okay, so there's a swift end. We'll make some monks. We'll have indestructible pro-black monks. I'm into it. Probably just plays the Reiner. That's disappointing. I wonder if I don't even play Feather. I don't want to lose the Feather, though, to hand disruption. We did take game 1. It looks like we might lose game 2. Pretty likely. Opponent has 3 cards in their hand. I've got nothing. They've got cruises that they're drawing to. So we've probably lost. But, yeah, it's not all bad. Not all bad. I'm enjoying the Pioneer format somewhat. I am enjoying it somewhat. Anybody here played it themselves? I don't think we bother blocking at all. I don't think it's worth. Played it, but I missed my Garrix. There's a mentor. Again, are we in a similar situation where, I mean, I don't want to let us just lose him in the. I don't want to just lose him in the sweeper that might be coming. We pretty much have to find a spell to wombo with Feather to get back into this game, don't we? I don't think I've heard of it. I've wanted to try Oathbreaker for a while, so a format I thought was new. K-Command. What are we going after? So he's going to turn the Jace back on. Yep. If I were my opponent, I would flash back the Languish here. It's pretty dirty. They get to keep the Calidus. I lose Feather and the monks. Because they are a little bit scary. The monks here. Yeah, that's what I would do. Okay, so he goes to Kolaghan's command. Like, kill monk, make me discard. Could even return something. I think you're supposed to make me discard my last card, though. Okay, so you return the other Calidus. Pushes my Feather. Gets a zombie. Looks like we're going to the next game unless I rip something pretty spicy here. Has to be pretty good. That's pretty good. So what am I giving this monk? Lifelink, right? We're at 7. Vigilance is interesting too. Like Vigilance? Yeah, Vigilance is interesting as well. I think it's lifelink. Vigilance is interesting, but he would just block that on the rider. Indestructible is interesting too. I think we need the life, though. I think we want the life points. We can't swing out no matter how you spin this. If I made one of my monks indestructible, I could take out the Jace, sort of. Well, no, there's a 2/3 rider. None of these are good options, are they? Lifelink, he's got the rider. Vigilance, indestructible, maybe, but that's just going to gain him life, isn't it? Yeah. It's not until the end. It's only during this turn. That's unfortunate. Yeah, none of these do what we need. None of these abilities let us break through that rider. So that's disappointing. I was pretty excited about the Gideon, but seeing as how it's shaping out, like we can't take out the Jace like I need to. We could have gained 2 points of life there to give up a monk. I don't think that's worth it. Oh, is this just grow and languish? Be good to know that languish is kind of his sweeper of choice. Oh, drown in sorrow. Good to know. Alright. Opponent has 10 minutes on the clock to play game 3, so we're actually not in that bad of a position, folks. We could come back. So let's sideboard a little bit better if we can. Yeah, the needle's just getting Culligan's commanded doesn't feel good. Maybe that's just not a way that we can go after the Jace. Maybe we just have to bring... Like, Reckless answers both. Maybe we want Surges and Recklesses. I mean, granted, Culligan's command also can return both of those threats, so... Yeah. Let's go with Vanguard over Flanks for sure. I was sitting there thinking which of these is the better. It's obviously the one that makes more creatures. And Grafdigger's Cage would turn off Jace's minus ability. We could fry him. We could fry him up. Are there 2 cards we don't want? I mean, again, Hoplite doesn't scale that well into the late game, but I'm worried that we're just going to end up with another game where I'm sitting on a bunch of spells instead of enough threats. So, I mean, this might be overkill. Certainly I don't want to cut threats. I mean, maybe we cut the Defiant Strikes. They're pretty vanilla. I mean, yes, they're super spicy with Feather, but I don't think this is a kind of a match where we can kind of get away with that value. We'll play the Fries. Gives us another removal for Jace, and we can save the Reckless Rages for Calidus. Those seem to be their threats of choice. Just lots and lots and lots of spells. Draw, and then Jace's, and... Alright, so Brumaz. A bunch of stuff. I mean, it's not great, but I'll keep it. Problem is, he'll probably see the Surge of Righteousness coming, so... We're going to lead on the Clifftop Retreat. Cobra D pitching that Aurelius Fury as well. No, I think that was a cool idea. Yeah, I think that the idea behind playing Fury is kind of neat in a Feather deck in this format. I do think that's neat. Yeah, I do. I think that's cool. You guys having a nice Tuesday? So what do you guys think about a regular Tuesday Brews Day coming up? I'm thinking Tuesday Brews Day, we'll do Try Hard Saturday, something like that. Try hard over the weekend, as in I'll play one of the challenges, is what I'm thinking. Kind of get back into a more regular stream schedule. You guys, I kind of disappeared just trying to finish the game, other things going on. I don't even know if I want to play the Legionnaire without the Brave behind it. We could wait. Force him to have another hand hate. It's more likely... It's very possible there's just another piece of hand disruption here. So. Oh, maybe not. Okay. Alright then. I don't know if I want to play my second threat, to be honest. sweepers. It's not like I'm comboing anything with the feather yet. We actually have a lot of our sideboard cards here. And Brave is one of the few spells that doesn't directly... It indirectly combos with feather, because feather happens to be white, and it's a nice protection spell for feather, but we don't get to rebuy it with feathers. That's something to think about. So there's the Languish. We let it go. So that's a good sign if they're languishing just to take out that. Actually, I'd rather drop Gideon than feather. Rather play Gideon. Gideon Blackblade it is. And he's also white for the Brave the Elements. That's sweet. He is a white creature. Oh, it is Orb Planeswalker. Yeah. Spicy. So this only protects creatures, so we actually are going to lose the Gideon here. Unfortunate. It would be a mistake. It would be a mistake for me to brave the elements there, chat. It would be a mistake. It would not be good. Would not be a good play. So we'll play Feather. Feather's gonna have Brave. So they took the Boros Charm. I think we're gonna get this game. I don't want to speak too soon. It's looking rough for the opponent. Maybe this is an overcommitment from me. Yeah, that might have been the overcommit actually. Yeah, I don't like that play I just made. Would I let that go? No, I think I should Brave. But I think I'm actually walking into a sweeper. Yeah, I think I'm just walking into a sweeper. Oh, they gotta have it. Oh, we won. No Brave, don't Brave. Okay. Hey, on Tuesday Brews Day, we do the full brew, we do a full league, so let's keep going. Things are looking up for us after that unfortunate first round against Burn. Victory! Well, Jade, we certainly the next build could be Naya. I want to fully explore this archetype before I move on to something else. Although there are some other really cool decks out there. Cool thing about Heroic is like this is like mechanics I don't usually play with. It makes interesting, right? Like I'm not usually much for combat tricks. This is an easy mulligan. I'm not much for the combat tricks, you know? That's not really my jam. Not much of a limited player, maybe that's why. I mean, they can be fun, they can be interesting here and there. Thing is, when you have like a deck in a format like Pioneer or Modern or what have you, you know, I'm gonna mulligan this. I will keep this. Again, I think I keep Double Mentor. I'm gonna put back a leader. I think we keep Double Mentor. I'm gonna put back a leader even though I don't have third land yet, but we're on the draw. Yeah, I mean, I think the green splash is quite good. You get Dramoka's command. You get what is that one drop? Oh, mirror match. Okay, I guess we're not as original as we thought. That's okay. These things happen. Do we actually lead Seeker? Yeah, let's lead Seeker the way. Yep, it is the mirror. Weird! Fluffy was telling me there's like a million decks. Oh, they'll have Seekers as well? Fluffy was telling me there's like a billion kajillion decks, and here we are playing against Burn and then the mirror match, and I'm not impressed, Fluffy. Although our build's probably quite a bit different from theirs if we're going on like a token strat. Heroic was a real deck during its standard season. Yeah, there are a million decks, and we hit Burn, and well, I'm not surprised about hitting Burn, but I'm surprised we hit a mirror of sorts. And you know what's cool though? As upset as I am, I'm not actually upset. As frustrating as it might seem, what's neat is we do get to ask them questions, hopefully. Or if they don't want to share the tech with us, we get to see what they're up to. I mean, maybe we win this because we're on a mentor plan, honestly. Like, my opponent's doing fair things and we're doing very unfair things. Mentor's kind of an unfair card, let's be honest. This card's legacy powerful. Although they're going to start rebuying spells, so who's doing the more unfair thing, right? Debatable. Oh, they didn't have it there. They didn't use it. If they had a spell. I'm gonna wait. We got. Why are they using that on the? Why are we Titan strengthening the? I guess for the 1/1 counter. That's reasonable. That's fair. I mean, they're gonna get it back anyway because they have feather. We don't have a feather. They have feather. We don't have a feather. I still think our next turn might be decent, especially if we actually draw a good card. Come on, deck, give us something, because next turn we can go leader. Give me like a protection spell. That would be good. Nope. Wow. All right. Well, leader. I think we just jam. So we get some triggers, quite a few of them actually. Triggers. So many triggers. I mean, I'm assuming he's going to Titan Strength on the Hoplite, but I think we have to jam. Is it also prevent all damage? Yeah, so it's not even going to gain us life, actually. But we get to swing in big with the Mentors. So he's going to Titan Strength on the Hoplite. I mean, if we hadn't drawn a bunch of lands, like, maybe this could have been a game, right? Left it on top. That's scary. Oh my gosh. Oh. Another land? You gotta be kidding me. I'm kind of glad that I at least stacked those triggers correctly. I wasn't even really paying attention, was I? I did make the monks before we had the phalanx leader. That could have been a misplay. I have to pay attention to that. I need to make sure that I'm making the monk tokens before we put the... it's first in, first out, so we want to click on the phalanx leader first. Yeah, we'll have to remember that. Clicking on the his trigger first so that the creatures are in play before the +1/+1 counter would happen, obviously. Mono Green 5-color Walker list. That is spicy, Jade. That is indeed spicy. That is indeed spicy. Oh, that's not what I was trying to do there. That's what I was trying to do. Okay. Well, I mean, I would assume we lose the mirror when our opponent gets their build-around card and we don't get our build-around cards. I mean, don't get me wrong, double mentor is strong, but it's not going to beat my opponent with a feather fully active. It's not going to beat an active feather. We need to rip a removal spell for their feather, like right here. So I can't really afford to take 8. We're going to block there. Could I have double blocked or triple blocked? Or no, we know he has the spell. Well, no, that's not true. Maybe his last card was nothing. Okay, hang on. That might do something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage. But this gives reasonable defense. Gosh, so many lands. We'll be able to block everything nicely except for Feather, but I mean, we're definitely losing this just because they're going to get so much value off of these spells. Getting to grow the Hoplite. They're getting to draw a card off the Defiant Strike every turn. And yes, we will indeed just simply fall behind. Could be worse. They could have had the removal spell. No, Feather's mechanic is really cool. I wish we had one of ours. The deck does seem a little lackluster when we're playing without it. I mean, don't get me wrong, mentors are strong, but the Feather mechanic is pretty strong once you get it going. The dynamics of it is quite strong. I'm just playing on because I want to see if there's some spice over there, if they're just really stock. There's a lot of triggers that go out every time, so I'm pretty safe to F6. If I need to turn off the F6, I certainly can. Yeah, certainly if I need to take off the F6, I can. God willing. Yep, now I can't block. So that is... Well, we'll play on. Maybe we'll show us some more cards. It just looks pretty stock. Looks like there's nothing all that... like I wouldn't expect over there. Blocks we can make, pro white. Alright, sideboard time. So we're kind of like two ships passing in the night, right? No, there's a little bit of interaction. There's a little bit of interaction. Like, Fry is quite good. Or decent. So we'll play the Fries. Could play a Deflecting Palm. This would destroy an opposing feather. Actually, we got a lot of cards to consider. Hold up. So, in the mirror match, what is lackluster? Maybe Brave? Maybe it's Brave? Maybe it's the Boros Charms? I'm trying to think what's kind of on the weak side. I mean, maybe some of these bigger threats are just not where we want to be. Maybe these are what's wrong. Hang on. Yeah, I mean, I like running more removal for their feather. Unfortunately, the thing is with these kinds of spells is pretty much they hit feather and not much all that else. But Fry will. Fry's going to hit pretty much anything here. So he has 6 cuts. There's no way I'm going to make 6 cuts. Maybe the launch and the vanguards we could cut. And some number of leader. Although, no, I think we want the Seekers. I think you want the Seekers. That's an 8. I'm not sure about the Boros Charms either. We'll bring some of that back in, don't worry. I think this is like the... I think this is the beginning of where we want to be, and then we just add to it. 4 cards back in. Probably the Token Makers. And a couple Phalanx Leaders. Okay. Let's do it. We're on the play. Everything is hunky-dory. I'll probably keep this. Needs 1 more land. It's got a Reckless. I think we keep this. Yeah. Let's keep this hand. We are leaguing it up tonight. We brewed for about an hour, and then now we are playing the brew. Typical Tuesday brews day for us, right? I know it's been a little bit. Gideon the draw, huh? Let's play this Vanguard. Oops. Yeah, absolutely, Last God. You can go ahead and post it in chat so that you can talk amongst it with the other folks, and I can scroll back up and look at it. Yeah. Can have some of the folks in our lovely chat here that certainly there's a lot of other brewers, plenty of brewers better than myself, absolutely, right here in this community, Last God. I see you sometimes in the Discord, I think. There's quite a bit of brewing that happens in the Discord for the channel. If you haven't joined it already, you might want to check it out and see if it's a community for you. I mean, it can't hurt to look. Ooh, Searing Blood. Gross. Can't hurt to look, though. That's unfortunate. We did not get the 3rd land. Gosh, we flooded last game hard. I mean, I guess so did our opponent, sort of, but they started drawing through the deck because of the Feather Wombo. We're sitting over here with like a bunch of our different 3-drops. 10th. Okay. None of the sideboard cards that would remove this Legionnaire here. There's a reasonable chance that there's a protection spell to back up that Legionnaire. Okay. No more complaining. So, I think we drop Feather? No. You play Mentor here. Mentor soaks the removal spell, and then we get to keep the Feather. Gideon buys us time, forces them to go after the Planeswalker. I mean, there's several plays here that were maybe okay. Like we kind of want to get Feather out when we have another white source and a God's Willing going. Trying to figure out Grixis Dragon's Control. Mana makes things wonky. Oh, Last God, we just played against a Grixis Control. Their mana seemed fine. They were playing the new fetch, and they were playing a lot of check lands and shock lands. Their mana looked really good. Last God. I wish you were here to see our last round opponent. It was a Grixis Control. It was like a Grixis mid-rangey. It's more like a Grixis mid-range. It was just Calidus and Jace, and the rest of the deck was removal. K commands, lots of hand hate. Didn't see any counter spells though. It was all just removal and hand hate, the whole thing. But maybe that's good right now, you know? Maybe. maybe that's the way to be. Anyway, you guys enjoying your Tuesday? I hope so. This is Tuesday Brews Day. Hanging out, just kind of building something, then we play it. Next time we're going to be playing Magic, at least this week, is Saturday, if not sooner. Be nice to see you guys sooner than that. I do have to spend more time working on the board game. What's next for me on the board game, as far as like the production, or just the things to do. Next thing on the list is by Friday I want to have finalized the rule set. And then that Sunday, I'm going to be printing out a color prototype. And that's going to be coming from the Game Crafter website. I have several paper prototypes, some that I've just put together myself. Actually, to playtest the game, the board game I'm talking about, so he's committed both the Legionnaires. So I'll be paying attention to this game state. I'm surprised that he's not just pumping up the jams to take out the Gideon. Huh. So this is unfortunate we didn't draw the land again, so we could drop Feather. I'm tempted to drop Anax, and Cymede. I think we play Anax and Cymede. I know it doesn't stay. Yeah, it's other creature, by the way, so... You want to go turn 1 Thoughtseize, turn 2 Slumgar Scorn, turn 3 Fireblood? That seems ambitious. It's always fun to see Planeswalkers tapped, right? So there's their Feather, and they have the 4th mana. Yep, we're probably toast. Because next turn, unless I draw land, I can't kill their Feather. Yeah. So what did Gideon do there? He just soaked. So we can Feather, and we can take out their Feather. That's where we begin, right? I think this is our first time this whole league controlling Feather. It's probably just going to get roasted here from the Reckless, right? Yeah. Man, we brought in like a ton of sideboard to remove their white and or red threats, and we're just not seeing any of it. But we get to see what yeah, we're just dead. We get to see what a more pure build of the deck could look like. And maybe this is the more correct way to play. I kind of liked our little token sub-theme though, because I was worried that if our opponents get off a clutch removal spell or 2 against us, we just lose. We take the next 2, we get to play again for free. That would be good. So let's take the next 2. Yeah, so we played against Burn, and so if our weakness is lists that are faster than us, we probably just need more Seeker of the Way. I could have sworn that it's funny. Like as I was building it, I was getting that vibe. I was like, we're just gonna play against Burn a bunch, aren't we? So I should have gone with that gut feeling and just played like did the 2-1 split or 2-2 split of Seeker of the Way. I should have. It's quite good in the archetype. Game turn out okay? No, so game is delayed. So the game is coming out November 13th is the new date of the prequel. I've got a nice little sketch that I put together with a buddy of mine. Who he is an amateur game maker himself. He's been helping me. The game just wasn't ready for the contest. I could have submitted a really shoddy prequel, and for all the effort that I already put into the project, I think it's best that I kind of recoup. I could show you how the game has come, but not until we finish League. Like we're gonna finish the League before we do any sort of after show tonight or any sort of yeah. Whoops. I dropped some cards. It's okay. I'll get them later. So we'll keep this. Finally, like something different. Playing against the Goose. So you know what this probably is going to be? It's probably going to be turn 2 Oko, right? There's a Rage. It's probably turn 2 Oko, isn't it? So we're going to play the Clifftop Retreat. It's probably an Oko coming, right? Did they push back the delivery date? No, I did not submit for the contest, actually, is what happened, Barwick. But that didn't stop me from moving forward with the game. That has not stopped me. That has not stopped me. Yeah, it has not stopped me from still moving forward with the game. I've got a story, I've got characters that I want to share the story of. The prequel is just a dice battler, actually. Garrick Huntsman is down to $1.34. Trademark. Oh, I know what we're playing against. Yep. Playing against Marvel. Grafdigger's Cage will be good. We can live that long. Marvel. Oh, well now I know what we're playing against. It's actually a cat combo build. But why does he need the attune with Aether? Is this just Felidar? Is he just playing all the win conditions? This is wonderful. So they're playing Felidar combo, and it looks like they might also be playing Marvel in the same deck. Okay. Interesting. You know what? I kind of like keeping all our options open. Let's just go ahead and toast the Guardian. Mentor will live through this due to the prowess. Let's go ahead and just remove this Guardian. But I'm going to hold open Rage and these protection spells. Not that I necessarily need the protection spell. But in the end step I could just God's Willing on the Phalanx Leader. And if we stack the triggers correctly, we'll get a bunch of +1 counters going on. Some nice synergy going on between these two. Yes, indeed. Hotel Internet indeed is scrappy. Copycat is indeed pretty powerful in the format. Yes, I agree with that assessment. I agree with that assessment. Another fellow Dark Guardian. Okay. So click the phalanx leader first, and then we're good. And then we brave the elements, and they should be dead. Well, they can activate a food though, so. Maybe they're just dead. Hang on, Boros Charm. For 4 damage, or do we want to give double strike? You want to give double strike here, don't we? Don't we just kill them? Is this what we were hoping for right here, chat? And then Boros Charm double strike on the phalanx leader to pump everybody? Yeah, I think we just won. Would you look at that? See, okay, sure we're not like a pure heroic deck, but we can go wide like this and just go crazy. It's gonna have summoning sickness anyway, so green. Doesn't matter when I do the Boros Charm. Oh, I don't even need to show the Boros Charm. Well, they're at 15 though. They didn't die there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. They crack a food, they're still alive. But, alright. I'm all for not having to show the Boros Charm. I'm all for that. Okay, so they're playing Saheeli. So do we want Needle? We were ready for this matchup, right? We have Fries. We have Decrees. Yeah, we were ready for this matchup, weren't we? Cut a Seeker. But at least we were ready for this matchup. Are they on Marvel too? Do we want Grafdigger's Cage? I guess Marvel gets turned off with Pithing Needle as well. Yeah, needle effects do turn off some of the more popular things in the format right now. So Needle for sure, because that turns off Saheeli and Marvel. That's an A+ card in this situation. So it's weak. I guess Gideon could be weak. They're not really interacting with us. We don't need like resilient stuff. Like Anax and Saimi could actually stay. Maybe you cut a strike. I should never cut the strikes because I'm already on only 2 of those. Just maybe a mistake. Alright, so we swapped Gideon and the main deck Seeker for the 2 needles. Is there anything else that we need? Like there's Fries. Seems like it's a good choice. Decrees hit Saheeli at least. They won't do anything else than take out Saheeli, but 2 mana to answer a Planeswalker and Scry is pretty strong. They had 2 mana. They had two birds. Couldn't they tap both of those birds to make 2 mana to activate the food? I mean, I don't know if it would have. They would have needed a combo the next turn, right? Yeah, they had 2 goose. I keep saying birds. They're geese. They had 2 geese. They had dos geese. What do we cut here? I'm not quite sure what I want to cut. So that's an issue. So I'm going to cut a little bit of everything because I'm not quite sure what is weak in this matchup yet. Oh, it was a summoning sick goose. Oh, okay. I wasn't paying attention then. This is a one lander and it's a clifftop retreat at that. We're on the draw. Still kind of want to look at a 5. We got burned by that earlier in the... Oof. Alright, well, we'll keep, but we're going to get rid of the Battlefield Forge. And a Foundry. So it took us mulling to 5 to get a hand that I was relatively okay with. Hope you guys are enjoying the show tonight. I'm having fun playing some Pioneer. This is actually my first time playing the format. There's a sideboard card. It's a Shyborg card. Sweet. See, now I'm curious to go on like MTG Goldfish or something and see what other players were doing with Heroic, because we kind of brewed in the dark. I would like to see maybe what somebody else has thought of. C, play Pioneer. C and B. Oh. Oh. Hey. Hey there. Hi there. Ho there. 10th District. The Heart of Kiran. Sweet. It's a pretty sweet card. Oh, thanks for pulling that up for me, Lost God. And I have to look at your list too, right? You said it was the Grixis. I mean, I think I just fry to Fury, right? Oh, maybe not, because he's going to power Heart of Kiran. So if I go to Fry to Fairy, he'll just in response, yeah, he's gonna pilot. There's nothing I can really do to stop him from piloting the Heart of Kiran this turn. I'm trying to think if there's a way that I could do anything to stop that. No, I think we just Fry to Fairy. We're just happy with it. He was going to pilot the Heart of Kiran anyways, so we'll just take out the Fairy. We're kind of hoping for third land with this hand, aren't we? Last God brewed like 500 decks. Deck I posted was black-white tokens. Okay. I'm interested in some token strategies. There's Brave the Elements in this format. So I think like a white-based tokens deck, there's a lot of potential. Mentor's in this format. Brave is in this format. Give me Thoughtseize, give me Mentor, and give me like a bunch of protection spells. That's where maybe we should have began this list. I thought about playing something like that, like an Esper Mentor, or just like a straight up Mentor. Just a deck that focuses around Monastery Mentor I thought could be cool for this format. What about an Esper list that's double Mentor? It's like plays like 7 or 8 of the Mentors. Okay, so hold up. Do you drop an X? Okay, we saw Reflector Mage. Do you drop these two or do you drop an X? Let's drop the 3-drop. Look at us just playing creatures. This is very un-BrewSpy of me. Although, I should have attacked first because now they know they can block the Hoplite for free. That was stupid of me. Yeah, I don't know why I'm playing my threat pre-combat. That's foolish. Because he might have respected the pump on the Hoplite. The correct sequence there was absolutely swing. Swing then play. That was what we were going to do. But anyway. Yeah, they gotta be on both combos. I think they've literally just mashed both Marvel and Felidar combo into this wondrous deck over here. That's not me knocking it. I think that's cool. I think this is sweet. I think I like what I'm seeing. I think I like what I'm seeing. It's mystic. I don't really want him to know my last card is a land. I think we're okay with this. Well, if I have a combat trick, then the hoplite should be swinging. This would give away that I don't have it, but I don't have it. Oh, yeah. He has enough power to pilot the Heart of Kiran. I'm being an idiot. I'm throwing away my creature, because I'm not thinking about it. I'm not thinking about it. It's okay. It's okay, chat. We did take the first game, right? So, yeah, we did. A mistake here or there won't cost us the whole league, per se. I wasn't thinking about the heart. Did not think about the heart of the cards there. It's okay. We'll learn from it. So opponent probably Reflector Mages this Phalanx Leader. That's what I would do with this. Oh yeah, you shrug it off. Like the fact that I backed off with the favored hoplite like made it even worse. It made it even more obvious that I might have not thought about things, you know? That's what I get for playing a creature turn him sideways strategy, right? I'm being less cerebral. I'm literally just like, yeah. It's not my typical deck archetype. It's not typical. All right, here we go. Big scary thing. Okay, there's the Reflector Mage. Lo and behold, that is the choice. I totally agree with that. Well, that's scary. Is he setting up for like a delve spell or something by playing the extra Heart of Kiran? The Heart of Kiran. Not sure. Of course, now I draw a Defiant Strike that I wish I could use on this Phalanx Leader. I don't really want to... I mean, we're falling behind here, folks. I think we're just going to die to this Heart of Kiran. Which is a super cool. This is one of the coolest vehicles, by the by. It's a very cool card. I like the design on that card a lot, that literally a Planeswalker can fly it. I think that's such a cool flavor. I think that was really cool design. I mean, if we don't draw an answer to the Heart of Kiran, we die anyway. Even if I wait to play the Phalanx Leader and then Defiant Strike. I mean, sure, we'll do that, and then I can try to draw an out, but... Okay, so we drew a Brave. They're at 13. So how much damage do I have access to here? Also, they could still block even if I name green. You know what? Maybe I didn't have enough mana to even do this play because we're at 4. Maybe I didn't have enough mana to justify that just now. Because maybe I had to Defiant Strike to find exactly an out to the Heart of Kiran. Or Kiran. I think we're bested here. I think we're going to be going game 3. Just kind of didn't shake out. We'll kick it back to the opponent. Yeah, I mean, why would you even block here if I was my opponent? If we had the Anax and Psymead, would we be in a different spot? Maybe. We might be if we hadn't thrown away our creature. I don't know. It's hard to say. I'd love to see if they've surely they've got Marvels and Felidars. Like the Teferi tells me a lot that they probably do just have kitty combo in here. And maybe I should Defiant Strike the Legion just to try to find that out. That's true. I'm probably supposed to use the Defiant Strike on the 10th street to try to find. Okay, that wouldn't hit that. I was gonna say we'll go ahead and concede here, and then I'll draw another card to see if the Scry was relevant. Because I could have Defiant Struck the 10th street Legionnaire. No, it was a land. Okay. All right. So let's go game 3. Let's play a little better. So they do go a little bit more wide over there. I mean, do we want Wear Tears? The Heart of Kieran looked really, really, really good over there. Like, Seeker might have even been good. I think this game kind of, like, they definitely can slow the game down enough that I don't think I really have all that much interest in the favorites. Let's play the Wear Tears. And let's play... you know what? I think the Flanks leader might be more important than the Vanguards. So I think we just need to be able to go big, not necessarily wide. I kind of want us to just go big here. Well, what's something else I could cut instead? I could cut the Legionnaires. If I'm not even targeting them anyway, it's kind of moot. I don't know, do we want to try to go under? I mean, that's the thing, like, that's the other thing we could do is we could try to go under, which would be more like launch the fleet. Yeah, what would going under look like? See what that might look like real quick, chat. Being a little bit lighter on the sideboard tech. Actually, that would be me just not really sideboarding at all, just running the needles because it answers both of their things. Running all our threats, just try to punch in. Alright, we'll try to go under. We're going to try to go under, but I'm still going to run the Pithy Needles because they beat both Felidar combo and Marvel, which it seems like my opponent is on. I also could needle the Heart of Kiran. The Heart of Kiran. Their heart, Osborne. Alright, mulligan. I would keep here. Except the mana's a little awkward because wow, we have no planes to pair with these retreats. Oof. Maybe I just, well, no, we're on the draw. No, you know what, we can go greed. Let's go greedy. I'm gonna go greedy. Don't do what I just did, by the way, chat. Don't do what I just did. Putting back a land, I think that's foolish when we're on the play, but we'll see. Once upon a time. Card's ridiculous. Card is absurdorino. Card is pretty fantastic. Why did they think this was a good idea? Oh my gosh, why did they think that was a good idea to put on that card? was pretty sweet what our opponent just did. Pretty sweet what they just did, indeed. Like, they played the land that they grabbed off the Once Upon a Time. Like, maybe the other lands that they had couldn't play the Gilded Goose turn 1, so they Once Upon a Timed into the land to enable the turn 1 Goose. Like, come on. Come on. Seems like green might be the manipulation color of choice in this format. Oath of Nissa, Once Upon a Time. Look at green. Look at green these days, Melfina. Oh, there's an Oko. Alright, are we going to get rewarded for my greed and we're going to find that third land and play out this feather? Maybe. Maybe we do. Maybe we don't. I mean, I'm still going to play the Seeker. We're still developing the board. And even if next turn isn't a... yeah, even if next turn isn't land... Another Once Upon a Time. Wow. Opponent's making that card look great. No, the card is great. The card is very good. Card is pretty ridiculous. Pretty good. It's a pretty good card. I mean, the fact that it's instant means you could also like build it into something even like, I don't know, maybe even like counter spells. In theory. There's a Felidar Guardian we'll want to Reckless. We can use the Seeker the way to do it. It's unfortunate that I don't have a way to grow the Vanguard here, because I'd rather be targeting the Vanguard with the Reckless Rage, but I don't want to kill my own token producer, obviously. It would be pretty bad. It would be a mistake. It would be indeed a mistake. What's been the consensus for you folks about Pioneer? Do you like the format? This is my first jump into the format. I was kind of hoping for some spicier decks. We played the Mirror, we played Burn. The Grixis match was interesting. I'm not just saying that because we won it. It really was interesting. It really was interesting. So there's a couple different ways we could win this combat here. I mean, Brave works. I kind of want to save the Defiant Strike for Feather. Although this is bad because I'm not going to be able to play my Feather though because of this play. We get rid of the Rogue Refiner, but he could still Felidar Guardian the Oath of Nissa. Taking out the Goose isn't an awful idea either. Something else we could do is kill the Goose. No, I don't like the play I just made at all. And I don't have a land drop either. I think that was foolish. I think I should have. I didn't want to give up the Vanguard of Brahmaz, but I also didn't want to miss the opportunity to play Feather. I mean, maybe it'll be okay when we draw a land next turn, and I can Feather and start Defiant Striking or Reckless Raging. It's wide open. Seems fine. Oko OP, says Kron. Let's wait and see if we draw a fourth land, an untapped land, and see if we can't toast the Guardian after we play Feather. So it looks like we're just killing the Guardian. Means I'm giving up this Reckless Rage, but at least we still have Defiant Strike Feather potential. I'm not going to leave the Guardian on the table. As a nope. Yeah, their lists are out. I didn't look at them because I wanted to brew from a fresh perspective, but I should definitely look and see what the rest of the community has come up with. Maybe it can help this. Maybe, you know what? Maybe somebody's come up with a better color combination for a heroic list. I mean, for better or worse, we tried a token sub-theme today, Mentors. But Mentor does play well with a lot of these spells that we're playing, these combat trick spells. So hard to say. Yeah, I feel like Oko might have been really pushed hard. When you think about the card, okay, so it's going to come in with 4 loyalty, and it has 2+ abilities. It could be 5 loyalty, 6 loyalty. I feel like the card might have been kind of pushed, you know? Did it really have to be 4 loyalty with a +2? Did I hear the quote from Play Design about Oko? I've heard murmurings. I didn't actually read the quote. I've heard murmurings of people talking about that it was like a last-minute decision or something to like change things about the card, or it was rushed or something. That would be a real shame for a card to just be banned in like a lot of formats just because they just clearly got it wrong. I feel like Planeswalkers especially need to be very, very carefully tested, you know? They straight up said they didn't consider the +1 being used on opponents' things. That's embarrassing. What are you doing, R&D? What? Heroic should go for green. Yeah, BMath, we were gonna do the green splash. Oh, nice, we drew it. So we were gonna do a green splash, and then we shied away from it, just to try a more pure mana base. I wish we'd just done it. So do we want to go wide or do we want to go big? We want to go big here, right? So we can kill off the Oko this turn. Pretty sure we want a Phalanx Leader instead of... Yeah. So let's Defiant Strike on the Phalanx Leader. So we have to send everything at Oko if we want to take out the Oko, or I just go face and then they're dead next turn. Like, we also have Brave. I think I just ignore the Oko. Granted, he's got 5 loyalty on this guy, so he could sacrifice the Oko to gain control of, like, my Phalanx Leader. I guess we could respect the Oko. I mean, it pretty much guarantees that he's toast if we just go all at him, right? Block here. Yeah. We'll respect the Planeswalker, I guess. We're still looking pretty good next turn. Unless the random sweeper, random combo out of nowhere. Very possible. Oh, that's Saheeli. Check out the clip on this article. We can watch it together. Alright, so do we lose now? Show me Felidar Guardian. In fairness, I don't have any mana anyway. Nice. Games. And good luck with the rest of your league. Alright. I'm not going to make him go through the combo. That's no fun for me to watch, you to watch. We all know that he's got it. That's how the combo works. Haven't played against Feather before. Cool card, you too, says the opponent. Thanks. It is indeed a neat wombo. I was telling him, I was asking him if he jammed Marvel in this thing too. I guess he's gone back to details though. Alright. We should still play it out though because if we win this next round, we do get some points. I am interested in those points. Let's do it. So yeah, I'll watch this clip with you guys. Hang on, let me turn off the music and we'll see what they're saying here. Oh, come on, don't do this to me. There we go. Oh. What? Hang on, hang on. What? Oh, come on. Uh-huh, yeah, look at the data. Yep. Yes. Alright. Well. Wow. Yeah, I had not heard that particular clip. Sad's not really the word. They get paid to make sure that the game is good. Right? I mean, in fairness, like, you know, I'm not trying to just be mean about it. I'm just saying, like, isn't that the job description? Like, that you pay me to test and make good magic. Wizards of the Coast doesn't hire people because they're good. Yeah, obviously not. Like, that's such a basic. That's funny. I'm not even mad. It's just hilarious to me. Not even mad. Oh shoot. Well, I mean, we're on the draw. Speaking of bad, oh my goodness, no threat. Bunch of pump spells. Bound to happen at some point in the league. I don't want to mulligan to 5 though. I thought we had enough creatures. We have essentially 22 creatures. It's not good to speak bad about others either. So, I mean, yes, it's clear that they made a mistake. And you know what? If what happens is they have to ban this could have been really cool card, so be it, you know? Or at least ban him from some formats. I mean, the guy, like, is the card showing up in Legacy? Is that like a thing or no? That's what I'm curious about. Are people playing it in Legacy? It is blue. You can pitch it to Force. Extra copies. They like to hire who they like. I mean, but what company doesn't do that though? Like hire because they know somebody, you know? Oh, this is not good for us. This is not good. Playing against Abzan, this is gonna be sweet. No, exactly. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, I think what I said could have been construed. What I said could be construed as I'm saying they're not good at their job. And I don't necessarily want to do that either. You know, we all make mistakes. I just wish, you kind of wish that they would admit that they made a mistake sooner, right? Gonna draw some cards. Abzan Charm, that's sweet. Makes me want to play like Sultai in this format, play like Sultai Charm. There's like a lot of cool cards out there that, oh, that's unfortunate for us. We cannot kill that. I mean, obviously we're losing the game if I'm doing nothing and they just get to play Siege Rhinos and I draw this guy like really late in the game. Yeah, we're pretty screwed. What do I do? Launch the fleet here? That's kind of sad. Launch the fleet. I'm trying to think if there's a way I can maneuver the Siege Rhino without making the creature now. Well, sorry, it's when it attacks. Never mind. Yeah, the launch is very much a 1, maybe 2 of in our deck, isn't it? I mean, that's how many we're playing. Yeah, people can certainly be. I don't want to be. I don't want to come off. That's what I'm saying. Be mad is I don't want to come off as that hypercritical. You know. I'm just gonna let it ride. I'm gonna let the Siege Rhino ride. Okay. Oh, no help is coming from the top. Okay, so we can make. Target the leader. It'll pump the leader. Attack. This hand just didn't come together, really. Hand did not come together. Let's play the Vantage, actually. We actually ended up drawing a lot more land than I would have liked to have seen. Rhino. Okay, so we're going to Boros Charm the leader to grow the team. What little team we have. Come on, deck. Oh, boy. Double strike. Hey. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe I should be waiting on this. That's true, because the double strike next turn, I could have... Because he pumps, first strike, then we brave. What am I doing? Just trying to make them bigger now. Because we have plenty of mana. Like, the problem... Yeah, my choke point wasn't mana. That was foolish. That was just a bad play, quite frankly. Yeah, because that double strike could have been really significant the next turn, or I could have gone indestructible. Maybe taken out one of the rhinos that way. That was very loose. All right, well, we've got a rage, we've got a brave. I can take out at least one of the rhinos, depending on how I play it and if they have interrupts. I'm assuming there's things like abrupt decay or such over there, right? This year just felt like a year of oops, we didn't think it'd be that good in Magic. Yeah, maybe. I'm not happy with how I played that last turn at all. I was sitting there thinking, I was like, wait, if I'm making this play, it's because, like, if I'm making that play, it's because I value growing my team and I'm choked on mana. I wasn't choked on mana. So I just get to flip that Nissa. I guess I could have stopped them flipping the Nissa by using the Reckless Rage. Wait, no, that's not true. I don't get priority to... No, Nissa does have a trigger. Holy Siege Rhino, Batman. So I actually had a moment to kill the Nissa, just for the record. I know I'm kind of just moving on. But the Nissa, since she has a trigger when she comes in, she remains a creature. There's a moment before the opponent could just immediately play a land to flip her. It's one of the reasons why I don't personally like 3-mana Nissa, but she is quite good in certain decks. So let's actually play better Magic this time. So Fry can actually take out Rhino. They are white. This deals 5. Decree takes out Rhino. They're black. I don't know, do you want to go underneath? I feel like they're just going to grind us out. Like, we should normally try to go underneath a deck like that. I don't know if we can, though, because we've kind of made us into a bit of a... You could argue that we've kind of diluted the strat with a little bit of token generation, right? And go wide. So if we're gonna go wide, we need to do it the right way. Or do we want to try to grind? I mean, I guess grind is the plan game 3 if there is a game 3. This game we just need to play the most efficient removal spells for the Rhino, and then we just gotta kind of make our way through. Let's not throw it all away just because it feels like we made a mistake. I also don't know about launch. I feel like we haven't had enough mana for this to be good yet. This feels like a bit of a meme. I liked the concept when you were pitching it to me, Ike. I don't even know if he's here anymore. Somebody pitched this to me in the list, and I was very excited about the card, but we haven't even really used it productively once. I actually prefer Devout Decree, even though it's a sorcery, because it gets the scry. Like, we get to take out the, this is like way more than I was bargaining for. Man, what is up with this playlist? I need something just, like, chill. I need something, let's find something much more, yeah. There we go. Something more not in my face. Alright. Yeah, let's go with the decrees. We brought in the extra threat. We took out the Gideon. Took out the launches. Jam. Let's try to go underneath this second game, and then we'll go over the top. Or not over the top. We'll just try to grind back a little bit. Play like the Hazaret and the Porphyros. Play Gideon. Play all the answers to some of these threats. Kind of switch it up into more like a token strat game 3. This is definitely not the hand to do it. This hand could do it. Well, not really. Shoot. It's a very real possibility that there are Thoughtseizes over there, so yeah. Care to see a list similar? Absolutely. We played against one, actually. Kron. At least this hand has a dream. Yeah, so we're going to put the Reckless Rage back. Yeah, I'd love to see a list. I mean, we kind of just went off our own plans. Kind of our own decisions. I mean, when it comes to a new format, I try not to spoil myself with lists. Initially, I kind of like to brew off of... Yep, there goes the feather. Kind of like to brew with no... without spoiling myself, just kind of brew and not, you know, not feel like I don't want to play the Foundry because that's what we just drew. Since they just Thoughtseized us. This hand had a dream and it was thwarted by Thoughtseize. I was going to say if the deck is kind to us, we'll just rip another feather off the top, right? So this is why I kind of wish I was playing the Black Splash, because Sorin, Kolaghan's Command, like, the most important card in your deck is Feather, and so a Black Splash, even more so than Green, granted Green gives you protection, I think the Black Splash was, so no offense, and maybe that's because I'm biased, because I was the one that was pitching that we play the Mardu variant. I think that the Mardu variant was actually what we should have gone with. Oh, did we get rid of it? Oh, we moved it into the sideboard. I think the... Hang on, let's open a new copy. I think the Mardu build of the deck was what we should have done. But let's go back. Let's not be rude to my opponent. So they're Liliana-ing... Oh, yeah, this is... We have no hope now. This is rough. That looks like that's how the end of this league. We mulligan and get thought seized. Have a bunch of pump spells in our hand. Protection, pump spells, burn spells. Oh yeah. Yeah, Soren. No. Yeah. Is it Solemn Visitor? It's this one. That's why I was opening a new copy. Just real quick. I wanna. No, Vengeful Bloodlord actually. -X, return something. So actually, we can take out the Liliana. So all hope is not lost. Kablam. Kablam. What do you guys want to do after this league? I don't have time for another league tonight. We'll definitely do the can't talk tonight. We will definitely do the normal wrap-up where we talk about the decks, and that's the more appropriate spot for me to be like, yeah, we should have played a splash color. Like, our mana was perfectly fine, I think. Did we just come back? Did we just come back from this? Did we just come back? I mean, I know about the Fatal Push, sure, but did we just come back? Maybe? Well, let's see if this Mentor survives. You like a review of the black-white list? Sure. Yeah, I can do that too, Last God. Always happy to look at your guys' lists. No blocks. No problem. I think it's more important just to do cool things with Mentor than even worry about playing this Seeker. Because we know he's going to play the Rhino. I mean, we might put the Seeker of the Way into play. I'd almost rather just take out the Courser of Crufix instead of playing Seeker. So Hoplite says, cast a spell, put a 1/1, prevent all damage that would be dealt with this turn. So technically, well, actually, regardless, the Reckless Rage won't kill Hoplite. Making the pumps, doing the things, doing the things. We know there's a Fatal Push over there, but he actually can't use it here on the Mentor. He might have another removal spell. That's kind of the cool thing about Mentor is even if... So he's going to push the Hoplite. Okay. So he's going to fizzle the Reckless Rage. Yeah, maybe I should have used the Reckless Rage on my Mentor. Oh, does he have another removal spell? Murderous Cut. Wow, this was an interesting exchange. Okay. Alright then. So it didn't matter whether we targeted our Mentor or the Hoplite. I shouldn't have targeted the Hoplite though. Actually, I knew about the Fatal Push. We saw it. We saw it when the yeah, we did see that. That was maybe a yeah. I don't like that play that I just made. Yeah, we shouldn't have done that. Turn this music down a little. It's a little loud. At least it doesn't fizzle. Oh, it doesn't? It's just you have to target? Ah, I like this card a lot more. I'm with you. Because it has and. Yeah, it has and. It's not like an if clause, it's like an and. You are correct, sir. Oh, now we draw a feather after we, like, splurged all our spells. Of course we draw a feather the turn after we've used a lot of our spells to fight over a Mentor staying. That's funny. I mean, it's not funny. It's not haha funny. It's like we're going to lose the game funny. It's just funny that it happened that way. Nissa the Fastwood Seer. She sees things. And she has this, like, cool sword. making cards, I have a much higher appreciation for just games in general, card games in general. All right, let's play into this sweeper that they don't have, right? I would like a spell, please. We're in trouble. Siege Rhino wants to get in there. All right. Yeah, card's just solid overall. Wow, another one. It's always another Rhino. Welp. I think that's it. I think that's it for us. Right, we had to win this first game by going under. We did not go under. We got thought seized and then wrecked. Yeah, the Abzan deck looks good. They're making it look good. Is there any block that I live through and then win? No, we're done. And that's the league. So real quick, we'll go over some of the cool things about the red-white. We'll go over some of the cool things about maybe some of these other builds we could have done for tonight. We ended up just going with a nice plain red-white. This is where I started earlier in the week, just thinking about this. This is where we terminated for the league today. I liked a lot of the cards. Some of them we didn't get to use, like the Porphyros I thought was really cool technology. What I can say is I think this either needs to commit even further into the tokens and protecting the Mentor. I think Mentor really wanted to be paired with things like Thoughtseize or Counter Magic. Pairing Mentor with protection spells is also good, but I think we need to pick two of those axes. So in other words, Hand Hate and also protection. Hand Hate and also Counter Magic. Counter Magic and protection. I think we should have perhaps focused the deck a little bit more around some of our most powerful cards. Which I think we kind of lost it in here, maybe. I think also, just judging from how a lot of these games played out, I think the Black Splash actually could have been a lot better. Would have given us Thoughtseize, and that's just a very strong card in the format. But I think the Black Splash giving us like Butcher, giving us, you can see we actually had picked out all those lands because I was thinking that was what we were going to do. I mean, green was a good consideration too, because green would have given us Blossoming Defense. But I think in black, like Butcher, so Dreadhorde Butcher can be quite good in these kinds of decks. Grows, it's going to remove something if they remove it. I think this card is actually kind of sweet. And then, of course, like we could play like some number of Sorin. Sorin being able to rebuy the Feather, being able to rebuy like Legionnaire, etc. We were originally going to play a more Temur Battle Rage kind of build, where you're just kind of focusing on one. One of the things I didn't like was that Feather in the token build didn't synergize very well with the go wide strategy. Didn't really synergize well with the Brave the Elements. There was no synergy between Feather and the Brave the Elements. So if I was to rebrew this, I'd either go into green for Dramoka's Command and Blossoming Defense. Not really much else. I mean, we considered some of these other like some of them were sideboard cards like Veil of Summer. We considered a Singleton Become Immense perhaps, and then Hero of Lena Tower as a dump. Early game also, but as a mana dump, you can just keep. As long as we have something to target her, you can just pump a whole lot of mana into this card. Black, of course, the ability to rebuy our creatures. The mana was the cleanest for Mardu. It was cleaner for Mardu than it is for Naya, because of specifically the fact that it has access to more of these fast lands. There isn't one other than Vantage for Naya, I do believe, in this format. But there is decent Mardu mana because of Concealed Courtyard. Little things like that, little edges like that, I think make me feel like I wish I'd played tonight for you guys. The Mardu list, between Butcher and cool cards like Dreadboard seems like sweet in this format. Everybody's jamming Okos and Planeswalkers. There's no Terminate that I'm aware of in the format, but certainly Dreadboard could be a thing. Yeah, like Sorin, Culligan's Command, sign me up. Like I feel like this is what we should have been doing. That's what I was leaning us towards, but we ended up just playing a more plain Boros, and that's fine. I think the more plain Boros needs to almost terminate more like a burn deck does. Just kind of just try to get in there. Dreadhorde Butcher's waiting to be busted. Yeah, I wish. Yeah, again, if I could rebrew it, it actually would look like. I mean, I'd split off and build both the green splash and I'd build the black splash. Let's do the black splash because I think I'm pretty well convinced myself that it was black that I wish I'd played. Pretty well convinced myself of that. And like for 3-color decks, if you're the aggressor, Mana Confluence is great. Obviously, if you do come up against burn, it's really, really sad. It's like you almost can't tap that land. But I mean, Brutality can maybe patch up some of that issue. You could maybe go heavier into Brutality. Because we did play against 2 decks that were lower to the ground than us during the league. Yeah, something like that. We thought about playing Zada as a bit of a meme. That was kind of a fun idea. I think I'll advise against that. Grafdigger's Cage doesn't stop us from... Grafdigger's Cage does turn off Sorin Vengeful Bloodlord, but it doesn't turn off Culligan's Command, right? Yeah. Culligan's Command still works even if there's Cage. So K Command looked really great when we were playing against our Grixis opponent. Coincidentally, that was one of the players we beat. But tonight, let's sort this. This is more Legionnaires. Yeah, this looks more correct. That's a 61 with 22 land. So cut something somewhere. Maybe the Trailblazer. Maybe a Trail. Yeah. Maybe you cut a Trailblazer. I think the launch the fleet felt awkward. I like it as a fun of. I almost would rather try what you were suggesting, which was the Aurelius Fury, to like keep silencing the opponent. I mean, there's some cool spice you could do. I feel like the launch the fleet is more of a if you're doing the tokens thing. Yeah, let's play the Fury. I think that would have been cool. I think Gideon in theory is cool too, because like this build with the Battle Rages is kind of more focused on just one threat. Maybe even 4th Thoughtseize. But yeah, I think something more like this probably could have done better tonight. No guarantee, but I think this would have had a lot more of the tools perhaps we needed to best our opponents tonight. And then we have 2 more. I mean, just for now, just for a placeholder, I'll just stick some more Collective Brutalities. That's not exactly correct. Well, I mean, depending on how much burn is floating around, it is. Maybe. Oh no, we need some Wear Tears. Hang on. We're going to do that instead. As tempting as it is, just jam some more Brutalities. And again, I'd rather like incorporate the Seekers into the main board. Let's do that. Let's do that actually. I thought the Porphyros idea was cool, but this isn't like a tokens build, right? Yeah, this isn't a tokens build, so the Porphyros is not nearly as spicy here. Yeah, there you go. We'll play Hammer of Porphyros, right? But no, the deck does need like some grindy ways to not just get screwed post board. I mean, again, this could be a mentor deck because it's got the access of hand hate as well as other angles, which our previous deck didn't have. Like even Mardu has those angles where we can like reanimate the mentor. I felt like mentor tonight did feel pretty bonkers, but maybe some of these cards are more so out of the sideboard. Like even the Sorin maybe is going to come out of the sideboard. And Aurelius Fury I feel like is going to shine when we know they go wide, or we know where the silence is going to be spicy. So maybe we do something more like this. And then we have 2 more spots for the main board. Trailblazer. We could play more Butchers. Could play more Dreadhorde Butcher. Could play another Arcanist. Or, I mean, these last couple slots could literally just be 2 Sorin. I do think Sorin is pretty absurd. Maybe we just play 2 Sorin. And then there's a sideboard slot that opens up. Could go back to playing another Devout Decree. I don't think... You know, Devout Decree is a lot less spicy in this deck because we already have access to things like Dreadbore. I don't know if I want to use a sideboard slot for that. Arcanist could be spicy, though. What about Heroic Jeskai? Be better? Oh, there is a Jeskai Ascendancy list that I'm tempted to look into. I guess somebody's already figured it out. I mean, that's fine if somebody else figures it out. I don't have to figure it out all the time. So maybe another Arcanist. So maybe we go Arcanist, move one of the Seekers to the board because now we have 2 Sorins here. And then that gives us room for one more something. Yeah, we already opened another copy, so I can go ahead and delete the green splash potential. Some sort of a spicy sideboard card's all I'm missing now. Excuse me. And again, like, you could just play these Mentors in the main board too. Side one of the Sorins, do a 1-1 split on the Sorin, maybe? Maybe Gideon's not main deck? Are we an aggro deck running Dreadbore and Kolagans? I like the Kolagans command at least, because I just feel like sometimes we just they just answer all our threats and we just need to pick them back up again. Like the Dreadbore, even both of them could be sideboard cards. Like my concern is, here, let's just play the Seeker. My concern isn't, it's not even so much that I feel like we sometimes run out of gas and I just need to reload. And I think that's kind of where Sorin can kind of come in. Like, the Sorins and the Kolagans commands can kind of help us in a nice way if we do get thwarted. And again, maybe that's still 1-1 split on the Sorin, and then that gives me another main deck slot for... I mean, we could just play that Shock. The Shock that's got... what is that spell? Deal 2, and it's Ferocious. I thought about having a singleton of that. 1 or 2 of it, actually. Slash, yeah. And again, I like, as cool as Battle Rage is, like in a lot of spots in a heroic build, Mardu Charm, that's a meme. Like, I actually really liked how Boros Charm performed tonight, by the way, folks. It's a bit of a meme. I did like how Boros Charm performed. Being able to take out Planeswalkers, being able to protect our threats, also being a combat trick, whereas Battle Rage is only ever just a combat trick. I know that's weird to say. I actually think I kind of prefer the Boros Charm in some ways. We want more cantripping 1-drop spells. We could play more Defiant Strikes. Yeah, all 3 modes indeed good for this build. So that's 19 creatures, 1 planeswalker. Third Defiant Strike, 4 Willing, 3 Thoughtseize, 1 Slash, 3 Rage, 2 Legionnaire, 2 Butcher, 2 Arcanist. And it's just like, in here, we're just like, wish we could figure out which one I liked more. We'll leave it at that, though, for now, chat. That'll be a good starting place, at least for next time. And then as far as the Naya build, that was just Knight. I really like Dramoka's Command. So, I mean, like, those are the big reasons to be in green, is, like, the Dramoka's Command and then the Hexproof Pump, if I can think of the name of that spell. Quite good. So, let's go ahead and take a peek at Last God's list that he wanted me to take a peek at. I'll do so. Design's not easy, takes time to design. Yeah. Alright, so Aetherborn. I'm with you so far. Siphoners. Okay, so we got some Gideon love going on here. A lot of Gideon love going on here. Yep, Legion's Landings makes sense to me. We're playing Dreadhorde Invasion. Okay. Alright, Oath of Kaya. So, what's the question? Okatekra? For her 4 ability? Oh, well, you're probably going to turn this god on from your token strategy. That's true. Horde Chief. Oh, interesting choice on the Horde Chief. Oh, okay. I could see that being significant. Ooh, I like Murderous Rider quite a bit. Like, Murderous Rider is pretty insane because it also destroys planeswalkers. Like, this card is actually very good. I've seen lots of people benefit from the card. It's black, so I wouldn't want to put it in the deck that I was building, because we're white for Dranas. Interesting. That's a lot of castles. Are you sure you need all those castles? Well, I guess you're more grindy though, so like Shambling Vents and castles maybe make sense. What do you like about the deck? That's my first question. Anguished. Oh man, Collective Effort. That's spicy. Yeah, it's spicy. There you go, some Kayas. I'm with you. Now, Calidus is pretty darn good in this format. We were playing against Grixis, and like he had 2 or 3 of these main deck. Card was very good. Card was quite good. Maybe those are main deck. I don't know. Pushes and Thoughtseizes, and yeah. No. Seems like that's what we're doing. Yeah. No, I like what I see. You got the classic black-white tokens offenders. I mean, it's too bad that there isn't, like... I'm not aware of any, like, you know, not like a Lingering Souls effect, but... I mean, I guess the closest thing you've got to that is the Dreadhorde Invasion, maybe? I mean, my problem with Invasion is that you don't have controller... we don't have control over how a mass works, right? If there's... I mean, I guess other than blocking or sending them in to get blocked, we don't get to control... Like in other words, instead of going wide, you have this really one big zombie a lot of the time. Not necessarily true, right? If you have multiple invasions... Well, no, if you have multiple invasions, you still just have one big zombie. We just have one guy. Alright, let me see what you're saying, friend. Sorry, let me catch up on the chat. Alright, trying to figure out consistency. Trying to figure out Tekra, 2 of Oath of Lily, 2 of that. I almost wish this was more controlling. I almost wish we were more about the Planeswalkers and like kind of like Gideon Tribal style. But I guess that's a different deck. That's not really this. So we are trying to be tokens, right? By the way, I noted from tonight, Last God, that like the mana in this format totally fine for doing 3 color. I played against several 3 color decks. If you could add another color, what would it be? First question. I mean, there's well, no, that would be a real stretch. I was about to suggest Nissa. That's a poor choice. I mean, Mentor. mana can be fine. You have to make concessions in the deck building. Yeah, I'd love to see some Mentor in this. Mentor was probably one of our best cards tonight, other than Feather itself. All right, unfortunately, but between Soren, Gideon, Drenna, you can reach the 6/6 awfully fast. Right. I mean, I'm just concerned that we put all this effort and time into making a 6/6 that they just fatal push. But then again, that's the whole old school Doomblade argument, right? Does it die to Doomblade? Bad card, right? No. I worry that we're spending all this time working towards an eventuality that is potentially easily thwarted. That's all. Honestly, Splash Red played Dreadborn Young Peasy. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I mean, the Aetherborn, I get it. Like, I played against several aggressive decks tonight. I think Aetherborn is actually heads up. If anything, maybe a decision that we should make is we should just play. Maybe that's why when we played against another person playing the red-white build, why there was Seekers. You know, maybe we should just be playing more Seeker. Just in general, maybe there should just be more Seekers. Maybe Seeker is just a really good choice right now in the meta, in the same way that something like Gifted Aetherborn is. Like, it sucks to have these 4 cards that are kind of bad in other matchups, but you kind of just need to respect some of these aggressive decks, you know? Like, your Murderous Riders help too. 2/3 lifelink after you get to kill something. Well, you lose the 2 life though, so yeah. Don't want it too many shocks. Yeah, that's true. Right. I mean, like, the mana was clean, relatively clean for us tonight. I did definitely did notice that. Mana was clean, so I can see your mana's quite clean if you're just going 2 color. Yeah. I strongly think that I mean, especially with the ban on the fetches, I think the intention for the format initially was that they did want the format to be I think their intention was they wanted the format to be essentially 2 colors, with maybe like green decks being 3 color, perhaps. So, Gifted Aetherborn's been good in every matchup. Fair enough, Last God. Fair enough. We're gonna play a new game, maybe. That's random. That's random. You know what we should do? Hang on. Let me screenshot this for you guys. Thanks for sharing that list, man. Last God, I wish you luck with it. What time is it? 11:12. Alright, so if we do after show, it's not going to be for long tonight. Thank you guys for hanging out for the Magic section of the stream. So I'm going to go ahead and make that announcement, because I think it's rude for me to just switch and not tell you. So here's what I'm thinking. The flow, since we did finish the league with a little bit of time to spare, we're going to... I really need to work on my board game. I was thinking I wanted to show you guys this MMO I found that might be fun. Maybe I should just work on the board game. You know what? Let's just work on the board game. It's due, you know, a little bit more than 2 weeks. Thanks for sharing those. Seriously, friend. Seriously. We're going to work on the board game. That's what I think we're going to do. Hey, it's my face. That's not the scene I wanted to do. Now I'm upside down. There we go. Actually, wait, yeah, let's use scene, and we're going to go table mode. So, a couple streams ago, or no, it might have been last stream, we were talking about the boss encounter. So, what is the board game I'm making? So, the concept here is it's a dice battler, at least the prequel is, but the intention is eventually to make it a full-scale game. I've already written the backstories and the character stories, the world building. So really it's just the graphic design I need to spend some time, but just briefly before we jump into the graphic design, I was going to show you. The whole game is going to come in a mint tin, and I guess it's just the dice right now that are in there because we were practicing, but you get to play with 10 dice. These 2 are placeholders for the expansion dice. Well, dice from the expansion 1, or episode 1. Let me show you some of the art from the game that I need to work on. Yeah, because I do. need to be working on. Basically, I it's not that I couldn't hire somebody to do the graphic design. I like to learn new skills. So what I ended up doing was, hang on, I'll leave that up while I find my file. I don't know how many of you guys like to do or watch graphic design, but I have quite a bit of... Here we go, finish cards. That's where we need to be. So these are some of the hero cards. There we go, Candy Calamity. These are all the art assets from the game. These are the ones from the artist. It's kind of a little bit cartoony, a little bit... So what I was going for the Candy Calamity game was kind of... like Candyland meets Grim Fairy Tales. I mean, just because some of the themes in the game, like in the story, I wouldn't say are dark, but they're certainly more than maybe younger kids could handle. I think I'm going to be bumping... The original build was, I think, 8 or 10-year-olds. I might be bumping it up to more like 12 or something like that. Yep, definitely do Last God. In the Discord, that's a good spot too, or when I see you guys this weekend. That's the next scheduled stream, at least for Magic. But I'm going to be doing several streams of the board game. Do you guys have any questions? Any of you guys like board games? It is a card game, so the prequel of the game I'm making is a dice battler, but it does use cards, and I'll show you how. So let's go to the finished cards. So the way that we use cards, I actually designed these cards to work for both the prequel and the first adventure. The prequel, the way these cards are going to work is you're actually going to ignore... so this is one of the 4 playable heroes. She's made of cinnamon spice and everything nice. No, I'm just kidding. That's totally ripping on Powerpuff Girls. But her... So all the heroes and all the characters... I mean, the world is turned into candy. Not to spoil too much of the story, but... basically, you use everything on the card except for the dice in the dice dueler. And then when you play the adventure mode, this dice is significant. So I try to design my cards to modulate to be both usable for the quick and fun little dice battler, but also to work for the full-blown adventure where you're playing through cards and you're reading story cards and solving puzzles. So let's see. This is what I need to work on, though. This one? Yes, this one. So I'm going to open this in, I need to use paint.net, I think. That's what I was using. Yes, I love board games. Discord only for subscribers? No! Here it is. No, it is not a subscriber-only thing, Blue Team. Do some streams do that? I guess I'm just not aware of such things. Yeah, if you like board games, I'd be happy to share it with you. I'm trying to get it as cheaply into the hands... Like, the original goal was... It was a contest my buddy got me into. I'm creating this for my own enjoyment and then the enjoyment of my friends and family. If other people get to enjoy the game too, that's great. I'm not really trying to be... And again, I've had several friends that are like, Sean, you should be more entrepreneurial or whatever about this game idea because it's actually really good. But I don't want that to come from me. I should show you guys some of the texts from some of the friends I played it with a few weekend. Actually, that was last week, and then he sent that text. My buddy Zach. It's never good to pat yourself on your back for your own work. It's always better if there's anything good to be said about something coming from you that somebody else has said it. Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna open this in this. Should have all the layers I was working on. So what I was doing is I had somebody tell me that, rightly so, they were having a hard time reading the words. This is the back. This is what's going to go on the back of the tin. Rightly so, they were saying, well, what do you want to see, Blue Team, if you're a board game person? Do you want me to show you a quick demo of how the prequel works? Do you want to hear about the story and the characters? Or do you want to watch as I work on the graphic design? Change the background color. I can't. This came from my artist. It is a little bright though. I was trying to add like a really deep shadow around the lettering. You're having a hard time reading it too. Maybe I could like darken the background. without getting rid of the little speckle stuff she did. Because I don't want to start from scratch. I mean, I tried a couple different other methods for the lettering. I also tried just like plain black. I don't like this nearly as much as the other. And I tried like some different, I should say main game comes with, not, I don't know why it says cam. So I'll have to fix that. Is there any particular part of the board game you guys would be interested in seeing? Otherwise, I'll probably just work on the lettering. Happy to talk about the game first before we jump into just doing raw, like me just literally hanging out, music, answering questions, doing graphic design. I don't know how many of you guys would even want to stay around for that. I know Magic is more so where you guys are at in your brains, but me too. But yeah, we'll do a quick demo. Who wants to play against me? I need an opponent. Let's have an opponent. I need a volunteer from the chat. You're going to dice draft against me, and then we may or may not play, depending on... We'll say varying colors was a bit hard to read. Yeah. What about the... hang on, just to switch back briefly. What about the... what about these, though, Jade? What about these down here? These three. The ones that I kind of... So this is supposed to be the rogue, the ice cream rogue. That's, let me show you the art for her. That's, that would be Frida. That's supposed to represent her. This, actually, I pulled these colors literally from this character card. Yeah, I just literally, I think we took a sampling of one of her waffle cones, and then and then I put it into that. So it was like, was that easier to read? This part? This took a lot longer, but now that I have more time to work on the project, I don't mind. And then this was based on Sigmund. He's the kind of like the tank. Let's see if I have a good picture of him. Shadow Dueling, Shade of Mind. Well, what's sad is I actually changed the name too. I changed the name of the Here, let's get into mechanics real quick, because it's fun to show you the art, but if you're like, okay, well, BrewSpy, how does it work? Like, what's the point, right? So real quick. So the way that the prequel works is actually really simple. So you've got these 10 dice. Each of the dice has different attributes. So the most basic thing that you want to know about the dice is how they beat one another. Dice don't just beat another dice because they're higher in value. Some of the dice have a significance in their flavor. There we go. You can see that. There we go. Now we're in the right spot. So like the first is the cycle. So the red dice, the green dice. So blue beats red, red beats green. So think kind of like Pokemon or maybe like Fire Emblem. These are the elements. These are the elemental. Let me see if I can write this at a place you can see it. So I don't want to get rid of that window. Maybe I should get rid of that monitor capture. I think I will actually. Yeah, so we can actually read right here. No, here. So these are the elemental flavors. I'm not going to bog you down with what they're actually named, but they each have their own name. And these each correspond to a hero. Next are going to be the opposing. These are, think like alignment, think like good and evil. Or in the case of the 2 expansion dice, order and chaos. These have different colors that I haven't released yet to the public. Or no, we've talked about it actually. You haven't seen the actual ones. So these oppose one another, basically the way that these work. So these are very simple. This is rock, paper, scissors. The way that these dice work in the game is if your opponent plays that brown dice, let's say, if I was to play this yellow dice, even if it was less number-wise, it would win here. And I would get to take those dice. And then in the case of these two, if I played this one and then you played this dice, 4 versus 2, your 2 would actually win because yours was played second. The last dice are kind of interesting. They play a bit differently than these. These are the plain dice or physical dice. The way that these two work is that they win both types of ties. Normally in Candy Calamity, ties are only won by the defending player, so the second player to play. So let's use a different dice example. So these don't have any sort of interaction on the flavor chart. They're elements. But this red would beat that yellow because it was played second. Simple, right? But these are a bit different. These win ties even if, like, let's say we have a 6 and it's led on a 6. You can't have another player play a 6 thinking that they would win because these have the quick strike ability. And what's nice about these two dice is they're not weak. They're not weak elementally to anything. You have to beat them either with a hero ability or you have to beat them with their number. Does that make sense? You guys following me? Just curious if the game's making sense so far. The last dice is actually really interesting. The very last dice is the minion dice. So this dice is like think of it like a mimic. It's a clone dice. And what you can do with it is if it's played the very first turn of the game, you can actually name a color. You could name plain, chaos, order, dark light, green, blue, or red. These all have longer names if you want to play with those names. Those names are more significant to the main story, to be honest. Like when you're playing the dice dueling game, the intention is that it's just a quick little 10-minute fun game to play like while you're waiting for food or something. Yeah, at the restaurant. Oh no, you're fine, Jade. I am looking for somebody to volunteer though. And Hex Ducklet, that's a really good suggestion. I maybe just changing the background would fix our issues that we're having with that back of the mint tin. I do need an opponent, so we're going to draft against one another. I'm going to leave the dice in their sections. So these are the physical dice. So these are the ones that win ties. So I'll say ties. These are the opposings. This is like rock, paper, scissors. And then this is the mimic dice. This is the clone dice. So I do need somebody to draft against. Something about the bright blue versus the colors makes it hard on the eyes. Yeah, you're right. I might just need to let it go and just... I wonder though, once the whole thing is like... Okay, hang on. Let me isolate this. What about specifically just this part? What about specifically where I've gone back over with a really nice shading? Is this easier to read? This stuff up here? Because I kind of wanted to go for like as if this was like a kid did this, or it's like crayon. Like I want it to be a little messy, like a little bit on purpose, to be honest. So I think it goes with the theme. Like I understand that this is harder to read, and this is like, cause I haven't finished the outline on that. But is it possible that if I do the whole thing with this really thick outline, that it'll work? Or do you think I'm just wasting my time, Hex? I'm just asking for your opinion. All right, let's get back to the game explanation then. So let's have somebody draft against me if possible. The thick outlines do help. Yeah, I just don't want to waste, like, it's not a waste, but I don't want to spend another 45 minutes to an hour on those letters if it's just not going to get used. That's all. All right, so I'll go first. How about that? That'll help somebody maybe get motivated. I am going to take, to kick things off, I'm going to take the red dice. I'm going to take a red dice. So that's my pick. Who wants to draft against me? So the way that the game works is, first technically you pick hero cards. But we're not going to, this first round, honestly in the tutorial I might not even have players play with the hero cards yet. Need somebody to pick. So your choices are blue, green. Blue is a good pick right now because it opposes the dice I just chose. Dark brown, you could say dark chocolate, brown, I'll know what you mean. Yellow, you can just say this big blue dice. It's technically order and chaos, or when this is actually released, it's going to be like a bright purple. This is actually an orange-blue swirl, but you could just say chaos. I'll know what you mean. Chaos fruit. It might be chaos berry, actually. And then these two, you can just say the physical dice. They're identical in how they play out. I mean, if you want to say dark purple swirl, or if you want to say white black swirl, I'll know what you mean. And then this is like a clear dice. Up close, this is kind of clear. It's kind of see-through, kind of glass-like. It's a marbleized white. It's interesting. It's a cool little dice. That's the cloning dice, the minion dice. Anybody? Looking for somebody to draft against me. We're doing a dice draft real quick. And this will set up how we play the round. All right, blue team takes the mimic dice. All right, good choice. Not a bad choice. Here, I want to make sure you can see the dice that you've picked so far. There's your dice. Okay, so you took the mimic dice. I'm gonna take the dice that beats my dice, the first dice that I picked. I'm gonna draft blue. I vote blue team draft. Mimic dice, pack one, pick one. The mimic dice is strong. I actually didn't finish explaining how it works, and I'm so sorry. So if it's the first dice of the round, you can pick a flavor for it to copy, or you don't pick a flavor. That's fine. Like if it's a 6 and you're like, I don't want to copy anything. Well, technically, if you don't want it to have a weakness, you would just say plain. I may or may not. In the final version, we may change that because that's been a little strong, admittedly. But for now, we'll leave it as the rule is. And then the other thing you can do with this is you can copy a dice that you've previously won. So in other words, you're going to have all the dice that you're winning. All right, chocolate. So in other words, you're going to have all the dice that you're winning, blue team. And I'll pick, I'm going to pick the opposing dice to your pick. It'll be yellow. And it's not always hate drafting. Like sometimes you have players, they'll try to get into the different cycles early into the draft. So it's not like I decided to do kind of a hate draft plan. Or, well, drafting a dice that beat a previous dice that I'd chosen. All right, plain. All right, so I'll give you the white one. Actually, that one's kind of hard to read. Let's go with the purple for you. Just on camera, it's a little harder to read than the white dice. All right, so I will take... I'm going to fully claim the cycle. So in other words, sure, these aren't as strong as the plain dice, but since I'm the one that holds all of the rock, paper, scissors, the elemental flavors... they're going to be a little bit less weak when I play. Playing again? All right. That's not a bad play. All right. I will take the chaos dice. It's a little hard to read on camera is part of the reason. And then your last pick will be order. You're going to get this bright purple dice. This is just a placeholder for it. Okay. So now we're not playing with heroes right now. That is an element that really spruces up the game, blue team. So what we're going to do is this at this point you and I would take our dice if we're just playing the base game and none of the variants. Dice down. Come here, you. So at this point we would both roll our dice behind our hand. You take your non-dominant hand, and then in your dominant hand, you take the dice and you roll behind your hand, and arm. Now, you can't do that since you're not here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put your dice in the tin and I'm going to open it up to the camera. I'm going to look away from the camera. I mean, I do need to look at chat, but I'm not going to look at the camera because that ruins it. But I'm going to shuffle up your dice, or shake up your dice, okay? And that's going to be your hand as soon as I open it. You're not going to be able to see my hand. I'm just going to pull my hand off screen. So let me see where that terminates. Okay, so I'm going to roll my hand back here so you can't see my hand. And I'm actually going to put your winnings behind the tray so that you can know what you've won so far, but I'll have to remember. And I kind of remember what you've drafted. Obviously, it's going to be the opposite of whatever I currently have. But yeah, so you're shaking up. Are you ready? So we're going to start playing. So we're going to kind of learn as we go. So I'm going to open up your hand. Now I'm going to have to reach in and carefully organize your dice. What we're going to do is I'm going to have you play... I kind of have to do it by feel. We're going to have you play left to right, and you'll just have to number these, basically. So in other words, here, let me just draw it on the thing. In other words, your hand is going to be like this, 1 through 5, from left to right. And then you'll just tell me what they are, and I will pull them out of the tin and play them for you. In this case, I mean, you're not in the room with me, unfortunately. All right, is that a 1 to 5? Let me consult chat. All right, can you see them? I can move the tin. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and roll my hand now, off screen. So that is my roll. Okay. Tin's fine. All right, cool. So I drafted first, so I actually play first as well, which is actually a disadvantage. But that makes sense, getting to draft first and then you play first. I'm gonna lead on. I don't want to frustrate you, so I'm gonna lead on. This is pretty strong still. So I'm gonna lead. Actually, no, that's a bad play. Hang on. As far as like when players are playing the tutorial, I know it's my own game. Like how am I doing takesies, backsies, right? But I'm actually gonna play this one. So I'm gonna play a red one. Your turn. So tell me 1 through 5. But yeah, so it's going to be the red. I don't know if you can you see the red? 1. So what would beat that? So you need to numerically beat this. Because I drafted the blue dice, you would need to beat this numerically, or you could win by tying with it. So pretty much everything in the game will beat this dice. It's a 1 of... Yeah, when you have 1s, unless we're involving hero powers, this is a very weak dice. All right, dice 3. All right, so that's in the middle. Okay, so 1... 2, 3. Hopefully that's the correct one. I'm assuming it is because it does win. Yep. And in fact, if you had led on this dice, you still would have won in this scenario because this has the quick strike ability. So I'm going to put those over here for your scoring. So now your dice are numbered differently, right? 1, 2. Where's the 3? 3, 4. All right, you won, so it's your turn to go first, blue team. What would you like to play against me? And again, just if you guys are checking this out with blue team, for Candy Calamity, Deceitful Dueling, dice number 4. All right, so 1, 2, 1. Oh gosh, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so he's played a plain. So this is a neutral dice on 4. So in order for me to beat this, I have to have a higher number since we're not playing with hero powers. If we were playing with powers and combos, there are other things I could do here, but we're not. I do happen to have a 6 though, so I am going to play it. So here first you check hero powers and combos, or you check for combos. Here's the hierarchy real quick, just so you can get used to where we're going to be. Next round, ideally, we'll play one more time with hero abilities and combos. So combos are the strongest thing in the game. We haven't gotten to them yet. Next is flavors. So that's like elementally like what the card is, or the dice, not the card. And then the last thing you check is numbers and ties. All right, so I'm actually going to win this, and then I will play... we'll be mean. I'll be mean. So I'm going to play a 6... Or what am I talking about? This is actually a bad play, isn't it? All right, well, I'll let it ride. I don't know why I was thinking this was another plain dice. This is the chaos dice. This is beaten by the bright purple dice. Dice 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I'm assuming that's the... Yep. All right, so you guys understand why blue team wins here. The reason blue team wins here is because these are the opposing dice, and chaos is opposed by order. Even though chaos was a 6, order gets the jump on chaos in this case. They don't like each other. All right, so you have to go first. Yeah, easy win. That was a good win. You took my 6. That was a bad play on my part, probably. Your turn. All right, dice 1. That's this guy. Oh, okay. What was it originally? Hang on. I knocked it over. What was this originally? I trust you. I felt like I knocked it over. Originally a 6. Okay. Okay, so I have the opposing dice to this. I'm going to go ahead and try to claim it here. Do you guys get why I take this one? It's the same situation as the last round where blue team took my dice. Because dark and light. So this is actually lemon saucery. Lemon light. Lemon saucery. And then this is dark chocolate dipped waffle cones. Well, sorry, not waffle cones. They're throwing cones. They're throwing daggers. There we go. All right, so I'm going to take that, and then I have to play my last dice. So you do get advantage on this last round. Each of these, like us playing a dice against one another, each of these is a clash. So rounds are divided into 5 clashes. All right, dice 1, and that was also a 6. All right, I knocked that over as well. I'm sorry. And that's the end of the round. So, did you want to mimic something? Oh no, that one was a 5. Okay. Oh no, I know that your brown was a 6. Yeah, your brown was a 6. But I won because the 3 trumped it. Does that make sense? So like the same situation, the reason that you won this was because I led on chaos on a 6, and then you won because you played the opposing. So that's the same thing that happened here, right? So you played a 6 of brown, and then I played the opposing dice to it. So I won, and this explanation isn't necessarily just for you, Blue. This is for everybody. So again, combo. Then we check flavor. So that's what this is right here. This was a flavor check, or the flavor. Light in this case would beat dark because they're opposing, and then number. Mimic can mimic plain, yes. All right, so you're gonna mimic your right. So, blue team had the choice to copy any of these 4 dice that he had in his clutches. So actually, that would make you win, right? Because that was your So blue team wins this round. So we had 5 clashes. I won 2 clashes. Blue team won 3 clashes. So blue team wins. The blue team wins. Does that make sense, guys? That's one of the reasons why I added the expansion dice to the prequel, because it was so much easier for scoring if we had one more pair of dice. When we were only playing with this many, we were like literally what used to happen at this point in the game is we would count all the pips, and it just wasn't very fun. And it also meant that if you rolled low, you had a significant disadvantage, whereas thanks to the hero powers, thanks to the flavors, players, of course, have the ability to come back even if they roll some low dice. In fact, it's very easy to come back if that happens. So now we're going to spruce it up. Yeah, nicely done. Thank you for being the stooge here. So I know you're like, okay, BrewSpy, that game stinks. That's so basic. No, now we spice it up. Now that you understand how drafting works, now we add the heroes into the game. So I'm gonna let blue team pick his hero. I'm gonna put it into chat, and you're gonna have your hero, and then I'm gonna also have a hero. So first I need to explain the 2 abilities on the card. So let's let you look at all the different heroes so you can choose. So there's Annette, the Loquacious. Her ability has changed admittedly in the testing, but honestly, let's just play what's on the cards for tonight. That's something else I need to edit, obviously. I need to update their abilities from... I had a really good jam session of playtesting this weekend, so her ability now is, I think, up to +2 and up to -2. It was just a little bit too weak, but... and we also changed her combo. Her combo is a little bit too complicated. Same pip color. So on the dice, each dice has a pip color. So let me show you the different categories. So now you understand flavors. Now we're going to get into the different map types. So the main game, the way that the main game works, that's the wrong card, sorry. The main game terminates around a map, actually. Here's an example of a map. Now, when you're playing the main game, episode 1 that I'm going to be releasing in spring of 2020, each of these, this isn't so significant for this mode, but we do have to talk about it in reference to specifically her ability if you're going to pick her. She cares about the pip color. So dice pips are the little dots, right? Some people actually aren't aware of that, what they're called. So we should establish that. So hero dice. Each of these refers to a hero, or in this case, a future hero. No spoilers there. So these are the zone dice. I used to call them the neutral dice or the map dice. These simulate stuff going on with this card. So these are controlling the players. I'm not going to tell you how, because I don't want to necessarily spoil the expansions or the episodes. And then I'd rather not call them expansions, because if you buy the base, if you get the base dice, I want to make the rest of the adventure print and play as possible. Let's see. So these are the zone dice. These are, of course, your plain dice and the chaos dice. Those all kind of control the map in the main game. And then the last category is the enemy dice. These are black pips. So let's go back to the hero card. So now you understand why her ability says same pip color. So you would need 2 hero dice, and they're not equal to one another of any number. So in other words, to complete her combo, we could have... Oh, this would work. So we have 2 pips of the same color, but they're different numbers. This would work as well. So I've got 2 yellow pips, a 4 and a 3. That would also work. This would not work. I've got 2 white pipped dice, but they're both a 4. You'd need a different number. So that's how her ability works. Her first ability is pretty self-explanatory. It's literally, don't worry about this dice here. That's only important for adventure mode. In dueling, you don't use that dice. This just helps you know which way to turn the hero card if you're playing in paper. If you're playing in paper, you'll get hero cards. Let me just grab one of my earlier versions. This was a prototype. When you're playing, if you've used the power, which is the top ability, you'll turn the card this way. If you've used the combo, the bottom part of the card, you'll turn it this way. And then if you've used one already and then you use the other one, instead of trying to turn it back right side up, you actually flip the card over. With me so far, blue team? I was just using her as an example. You could play a different hero. Let me show you the 4th one. Yep. Okay, pretty basic. It's supposed to be a pretty simple game. This one I wanted even younger players to be able to play because it's less complex than the dice puzzle adventure game. Here's Melvin. He's a fun one. He's stretchy. Think Mr. Fantastic. He's literally made out of licorice. He's like a licorice spellcaster. His backstory a little bit. He kind of experimented on himself because most of his race, the Licorians, they're licorice people. Most of the Licorians, are red. So he experimented on himself, trying to make himself look like everybody else. He's kind of not exiled, but picked on because he looks different from everybody else because he's blue. But anyway. Swap the number value between 2 dice, transmute. This ability is very strong. That's why I kind of had to improve the strength on some of the other heroes. So admittedly, Melvin is really, really neat. Kind of like a support. Anyway, so so the way you understand how his first ability works, this is his power. Second thing on the card, this is the combo. And what this is going to do, the way to solve his combo, and I'll explain why you want to solve these in a second, but first you need to understand how to solve them. His is just you need 2 opposites. This is really simple. The opposite of a 4 is a 3, and it could come from any colors. So if this happened, blue team, you could say BrewSpy, combo. And you would use up your, in his case, his ability is called Polarity Pole. This would get used up, and then the card would be turned clockwise 90 degrees to the right. So your choices are, so Melvin, Annette, Sigmund. Sigmund, real quick, his is really simple. That's why I haven't done these ones yet. So your Crystal Smash ability is you get to flip 1 dice over to the opposite side. That's pretty self-explanatory. His combo is even keeled. You need 2 evens that are not equal. Not equal evens. So 2-4, 2-6, or 4-6. And then you can use his combo. He's kind of like the silent type. He's a man of few words, as you can see. He's one of the knights of the Emerald Order. They're kind of messed up in the head, and they're wondering why they weren't considered pure of heart when the spell hit and turned the whole world into candy. So he's kind of zealous, or not zealous. He's self-righteous, actually, at least at the beginning of the story. I try to have the characters have some real character development. Frida Whitaker, she's probably the coolest character in my opinion. I really liked working on this character. The artist had a lot of fun working on her too. So the reason she has the steampunky face mask is without it she melts. She's literally made of ice cream. And the thing about her is she's kind of got a screwed up past. She's like an orphan. Kind of gets in with the wrong people. She's a gambler, hence why I decided to give her a reroll ability. Later in the game, she'll be doing things like blackjack puzzles or Yahtzee. Anyway, but yeah, she does the whole poison-tipped. I actually have a picture of her with the poison-tipped cones. Let me see if I have that on me. That's kind of cool to see. Candy Calamity, game drawn assets. I also have a picture of her melting. So there's her melting. So she actually uses it as her power. If she takes off her mask and then she melts, she can kind of squeeze under doors. She can squeeze through tight spaces. Literally change her shape. So the artist did a really good job for the time, for the amount of time that she had. to get this done. Like, I had her rush job this whole project because I was trying to get it done in time for the contest. But now that I don't have that constraint, I have a little bit of breathing room. There's that dark chocolate dipping I've been talking about with her throwing cones. Really cool character. Anyway, her abilities. Besides re-rolling a dice, we did change this ability, to be honest, Blue Team. You want to be Sigmund? All right. Easy peasy. So I'm going to screenshot this. I'm going to send it into the chat. And this will be your character for our battle. We're going to draft dice all over again. We're going to do the whole process over again, except you're going to have hero abilities. Now, oh, it didn't work. Sorry, hang on. Let me make a link for it. So hopefully you've got like your smartphone or something, or I mean, if you're ever curious what your hero powers are, I can just go back to this screen. So link that in chat. I can even make a command. Hang on, I'll make a command. I hadn't thought about doing that for these character cards yet. Sigmund. So, yeah, Sigmund's pretty basic, but he's solid. I mean, he's made of rock candy and stuff. All right. I'm going to play as Frida because I just like re-rolling dice. Let's play their abilities as they are on the cards. Technically, Frida's a little bit stronger now, but I'm just going to play what's on the card. So I'll get to re-roll one dice. Now, the way that these work, it's not like Magic the Gathering priority. It's actually the way that we've been playing it. We have some house rules we've tried to kind of balance things out. The way that it works in the game is for powers. So let's say this is the board state. Let's say that I've played, or you've played this 3, and it's copying a chocolate, for example, or whatever. I guess that's not what you would copy. You would be copying the other neutral dice that you've already won or something. So let's say we have a neutral dice copying a neutral. So this is going to be a 3 of yellow versus a 4 of yellow. You would lose this right now, right? But since you're playing as Sigmund, what you could do is you could use your power. So what you could do, Blue Team, is, let's see, you're the 3. You could flip my 4 over, and then you would win because, or well, no, you would only win if you'd been the first to play. So that's kind of the thing. So the way that these two dice work, if they would tie, this is kind of in the frequently asked questions section of the rulebook. What happens here is it defaults to the defending player. So it would matter the order. So let's rewind. So let's say I play this 4. You play this 3 with the intention of using Sigmund's power. So then you're going to say, oh, but I can win this. I'm going to flip one of our dice over. So now they tie, but since you're the defending player, now you win. So that's one way to win. You can use your powers. Combos are also something big to mention. So let's say we had a state of, let's say I played a 6 of something, or let's use this dice. Let's say I played a 2, or no, I'll play a 4. And you play a 2, right? So you're the defending player here. And let's say I'm like, or no, let's switch that. You play the 4, I'll play the 2. I don't like what's going on here. I'm going to use my ability. And then I could re-roll either the 2 or I could re-roll the 4 and try to mess this up. Now, this is technically your combo. That's why I picked a 4 and a 2, Blue Team. So you could say, hang on a second, BrewSpy. I'd like to try and use my combo. So when you do that, you're initiating the combo. I'm going to try to disrupt it. Combos that don't connect don't get spent. Does that make sense? So in other words, on the hero card, one more time, your ability for Sigmund, this has to connect. This has to win a round to get used up. The power is different. The power, you just use it and you're trying to coax the game in your favor. The other player could even use their hero power to screw up yours. So in other words, this is more laissez-faire. You just kind of use it as like an instant. This is more like a sorcery. This has to be the last thing in a clash. Do you think you're ready to play? Or do you have more questions? The most complicated thing about the game is how the heroes work. Like this whole section, this whole combo and the power. And these actually work a little bit differently in the main game. But just as far as for the prequel, I wanted to get players familiar with the hero cards. Ready, but what does my combo do? All right, so the combo will win a clash. So let's go back to the board state. In that instance with the 2 and the 4, yes. So if you said, I'm going to use my combo, which is called even keeled because I have a 2 and a 4. They're 2 evens, but they're not equal. I would say, oh, wait, you're right. You could use your combo. Okay, if I don't have my power to disrupt this, you win. Even though you had the 2, and I clearly would win with the 4, if you remember the little hierarchy chart, most powerful thing at the top is combo. So your comboing beats the fact that my number was higher, which is at the bottom of the totem pole. And then this is flavor. So it's combo at the top, then flavor, then number. So the reason that you won here, even though I had you beat when it comes to number. Oh, that's upside down to you, isn't it? I'm sorry, guys. Huh. Why is that upside down now? Am I in the wrong section? Split scene? There we go. So, yeah, that's your red 2. This will be my 4, brown. So the reason that you won is because you used your combo ability. And then you would actually turn your Sigmund hero card to the right, which is opposite of the dice side. Or if you'd already used your other power and he was turned this way, you'd flip the card over to note that the hero has been fully exhausted. All right, does that make sense? Is there any more questions you have before we're ready to play? We're going to dice draft again. I'm going to shake up your dice in the tin, and then we're going to resolve combat, or clash. This is not supposed to be there. That's a proxy for another dice. You got it? All right. Does it help for me to just have your hero card on the screen? I could put that back up. We lose a little bit of table space, but I could put your hero card on the screen. Hang on, let me try that. Let me try doing that. Let's see if I can. Main capture. There you go. You got it in another tab? Oh. Well, players might want to look at these, though, while I'm doing it. Let me see if I can, move it over to the side. I kind of move it over. That'd be nice if I could. Well, let's have Sigmund versus Frida, regardless. Let me just zoom into these powers. There we go. So it's right there for you guys to see as we play. All right, so we're going to dice draft again. So I'm going to let you go first this time, blue team, and actually you have to because you beat me. You do get to draft first, but that means you're going to play first. So take your pick. You've kind of got all the different dice names down. And if anybody in chat joined us later and needs me to go over the flavors again, I will. In fact, when players are still learning, actually, let me do this real quick, blue team, before you start drafting. Mimic dice, pack one, pick one. All right, I'll give that to you. So the first dice that he just picked, this is the clone dice. He can either choose a flavor at the beginning. Oh, you can't see it. He can either choose a dice at the beginning, or he can choose a dice flavor from a dice he's already played. The alternative is you just play it as a neutral dice. Let's say you've only won flavors and you don't want to pick either of these flavors. Or let's say you've won green, but you know I have red. What you can do is you can literally choose to not clone, and then you're just going off of the number. That's important. Sometimes it's correct to not clone with the clone dice. Because if you're oh, I'll make it green, I'm okay, red. So be careful. All right, so that's his first pick. I will go a little bit different this time. So real quick, let me just put these out there so other people that are joining us know what's going on. So here we go. So this is rock, paper, scissors. So blue beating red, red beating green, green beating blue. Rock, paper, scissors. These are the opposing dice. We've got dark versus light. And then we've got order or hope. Again, I don't want to spoil too much about that dice. But yeah, so we've got, we'll just say order and chaos just to shortcut these two. These are opposing. They work kind of like the tie mechanic. So whichever is the defending player in this exchange is the winner. And then the last, these are the neutral dice or plain flavored dice. This is just literally plain chocolate and vanilla. And then this over here is just a plain grape. But they're actually really powerful. They don't have a natural weakness. They don't have a flavor weakness. And they win all types of ties. So you could argue that these are some of the stronger dice. But they can't auto-win. So, I'm going to take lemon sorcery. That's the opposing to brown. Yeah, so these are the elemental. These are the opposing or alignment. This is good and evil. And then these are the plain quick strike dice. All right, chaos. So he's going to take chaos. Okay, you are drafting different this time, blue team. I like it. So blue team, since he took the minion dice, he's trying to draft into these other dice pools. I like your strategy. I'm going to try to break that up, though. I am going to take... I see what you're trying to do. Do I break into the other cycle, or do I take a plain dice since that's what you're doing? Interesting. I'm I'm going to break into the cycle again. I'm going to take Sigmund's Emerald Mint Chip, as in chip of, like, it's a crystal. All right, your turn, blue team. All right, playing this one. Okay. Now, if you want to play the mode where the drafting does matter, the numbers, it's a more advanced game. Once you've learned how to play heroes with hero cards, blue team, we can play a game mode. There's a variation I built into the game where you actually roll the dice and then draft. What we're playing is where you have concealed information. I like this game mode more because I kind of like not knowing. But some people like to just line up the dice and then see how they resolve strategically. That's called tactical battling. This is shadow dueling. I might just call this deceitful dueling, which is the game name, but for simplicity. Sorry, it's my draft, isn't it? I'm gonna take one of the. I could cut you out of this one. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take the dark dice. Your turn. And for the record, my character pick was Frida. I'm gonna take the other plain dice. All right, cool. These are my hero abilities. If you're curious what I'm gonna have for this round, plain 2. Okay. That's actually a 3, but I knew what you meant. The second plain dice. All right, so you got a pretty powerful lineup over there. I am going to take the order dice. That's the one that opposes the chaos berry that he took. Or I might make this chaos fruit. I feel like chaos fruit though is kind of got like some like demonic. Well, chaos anything is gonna have some like demonic connotation, but yeah. All right, so your last pick's blue or red. Right, so he's taking red because it beats my green dice. But because the last dice over here is blue, it's kind of moot because my blue dice beats his red dice. But anyway, so we've drafted. I'm going to shake up blue team's dice in the tin, and we're going to play the same game we just played a moment ago. But blue team's on the play, and blue team and I have heroes now. And just let me know if you want to use your hero ability, blue team. So just say, you can just say ability, or you can name the ability name. Sigmund's ability name is Crystal Smash, and your combo is Even Keeled. But you can just say, I use my power, that's the top one, or I use my combo, that's the bottom one. Yeah, sounds good. So it's actually really, like, the dice drafting game is actually really basic and pretty fun. I had some friends of mine play test it for hours, actually. I just watched. All right, here we go. So I'm going to shake up that. I'm not going to be able to see it. I'm going to roll my dice back here real quick. Okay, you can't see them. Good. Okay. All right. So I'm going to open this. I'm not going to look. Reset the board. And here we go. So, by the way, blue team has already won a round. Technically, blue team, you would have been awarded with a victory point. Let me just use these for that. Do I have anything to represent that? A lot of my game pieces are over on the other table right now, but you have one victory point so far. We're playing best of 3. And you can actually switch heroes in between, and you can switch game modes in between if you want to. That's more advanced. I wouldn't recommend newer players do that, but you certainly can, blue team. Like, I actually think it'd be kind of cool if the last round you and I play before I go to bed or work on the graphic design is oh, I need to organize your dice. I'm so sorry. Okay, 1. I'm sitting here like waiting for you to tell me which dice it is, but I haven't organized them for you. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, let me know if I accidentally tip one over. 5. So he's gonna name the dice to me 1 through 5. I can't actually see his dice, chat. If you weren't here for the earlier round, I'm literally just looking at the mint tin, my own dice, and chat. So he's going to pick one of the dice from in here, 1 through 4 or 5, and then we'll play. And definitely be thinking about your hero power. I'm going to swap between them a little bit because I've got mine memorized. So here we go. All right, dice number 3. Whatever dice number 3 is. So hang on, 1. Kind of have to feel the dice for this. This game mode is not intended to play by yourself, by the way. Like, ideally, the other person is in the flesh. Hang on, 1, 2, 3. Hang on. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And seriously, let me know if I accidentally knock one of the dice, because it does matter since it's been randomized and you know what your values are. So you're leading on the mimic dice. Is that true? And what do you want to name, if anything? You get to name whatever you want. any flavor. You could say plain or any of the other colors. Nothing. Does that mean you want this to count as a plain dice? Are you saying that you want to win ties? I would highly recommend you at least pick plain. Because I could beat that with a 2. Okay, plain. Okay, that's what I thought you meant. Because like otherwise I might have a 2 and I can just be like boop. Okay, so I need something better than that. All right. I just realized that the way I drafted is maybe not great. I think I did a poor time drafting. All right, but I can take this round. So I'm going to play a 4. So again, unless, actually, hang on. So you could combo here, by the way. All right, so combo, flavor. It's usually in your best interest to say combo, by the way, because it forces me to maybe use my power number. Combo. All right, so he's comboing because Sigmund, if he has 2 even dice that are, I didn't even pick this to necessarily initiate this. That's all on blue team. So he's comboing. I have a chance to use my hero ability. I don't know if I want to use it here, though. I think I'm going to let you get this. All right, so, yeah, blue team's going to win this because I say no response, and he is going to win that round with his combo. So if you were playing in paper, this is where he would take his hero card, and he would turn it to the right. I don't know if you can see what I'm doing, but yeah. Nice. So that's been exhausted. You only get your combo once around. I don't think I said that, did I? Sorry. Powers and combos are a once around thing. So we have 5 clashes, but you can only use the power once, unless you're using variant rules. There are variant rules that, like, once you get more advanced with the game, like, honestly, players, you could in theory come up with a certain number of hero activations and that you want to play with your opponent. That variation is written in the back. Basically, like, once you understand the rules better, feel free to give both players like 2 combos, 1 power, or two powers, 2 combo. In fact, there's a boss. I'm not going to do it tonight because we did it last stream, but there is a boss encounter that I created as well for the prequel. It's your turn, by the way. Sorry, blue team, because you won the last round. All right, dice number 4. Sorry, you were probably just thinking. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. And again, correct me if I knock any dice. Okay, so he's playing a 2 of the plain grape dice. This is the one that wins ties. Again, I can't play a 2 to win here, even though I'm the defending player. I have to beat it. Just beat it. So since I'm playing Frida, I need odds to happen, but we've been playing nothing but evens so far for my combo. Let's see. All right. What do I want to do here? I'm trying to think about what you have left. Oh, you know what? I know you have the red die left because I drafted the blue die and the green die. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to play my green onto your neutral. What I'm going to do is I'm going to activate my power. Now, technically, turns are... I didn't give you all this structure because it kind of bogs the game down, but technically, turns are structured into planning phase and play phase, and then the other player goes plan, play, and then you try to resolve. And resolve is when we actually start talking about combos. So before I even let go of this dice and technically play it, this is still planning phase, I'm going to use Frida's ability. I just needed to bring it up here so you guys see what I roll. I'm going to use her ability to... Actually, here's the funny thing. Technically, I don't even have to bring it out and show you what it is. Since we're playing the Deceitful Dueling, I technically could just re-roll this behind my other hand, and then if the result is something... That's the advantage of doing it in the planning phase. So if I was to use my hero power in my planning phase, my dice is still concealed. Versus let's say that I did put it out here and I'm saying I'm playing this dice, I'd like to use my hero power. Technically that's allowed, but I'm going to go ahead and do it this way. So I'm going to pretend that I didn't show you what the dice was. And guess what? I still rolled a 2. But since I did it in the planning phase instead of the play phase, I could choose a different dice. But I did literally roll the same thing, unfortunately. I'll play a different dice. I will play this 5. Does that make sense, blue team? So like again, the phases, because I didn't want to bog you guys down with all the rules because it's not very fun. 1, 1, 2, 2, and then resolve. So these are each one player. So this is the player A's planning, so they can plan, then you play. And there are moments to interact here and here. and then plan play. So again, this is like if you're a Magic player, this is like, yes, now you're making sense, BrewSpy, resolve. And then this is where you can combo. Hero powers can happen anywhere, and if the other player tries to use a combo or their power, it gives that player priority once again. Yes. You'll use your power now? Absolutely, if you want to. Yeah, if you want to. On my die? Okay. So he is going to flip my... This is a brilliant play by blue team. So he's exhausting his hero. That's his last power. He's going to flip my 5 over with his Crystal Smash ability. Bada bing. And so... And I have no control over this at this point unless I want to use my ability. I've already exhausted my reroll, by the way. We did make Frida's reroll a bit stronger. We did make it so that you can reroll twice. I'm not going to play that way because it's not what's written on the card. But that is the newer version of her ability because it was just a little weak. But he's going to take this because he wins ties even if he's on the play, even though I'm the defending player because of the plain dice quick strike ability. So blue team is crushing it tonight. All right. So he gets to pick. So I have to win out if I'm going to win this round. I literally have to win the next 3. Technically, this would make the game over, but I'd like to play one more round with you with the other rules so you guys can see one of the other game modes I'm coming out with. Okay, hang on. Okay, I feel the dice now. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. 1. Okay, so it's the Chaos dice. It's a Chaos 1. Okay, that green dice that you saw earlier, I want to get this out of my hand because I know that blue team has a red dice still in his hand, I think. Yeah, I don't think you played the red dice. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to see what you scored so far. I'm pretty sure you're still holding the red dice. So I'm going to play this 2 here. And unless... Well, okay, your hero's exhausted. The only power that's left right now is my ability, technically. So, like, you'll blow through the hero powers pretty quick, like, unless you're playing with a variant. Like, this is just for teaching. In fact, this whole prequel, by the way... I mean, okay, the purpose of it is to have fun, but it's also for teaching you how to play the main game. Episode 1. Mine are reroll 1 dice and overcome the odds. So I'm going to win this because there was no combo, there was no flavor, because this is a chaos dice that's from the alignment, and this is a flavor. This is an elemental flavor from the rock paper scissors cycle. So we're going to go off of number, right, which is the weakest thing. But this wins in my case. So now I have to play. I'm going to lead on this white 5. Sorry, this blue 5, but it's white. It's a hero dice, but blue 5. Your turn, blue team. So his remaining dice are 1 and 2. And again, I can't see these. All right, the first dice. All right, so from the left. So this one? Yeah. Oh, no, dice 2. All right, I'm sorry, dude. I'll just pretend I didn't see it. I don't think it's. I think you're gonna win this round. Oh yeah, you win this one too. So he wins here because I can't use my hero ability unfortunately because they have to be 2 odd dice that are not equal. So since I already blew my reroll, he wins this as well. You are just crushing me, man. That's good. It's good when the game maker loses to somebody that's never played before. This is a good thing. What about the flavor? Oh, hang on. Did I miscalculate? Oh, dude, I totally miscalculated. I played the blue die, didn't I? I played the blue die. Are you sure you meant to play this dice? I guess you were screwed either way. Yeah. So, gosh, I don't even know my own game. I guess I'm tired. So, what happens here? Thank you, blue team, for catching that. That means I guess I'm teaching the game well. I'm just not remembering it myself well. So, combo, flavor, number. So, I made a mistake there. I was reaching for number, which is the weakest thing, but blue team's right. We had a flavor interaction. This is the rock, paper, scissors, right? Green, red, blue. Green is beaten by red, but blue... Or no, you beat me here, dude. Or no, I beat you. Yeah, blue beats red. Gosh, I'm so tired. I'm like fudging my own game. Actually, fudging is a character ability. We'll get to that later. If we do the boss battle tonight, which we might. I can actually get through a demo of the whole prequel in like one evening, in one stream. Would you guys be interested in us doing the... Like, there's literally only 2 more games we'd have to play for you guys to see, like, the whole game. The whole prequel without all the other variations that you could do. I mean, you could... Anyway. A lot of replayability there. So, I won that, and then we're going to have your last dice versus my last dice. Unless you want to do anything in the planning phase, but you didn't have any powers left. So, he takes this last round or this last clash, because we go off the numbers, because there's no flavors, there's no combos. I can't combo, unfortunately, because it's an even number and an odd. If they were two odd numbers that were not equal, I could use my combo. So my combo didn't actually come up, unfortunately. And that'll happen. You kind of sometimes have to coax your combo into happening. Or you have to play in such a way that you don't trigger your opponent's combo, right? I triggered blue team's combo like right off the bat. So blue team wins this as well. Technically, if we were only playing 3 rounds, this is where the game would be over because he just collected a second victory point, and I can't come back from that. I can't win. And this is where we would decide if we want to play best of 5 or the game is over. We can pick new heroes. There is a variation where you can change heroes in between rounds. There's a couple of variations on this. There is tag team, where you pick 2. So in other words, there's 4 heroes in the game. Tag team is where we both pick 2. We literally like draft the heroes actually. So from the 4 main heroes, you'd pick a hero, I pick a hero. You pick a hero, I pick a hero, right? If depending on who won the initial dice. Oh, that's 2 6s. Depending on who won the first dice roll. So if you won, then you pick heroes first, then you draft first, and you play first. So a defending player at least gets some advantage on the first round of the clash. So you with me so far? Are there any other game modes you're interested in, or can we just work on the game? I'm happy to teach you guys the game. I'm very excited about the prequel. I know it's not the full game where we're like doing like all the map cards and the puzzles. Like for the main game that we're coming out with, it actually uses dice automation where you roll all the dice. This is the game that I'm going to include with the prequel, print and play ideally. I'm working to include as many of the tokens are right here. I had them the whole time. These are what we're going to be using for victory tokens. But they're going to have art on them. These are just proxies. But the main game, the way the main game works, I could simulate for you guys too if you're curious about where the game's going in the future. Like the prequel, very basic. It's like a 10-minute little dice dueler that you can play with like a younger audience. Like it's very basic. It's just like rock, paper, scissors. This beats that. Did I roll a higher number? Did I use a power? This game is a bit more complicated. It's actually like kind of like an RPG adventure instead of a dice battler. There's a couple different decks you need. Well, which are you curious in seeing, chat? I don't want to throw you into. Oh, it's actually this way. I don't want to throw you into my episode like a prequel of episode. I don't want to show you episode 1 of the game if you still would rather see how the dice dueler works, because the dice dueler is what's coming out in November. This other game, this is not coming out until the spring of 2020. All right, I got to go to bed, but I enjoyed it. Also seemed like a good idea for the tag team mode, draft heroes. Yeah, real quick before you go to bed, Blue Team, because I think you'd find this interesting, and I can't wait for this build of the game to come out. The other way that we would have drafted, so the tactical battling is you and I would roll. Here's the twist. You and I would roll the dice. And then we draft from the dice, and the numbers do matter. And the way that I've been playing it lately, and I think I'm just going to make this the normal game and not a variant, we both get 1 activation of our powers during drafting. So like while it's your draft turn, while you're planning your dice to choose, you could also use your ability on dice I've drafted or dice in the pool. What I found though is if they could use the power on the dice that have been drafted, like players obviously are just going for that. It's been a little hard to balance it, to be honest. I might need to keep that a variant. Yeah, ability during drafting. You can't really do that in shadow drafting or shadow duel drafting because it's all hidden information. But yeah, so this one, like, think of this as like, back in the day, like armies would like line up against one another, like kind of like Revolutionary War, and they just like literally like cannons and shoot each other. Like that's what I was thinking of with this one. Whereas like the one where you like cover your dice with the hand, that's like kind of like more like Fog of War or kind of like assassin dueling, like trying to get the better of somebody else, concealment. That's kind of what I was going for. And then the last mode, which you guys didn't get to see at all of, is the boss battle mode. So you have all 4 of the heroes. This is actually a 1-player mode if you want. You can either have one hero versus Lamaldria, or you can pick a team of heroes. And then she's over here. I'm actually going to release her as a little preview fun card. But she has a couple abilities. I haven't finalized her card yet, so I'll just tell you what they do. She has the ability to fudge a dice, where she can turn a dice to any of the 4 of its sides. So a 4 can become 1, 5, 6, or 2. So her power is very good. And basically, the number of the heroes determines how many charges of her power and combo she gets. Oh, and her combo is actually the same as Melvin's is right now. I was going to change his to a different ability, but hers is actually going to be opposites. And so like a 1 and a 6, 3 and a 4, etc. But basically, you play one player mode, and then you simulate Lamaldria with the dice tin. You put her dice in here. The remaining dice are the heroes, and then you get to choose one power or combo from each. So in other words, once you've used either their power or combo, that hero is exhausted. But there are lots of variations. Like literally, you can. There's a lot of different possibilities. Like how many times you let each of the players, as long as you keep it even. Like as long as you let Lamaldria get the same number of choosing, essentially. So in other words, the heroes get to choose between up to 4 abilities or up to 4 combos, and she gets just straight up 4 of each. Is how I was balancing this. But yeah. All right, so let's get back to the graphic design. It was really fun to play the game with you, Blue Team. Thanks for playing the game. Let's get back to graphic design. I do have to finish the title. This is what's going to go on the tin. Yeah, that was fun. Appreciate you guys coming and hanging out to check out the game. And Magic. And again, thanks for well, actually that was Last God's list that you're sharing with us. What did I do with the musics? What time is it? 1:21. All right, I'm just gonna try to finish this, and then we'll probably go to bed. Thank you guys so much for coming to check out the Candy Calamity game I'm working on. Really excited about it. I'm not trying to do much with the prequel other than I want to introduce the characters. I want to introduce the story. I want to get all the dice necessary for the first episode. Actually, the first episode only uses these 8 dice. It doesn't even use the chaos dice and the other dice. That doesn't happen until later episodes. I don't like calling them expansions because it's all part of the same story, and they have to happen, otherwise we don't get the whole story. So the problem with calling them like an expansion is that's like expansion is kind of like, well, if I have the time, or like, you know, if we feel like releasing this content. Like, no, I fully plan to release the whole story. Otherwise, like, you guys wouldn't get the whole story. That would suck. Let's see. I'm looking for some music to put on while we work on this. Yeah, but I hope you guys enjoyed the demo of the game. And thank you, Blue Team, for playing with me. It's kind of cool that it's a game that's, at least the dice dueling is simple enough that I can simulate it. I guess on that note, was anybody interested in seeing like how the episode 1 plays out a little bit? So I could show you how episode 1 works a little bit, just a brief demo. Literally, I would just do one turn of, I would probably just do one turn of the dice automation. The way that the game actually just plays is players go around in a turn order, just solving all the different puzzles, basically. Each of these little squares just represents where you would put a dice, and that solves the dice puzzle. These little tiny cards, these are minions. These medium-sized cards, these are the event cards. And then the big card in the middle, that's the scenario. Maybe another time. But yes, so the game definitely evolves. I'm actually looking into, I shouldn't say that. That's kind of a spoiler. But yeah, so like the game is not just a little dice duel where you're just rolling dice and like playing the dice against one another. It evolves into this, actually what I want, the story I want to tell is actually here. And you're flipping over these minions, you're defeating these minion puzzles, you're flipping over these event cards that are slightly more complicated puzzles. I may go back to the initial prototype, which was where even the scenario had a bigger puzzle, and then this actually determined if you cleared the map, basically. So it's kind of more like a co-op. It's actually a co-op RPG, is what episode 1 is. The prequel is the little versus battle mode kind of thing, but the actual full game that I want to release next year is a full blown co-op RPG. It's also non-linear because when you I shouldn't spoil this, but all right, you guys are gonna get a little spoiler tonight. Because somebody was asking the other day, okay, BrewSpy, how did you figure out how to make a non-linear story with such a small... Because, like, this is also going to fit in the mint tin. I had a few people asking, okay, well, how are you going to do that? Let me just find an example card of the story on the back. Okay, I don't have... Oh, no, I do have one. Perfect. All right, so... You and your friends will work to defeat all the minions that are coming around here. If too many minions get deployed, like basically this thing fills up at 6, and if too many of these get away, it's scaled for a different number of heroes. For 4 players, it's if 7 points worth of minions get away, so that's 1. There are also elite minions. Those are the ones that take multiple dice to beat. So there's an elite minion. That's a 2. See, for example. Two dice to beat this. So if 7 points worth of minions get away in 4-player mode, you get a game over. 6 for 3 players and 5 for 2 players. So that's one way that you can lose. But the way that you win is you finish this puzzle. And there's different locking places for different numbers of heroes, in other words. I actually cut this mechanic because I was trying to squeeze this into 20-minute play sessions. It doesn't make sense to squeeze this down. So what I did was the Dice Dueler is the 20-minute or less game. It's actually more like 10 minutes once you learn the game. So in other words, for 2 players, there's a gate here. And you can only solve the puzzle up until this point with putting dice on the squares. The corresponding dice to solve the puzzle will be on the dice node. Or if you're playing, and then you have to stop here, and then you can solve the rest of it and clear the map. But in 3-player mode, it locks here, and it locks here in 3-player mode. So in 3-player mode, you get to go finish, and then you actually save your progress. If it has a little progress save, it'll have like a little lock symbol, so you can actually save your progress. So you would want to put a blue, but all I have is an A, but you put a blue here. And then you get to solve the next section, and then you get to save those nodes, and then we solve the next section. But anyway, and then for 4-player, it's all of the doors work. So you have to solve it one at a time in 4-player mode. But anyway, yeah, just happy to get you guys excited about the game that's being worked on. Let's get some music going, and let's just jam. Hold up, that is not music. Sorry, that's the this is the soundboard for that website. My bad, folks. All right, let's work on this. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We might still have piano after this. I'd love to do piano with you guys after I finish working on this. So we need 1.75 on the black brush. And I'm just thickening these, making it a little bit, oh, wrong button. I'm on the wrong layer. That's what's going on. Need to be on the right layer. Need to be on that right layer. And I'm really just tracing these and just deepening the outline. I'm actually trying to trace over these letters twice if I can, but it takes a while to do so. And it doesn't need to be perfect. Again, like what I was going for, the aesthetic is kind of like a child like took some crayons to the back of the mint tin. Looks good. There's some areas where I could honestly darken it a little bit more. But I'm trying not to go back over letters I've already done, to be honest. To just finish that guy up. This is just to create that separation between the letters and that blue that's kind of messing everybody up. I've had many people tell me that they just have trouble reading it. Some people have said it even makes them kind of sick to read it, so I'm going to try to fix it as much as I can. Alright, we kind of screwed this up, so we're going to take the eraser, we're going to drop it down to 1, and just kind of clear that out. That still looks pretty good. You could, let's go back, hang on, 1.75. You could argue that I really need to just kind of get a little shading in there. Alright, do this T. But yeah, thanks for coming, guys. I'm going to work on this. You're welcome to stay. and just hang out and listen to music, and we can just chat, but no obligation to stay. Thank you guys. I know we kind of jumped around today. I had intended for Tuesday Brews Day to terminate and just end at where we end with the magic content, but I do need to work on this. Yeah, it looks okay. I need to work on this because I either need to scrap this and do a different back for the tin. Yeah, so we'll see. But no, I've really been enjoying working on the game. I hope I don't come off as the impression of I'm hoping that the game is like a big seller or anything. I really just want to have a game that I've made that I can play with my friends and family. And I mean, if other people play it too, that's great. But like I set out because this, I wanted to do it. My buddy tried to get me into this contest. Even not being able to get into the contest or meeting that deadline, I still want to finish the game, you know? Or the prequel, I mean. Like, I fully intend to finish the whole game. I mean, I'm talking about the prequel. And so this date that I set for myself in November, the fact that it's self-set means I kind of get a little bit of breathing room, can kind of work at a slightly easier pace, add some of the features to the game that I kind of really want it to have that honestly the game wouldn't have had if I had submitted it to the contest this past Monday. Don't get me wrong, like I still kind of wish it was done in time, but you know, what is it? My buddy sent me a quote from one of the famous game producers for or game. I guess he's an owner, but game. What is the word for that? One of the major owners in Nintendo. His quote was really inspiring to me because I felt really beat up about the fact that I didn't make the deadline. An early game is sometimes good, but a rushed game is always bad. And I thought that was a really, really inspiring quote for me because honestly, if I'd turned the game into the contest, it would have been rushed. And I think that the game is going to get some much needed polish and maybe some additional game modes that I'm not even aware of from this extra playtesting time, extra polish time. It's going to look hopefully a lot more pretty. Does this make you think of Crayon, chat? Oh, or folks? I hope so. It's kind of what we're going for here. Just kind of getting the outline. Maybe I need to pull a what's his name, Bob Ross or whatever. Pull a Bob Ross. Happy little trees, right? No, I'm kidding, guys. It's such a meme. And for the record, I am not a graphic artist. So again, like when I try to encourage you guys with my piano playing and I say I am not a pianist, I am not a graphic artist. I am learning how to do this. Paint.net is a really solid program for learning. It's very basic. The hotkeys are pretty intuitive. My job, I do work with a lot of hotkeys. So I'm used to working on a computer in this way. In fact, I play Magic the Gathering online very similarly. I play it almost exclusively with hotkeys because I just feel more comfortable. I feel like I'm playing the game faster. I feel like I have more control. So I definitely like the way that Paint.net feels versus a lot of other graphic design programs I've used. This just feels familiar to me. I literally feel like I am doing like what I do at my day job a little bit. Like this does feel a bit like CAD. It's actually more responsive than the CAD program I work with. I work with AutoCAD Civil 2018 at work. Yeah, I know. I don't normally talk about my work all that much when we're on stream. I know. You guys don't want to think about work while you're here. I get that. But, you know. I appreciate you guys tuning in and hanging out. Yeah, looking forward to more play sessions with the game and just showing you guys the game and teaching. I don't really want to read like directly off the rules manual. We could do that one night and you guys can maybe make some suggestions to it, but the thing is I feel like that'd be really boring You know, like at least with graphic design, like you guys get to see me like coloring things or drawing things, or and it's kind of relaxing for me, and maybe for you as well. Kind of feels like I'm doing like a little crossword puzzle or something in my head. That's what it feels like. It's kind of just serene, and just you're just coloring the pixels and just trying to make it look good. And the thing of it is like, if I'd paid somebody to do this project, they wouldn't be nearly as passionate about this part. I was very lucky with the artist that I had help me, because she, not only did she do the job very inexpensively, which I'm very thankful for as well, but she also just did lots of edits. I had lots of things that needed changing, and there may be even more art from her in the future. She'll be a little yeah, she's not the only one that was a little disappointed that the game didn't go into the contest, but I think the game's going to be better for it. I really do. And again, maybe just the prequel is going to be a Mint 10 build. That's something else I've thought about, is maybe some of the other episodes need to grow and need to not be limited to a Mint 10 ? I mean, I do love the portability idea. I think I'm going to keep with the same plan, though, for the first episode, but I'm talking about maybe later episodes for this story. Maybe, episode 2 or 3 need to expand and not be trapped in the Mint 10 size. But players could still, play... Alright, is that more legible to you guys? The dark, the dark lettering. I didn't realize that I was getting the shadows all on top of one another. There needs to be a little separation. Just cleaning it up a little bit. I appreciate you guys kind of hanging out. I don't really know. I mean, I'm guessing either you're fans of the music, fans of the Brew Spy show. Maybe you're a fan. Maybe you're here because you're waiting for the piano to happen. I can't remember the last time I had this many people hanging out with me just doing graphic design. That's a big deal to me. Hey, what's up, Jade? It's a big deal to me. It's a big moment. This game release, it's a big moment. Because I think yeah, it's been a long time coming. Because I've wanted to tell this story through a medium for some time. I don't know if you guys knew that, the Candy Calamity project. I have this story that I've really wanted to tell. And I'm going to tell it through these characters. I'm going to tell it through this story. Not to do too much of a spoiler, but yes. Watching for my pills to kick in, trying to brew a non-budget version. What, with all the fixins? I appreciate you hanging out, Jade, and the rest of you all. I know Jade's brave and chats. You don't have to do that to hang out with me. I think that's something that I had to learn. And maybe it took me a really long time to learn, like years of streaming, I guess. Is that viewers, they don't need to say anything. In the same way that I don't necessarily need to say anything but thanks. and just draw. Just paint things. Just draw them. Just paint them. Just draw. Oh, come back around. Happy little L's. Like, yeah, I don't have to do anything amazing, you know. That's what you guys make me feel like some nights, where it's like I don't have to do anything amazing necessarily. Just do what I'm doing, you know. Oh, that was bad. Let's try that again. I did have a game I wanted to share with you guys actually sometime, but I really don't have time to play it because I got to get this game done. There's like all this hype, right? And let's try it. Let's start from the scratch. All this hype surrounding the game, right? And it's all coming together, but if I spend all my time just playing other games, I mean, Magic is different because that's like kind of our go-to game, but if I spend all my time like playing all these other games, I'm not gonna ever get this game done. So it's kind of make the W look a little weird. I like that. Yeah, well, I appreciate you guys being here. It's kind of nice not to be so lonely during some of these more tedious parts of the project. Because like when I set out to do the lettering like this, I was thinking to myself, this is going to take a long time, and I hope I just have to color them. And then everybody was saying they can't read it when it looks like that. But you can actually read that maybe. I don't know. I hope this is all worth it. I know the game will be worth it, you know, whether or not it sells well, or people read the story, or whether my friends and family really love it. This has already been a really joyful project. So I'm going to take the eyedropper and I'm going to fix this here. Brush this way. There we go. Looks good. I really say against fellow heroes. Yeah, it's totally. It's funny how like different people write different things. You know, like that's a BrewSpy thing to say. Fellow heroes. And the heroes were. It's an opportunity to tell a story. Like game making's kind of cool in that regard, that you get to tell these stories through these characters, you know, and each hero can kind of tell a different story. Each hero is gonna, you know, have a different backstory to share with you. I don't want to spoil all that. I'd rather. I'd rather the prequel does that, you know, shows you their history and stuff. You know, something that I haven't done in a while, I know you guys know I used to, I have not watched anime in a long time. It's been a long time. It's funny how when you like kind of get older, like your priorities change. It's weird, huh? It's a weird, uncomfortable feeling. No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing, Chad. It's a good thing. Or folks. I think it's a good thing. I think so. I don't like that E. Let's take you and just kind of carve it up a little bit. I still don't like that E. Nope. It's not dark enough, or something's off. Maybe it's the blue is like kind of like a not good blue. Just needs to be darker, maybe. Maybe it's the blue in the middle bit. Is that what's wrong? Hang on. Maybe you're right. Let me. You probably are right. There we go. Yeah, good call. See, like, it's funny. Gosh, you know, streaming, even like the smallest things you guys sometimes notice and just help me out. Like, oh, I really think like not only has my magic improved, but like the game I think is better because of some of the ideas you guys have submitted to me. Or if you have ideas, by the way, you can send them into my email, or you can message me. We just have to friend each other on Twitch. If you have ideas for like candy puns, or twists in the story, or I mean, I've written a lot of the story, but seriously, if you think you have a better twist or something, you let me know. Or a suggestion for an ability, or I mean, I'd love for it to be a bit of a communal effort. It already is. Like, some of my friends have already really tweaked some of the abilities that I'd come up with, and it's kind of fun to just let the game grow naturally, you know, through player suggestion, and really is kind of a living, breathing thing. It's interesting. I mean, I guess if I'd never made a game before, I wouldn't really know that that's really how it feels. Kind of living, breathing thing. Yeah, we'll do it again here. Let's do it with a brush, though. I still want to brighten up this blue. So it feels like I cut off the E a bit. That looks a little better. It's still like a really dark blue, unfortunately, but it's supposed to look more like that. It's supposed to look more crayon-like, but it's fine. Oh, I keep doing that. Switch back to black, please. Yeah, I'm an amateur when it comes to graphic design, as you can see. I am just kind of winging it. But we have a legitimate deadline now, and rules are coming along great. It's possible I might even release the rules early, and then that allows like a larger community to kind of play test those rules, because like the thing about rules is if a bunch of people read it and say to me, Sean, like this part isn't intuitive, that's great feedback. I might do that. I might release the rule book before I release the game itself, and then you guys can kind of one, it can build some hype, but maybe some people who are into that stuff could read it and say, yeah, this doesn't make sense, this makes sense, anyway. Could be helpful. That does not look good. Am I doing wrong? That's what I'm doing wrong. Just a little too harsh in there. A little too square. S's are hard because the pixels are all square like, right? But you need rounded S. Let's brush this. Oop. 1 point. Let's try a little smaller, actually. I'm having trouble with the 0.75. Let's try like 0.65, 0.5. We tried 0.5 for a while. It wasn't quite big enough. Let's try 0.65. There we go. Like it. Alright, so can you read this top part better, guys? Or, folks? Or is... This D is not done. This is not a done D. Done deal. I want this game to be very punny, so if you guys come up with puns, seriously, send them to me, and I can put you in the credits page. I already have several people that have submitted like character abilities and pun ideas. Oh, kind of terminated up here though. Shoot. There we go. Yeah, if you have ideas, seriously, please send them if you can. If you want to contribute. Obviously, I can't do much more at the moment than just credit you in like the credits page in the back. But yeah, no, I just want to show my appreciation in ways that I can at the moment. I'm not like a full-blown game studio or anything yet. That's to be decided by the universe and such, right? It's to be decided by, am I able to put in the effort? Are the games good? Is there a community there for said games? And then, do I push through? Do I produce Does the prequel come out? Does episode 1 happen when I say it's going to happen? Does episode 2 drop? You know, it's kind of up to the game team, right? It's kind of up to the people that make a game whether or not it does anything, right? I mean, sure, the community certainly matters as well. There needs to be a community and people that want to play it, want to buy it, but ultimately you kind of need to have that communication between the game maker and the game player. Blue in the middle, flat bits darker than the rest of the blues. Is that what was going on, Cobra? I'm sorry, Mr. Chat. With this guy? Yeah, this is like, that's what's going wrong. So hang on, let me just grab like a lighter blue. Maybe that's what needs to happen. It's clearly a lot darker. Thank you. Let's just go ahead and fix it. Sorry, Mr. Comment. You're just trying to help. Just trying to help. It needs to be like, it needs like that white blue. Like this blue like right here needs to happen. That nice baby blue. Okay, hang on. Let me grab like the really light blue. It's not even letting me brighten it up. Let me just take a white. Nope. Well, yeah, like a light color like that, but not a like tannish, like a straight up white. Oh, that is the white. Okay. Just looks kind of weird. We're going to lighten this E up a little bit. Hang on, I'm messing that up. Let me just do a 1. Just the inner parts. And when we go to paint it, it's going to show that as lighter. It should. Grab the lighter blue. This blue. 1.25, maybe 3.5, 4.5, 3. Looks terrible. How do we fix it? Fix it! Fix it! There we go. Okay. Okay. Alright. We have the same problem going on with this guy. Okay, well, we know how to fix it now. Let's do it again. We already have it on the left mouse button. Yeah, thanks for the suggestion. Seriously, I think I would have not gone back and fixed the E, and I really should fix these so they match the other E's a little bit better. Again, because I am going for that kind of like, it looks like crayon. And people are going to pick this tin up and be like, wow, it looks like a kid drew this. They'll have no idea it took like all this time to like make it look like pixely and stuff, but whatever. I feel like that's like most things in life, is like the person that actually like crafted the thing, like the maker, nobody seems to appreciate that, you know. Yeah. There's just so many intricacies that go into so many different things. Not just in life, but just in general, you know, just anyway. Something to think about. Something to think about. I know all this effort to something that I might not ultimately use. I know. But like in my heart, I feel like this is what I want. I feel like I want this like cheesy patterned thing on the back. And again, I feel like I might just go ahead and let it be called Shadow Dueling, because I don't really want to have to redo that. That's okay, my college professor was winging it most of his time. That's the definition of graphic design, is you're winging it. Yeah. These are kind of fun. Let's do these together. Hang on, let's switch it up because I'm tired of doing that same pattern over and over and over again. Let's do. So this is based off of Sigmund. So that was this character. We based this lettering off of his character. Yeah, Sigmund's a pretty interesting character because the other three characters are relatively talkative, with Frida being a little bit more the quiet type. But Sigmund says barely nothing at all, or barely anything at all. It's part of his nightly training. Like, so they literally, I don't want to say they brainwash. I need to be careful to not go over that teal. These are going to look kind of funky. Oh, I kind of did. I don't want to, though. So, the Knights, right? The Order of the Emerald Knights. So, they take, not just men, but they take young people that basically seem like they might be a good fit for the Order, and they go through this rigorous training. Think like Sparta. Think like this, like they're out in the wilderness and campfire and, you know, hunting their own food and that sort of training. And Sigmund's one of the most promising, actually. The way that he takes to the mental training. So kind of think, what is it? The race that Spock is, he, and how he's able to, that race of aliens is able to suppress, from Star Trek, able to suppress their emotions. That's Sigmund. That's the Knightly Order. Like they practice to not only be, you know, good in combat, but they literally practice suppressing the emotions themselves. So he's definitely a hard cookie to crack in the story, which I think is fun for the hopefully it'll be fun for the players to kind of uncover his character story, because I don't want him to necessarily as easily as some of the other characters give information. Frida's kind of the same way. She kind of has a backstory she won't really want to talk about. And they're both kind of the older characters, so I think that's kind of so true in life as well. Like as you get older, it's kind of harder and harder to share, you know, your stories with, you know, people that don't know you, right? So I kind of wanted to play that out in those two characters in particular. Let's drop that down to 1. Okay. But yeah, Sigmund's kind of a complex character. Kind of conflicted about how the Order reacts to the whole. So the Order finds out. Just a little spoiler there. The Order finds out that Lamaldria's spell curse that that we were talking about a few streams ago. She curses the world. Trying to find her. Oops, I should be brushing that, not erasing. Hang on. Anyway, so she curses the world, turns the whole world into candy, and in her selfish quest to find her, you know, knight in shining armor, her Prince Charming, pure of heart. I actually have in the storybook, I have the professor basically say something along the lines of, but not one of them was pure of heart, right? All the characters are flawed and ultimately turn into candy. But anyway, Lamaldria is kind of crazy, and she's convinced that her knight in shining armor is, I kind of lose the brightness there, out there somewhere. So she's kind of scouring the land looking for this, you know, lone survivor of her spell plague. She, of course, being also affected by the plague, since she's certainly not pure of heart herself. And the thing of it is like the book that she found, the evil book in the library, it's not really intuitive, like the spell description. It didn't tell her that, you know, hey, this, by the way, this will cast the world into darkness, it'll be perpetual candy, people can't eat, they can't procreate, all these different things. Like, the book doesn't say that. You know, it's kind of like the whole magic genie thing. It's like the genie doesn't tell you it's going to mess up your life. Like, you know, the genie, I mean, in this case, metaphorically, this evil book that she finds in the library. Well, actually, the book actually finds her, by the way. The book actually finds Lamaldria. Lamaldria, of course, being represented by this dice. But she Yeah, so let me show you a picture of her. She's kind of off her rocker. Like here, I have a couple of different pictures I commissioned for her. One where she's kind of normal-ish, not so evil. This is her when she becomes the Lemon Queen. But let's see if I have her other art here. Yeah, I kind of asked the artist I was working with, Silver, to kind of make her look a little off, a little disheveled, a little crazy. So you kind of see she's got like the bags under her eyes, and I mean she kind of perseverates on the oh, weird. Oh, perfect. So we can have them next to each other. Or no, that's the same art. That's weird. Okay. But yeah, so she's pretty nuts. Just kind of off her rocker, just thinking that there's this perfect person. I mean, it's just not how it is, you know. It's kind of a story I wanted to tell because I see like friends and family, like they're convinced that there's this, you know, perfect person. I think my answer to that would be, shoot, I'm supposed to be brushing here. My answer would be is there might be people that are suitable, but I wouldn't say that there's a quote unquote perfect person. Like the whole soulmates thing. I mean, you know, this whole Match.com culture we live in. You know, I don't know about that. Anyway, that was kind of not to get on too huge of a tangent. That was kind of the story I wanted to tell through this character. Is I see that all the time. Not necessarily just in friends of mine that happen to be girls or anything. It's not gender specific. I you know, guys I know do that too. I feel like you're putting too much stock in just one component of your life. I mean, sure, you know, if you're going to be in a serious relationship or or marry, yes, that is the most important human being, right, on the planet to you. But, you know, I think this whole cultural phenomena of they're the perfect person that's subjective, isn't it? Anyway. Yeah, her character story is a little preachy, I'll admit. I don't preach it that way in the game. Goodness me, no, I don't do that. But it's, hang on, let me drop this down to more like 1.5 because I'm having a lot of trouble. Maybe 1.4. Because these letters were already thick, and then I added a blue outline, and now I'm adding a black outline to the blue outline I already did. So let's drop it down quite a bit. Let's do this, 1.25. So I gotta stay focused on the task at hand. And I know all the players that play the game, some aren't going to be very interested or interested at all in the story. So I need to respect that. You know, just because I want to tell this story of kind of idolizing a person, right? Putting too much stock or putting too much, what's the word? Putting too much expectation is kind of Lamaldria's issue, really. Okay, I can bring the blue around that. That like this Prince Charming is going to come into her life and sweep her off her feet, you know? That's kind of the story I wanted to tell with her. She kind of goes down this wrong path. She doesn't really live her life, kind of locks herself in a room kind of situation. I mean, and in the story, her parents kind of try to, you know, break her out of that. They do try, anyway, to kind of get her out of her room and make her stop drawing all those pictures of this fake, you know, Prince Charming all over the walls of her bedroom. That's kind of her story. I mean, I do want the players to kind of empathize with her and care about the character, but I mean, ultimately she is evil because she casts the world into perpetual candy. That's just one of the stories I wanted to tell with the game, is that you can't, like, I feel like you really shouldn't. I mean, again, that's opinion, but I think it's not good to put that much stock in what's only one component of your life, right? Anyway. All right, don't know what to do on this board state. Let me take a look. We got For Me Jade. Wow, your opponent's got trophy mages going on? That is sick. Gate to the Afterlife. But you've got like a ton of planeswalkers going on. I mean, I would assume it has to do with Bolas. Oh. I would assume this puzzle has to do with nickel bolus, right? So we got a bolus on 2. Okay, did you already Royal Scions this turn? I'm assuming you did. Let me look at your chat log. Nissa, okay, Nissa. Okay, so you did your Nissas. Definitely cycle this Caryatid away. So you got an army of lands you've animated. I mean, are you gonna work towards some of these ultimates? Oh, you got this bolus. Did you get the emblem off of Nissa Who Shakes the World yet? I don't see it. That's what I would work towards. I would work towards Nissa Who Shakes the World's emblem. Bolus is dead from Walking Ballista. Oh, there's a huge ballista. I missed that, didn't I? Okay. I mean, I would work towards this ultimate. Their flyers are keeping my walkers in check. Okay. Huh. Alright, are you making food with that goose? This was a summoning sick goose, but are you making food with the goose? Because you're at 13. What's he got in this graveyard? Trophy Mage. I actually don't know Priest of the Forgotten off the top of my head. I don't know, Jade. If you can't break up the gate to the afterlife, like that ballista coming back is just going to destroy you, I imagine. I was planning on it, threw it under the bus from the flyer. Capolo with the host. Thank you, Capolo. We're trying to figure out this board state for our dear friend Jade. Yeah, thanks for the raid, Capolo. I appreciate that. What's up, Morphling? How's it going? Trying to figure out this cool board state. So Jade was playing some... Jade's playing some Pioneer. We played Pioneer tonight. I'm actually working on some graphic design, though, for a board game I'm making. And we were actually kind of talking about the story. Oh, you got Elspeth, Sun's Champ in here? Nice. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have any graveyard hate, I imagine the Gate to the After... or the God Pharaoh's Gift double triggering is going to be a lot to... Possibility Storm tonight? Nice. You think you're dead? I think you're dead, too, Jade. I think he's just going to... The Ballistas, yeah. I'm sorry, Jade. We played, we did, what did we do tonight? We played, just magic-wise, what did we do tonight? We played a Mardu, well, no, we should have played the Mardu Feather, but we didn't. But I'm building this dice and card game. I'm going to be releasing in November. So this is what I should have played. This is the initial list I put together. It was like a Mardu Heroic. Feather. Sorry, it's a feather list. But I wish I'd wish that I had played this. I actually played a plain red-white list, and I don't think it did nearly as well as it could have. I mean, a lot of people are playing 3 colors, and yeah, a lot of people are playing 3 colors. So what I'm doing right now is I'm working on the back of the mint tin for a mint tin game I'm creating. The characters look kind of like this. The character cards look like this. Pretty basic, name, portrait, and then they have a couple of abilities. This first ability is called their power, and then the second is a combo. It's a little dice puzzle. This is probably my favorite character. Well, I shouldn't say that. I like each of the characters for different reasons. She's a lot of fun, though. She's kind of a steampunk rogue that she can melt if she takes off her face mask. That's this picture here. That's Frida. And then we have we were just talking about this character quite a bit. This is Sigmund Lockwood. He's a rock man. Well, these are like rock candy crystals, but he's got a couple of abilities as well. But the way you play the game, is you... First, you and your opponent will roll to see who goes first. Then you pick hero cards. And then you'll actually draft the dice. Each of the dice has a different power or flavor. So in other words, for example, the green, red, and blue dice, these are a cycle. So this is kind of like rock, paper, scissors. These are the elemental flavors. and these kind of sorry, that's backwards to you guys. These kind of terminate. These are pretty central to the dice drafting, but some of the other dice, they're like opposing dice. So in other words, in the game, if you have a tie, so let's say we have a tie between like these two dice, it's the player that played their dice second that wins, so the defending player. But sometimes you'll have dice that, like these opposing dice, these are a better example. So light and dark, these up here, these are placeholders for chaos and order, or hope. I'm not going to tell you what that one is, but light and dark. So when these face off, if yellow is first, brown happens second. Even if brown was less than yellow, the player who played brown would win. So each of the, so these are the opposing dice. So these work like this. It's whichever one's played second. And it's just a little dice battle. You put it in this mint tin. You could, take it to the restaurant. My plan is to literally do that. I'm creating the game. I know it sounds selfish, but I kind of created it first and foremost for my own friends and family. But my friends and family were telling me the game's good enough that I should actually maybe put it up on something like Game Crafter. And then the other dice, we have the plain dice. These win all types of ties. So in other words, if you had them tie like this, even if this was the dice that was played first, and technically normally when you have ties, the red dice would win. Not so with the physical dice, so they win here. And then the last dice is kind of spicy. So we got the opposing, the rock, paper, scissors, and then the ones that win all sorts of ties, right? These don't actually have an elemental weakness either, so these are actually really strong dice. This dice is the minion dice. It's kind of only as strong as what else you draft around it, because it's based off of, if you play this dice in the first round, you get to name a flavor, so you can name one of the opposing flavors, one of the elemental flavors, or, sorry, you can't see very well, there we go. Or you could choose to make it one of the plain dice, so it's going to have those abilities. But if you play it during the rounds, you actually will copy one of the dice you've won, one of the dice you've claimed. Think of it like, in Magic terms, your graveyard. It will clone, it will copy. What card is that? Not Skin Shifter. I'll think of it, but there's like a clone. There's a clone that works like that dice. But anyway, yeah, game's coming out in November. I gotta get the graphic arts for it done. This is, like I said, the back of the tin. It's got 3 different game modes. One of which you have concealed information, the other where you draft with open information, and then one where this last mode's actually one player and you play against the Lemon Queen. Yeah, it should be fun. Game's name is Candy Calamity. Sounds confusing? Alright, did 2-3 with red, black dragons. Sounds probably some more instructions would be easier. Yeah, absolutely, Capolo. I was just kind of giving you the overview. I have my rules manual. Where did I put it? I mean, I'm not gonna read the rules manual to you guys tonight. That's no fun. It's actually pretty simple though once you play. So hang on. So once you finish drafting, so in the end you're gonna end up with 5 dice each, right? You just needed to know how the flavors interact. So each player ends up with 5 dice after they draft, and then if you're playing the shadow dueling mode, you're going to put your hand on the table like this, and then you'll roll your dice behind your hand so your opponent can't see what you've rolled. See? And then you're going to play the dice in what we're calling clashes. You're going to play them one at a time. So if I play this 1 and you play this, you would win that. If I played this 5 and you played this 5, I actually win this because this is a physical dice. It wins all types of ties. You play this 3, I play this 2. You would win that. If you were to play this 4 and I play this 2, but I copied... oh no, I don't have the right thing to copy. This is the dice that I would need to be able to copy to beat you here. So you're going to win that as well. And then we'll play these out, and you would win that as well. So in this scenario, if I played that poorly, didn't use any hero abilities or hero powers, that's what these cards are for, at least for the prequel. I could flip a dice over if I was playing a Sigmund. Or I could claim the dice through a combo. I just win if this is fulfilled and the other player doesn't interact with me through their hero power. That's kind of a way to cancel this out. But yeah, you play those 5 clashes, and then that round is over. You can choose new heroes. You can choose a new game mode in between, and the game kind of flows from there. All right. Anyway, we got to get this game done. But I appreciate you coming in and asking about the game, and super cool. Thank you so much for that host, Capolo. I really appreciate the support, my friend. The game drops in November, so I only have so much time to work on this. If you have any questions about the game or the different game modes, or what I mean by prequel, what is the actual game, these are all great questions. What's the story? Why are they all made out of candy? There's plenty of questions I'm happy to answer. Let's do 1.4, actually. Oops. Happy to answer those kinds of questions about the game. All right, sounds interesting. Where will I keep up to date? Right here on the stream. Right here on this stream. So I'm doing all the updates through my BrewSpy network. So follow the Twitter. I'm doing updates in the Discord. So yes, so literally I'm doing the promotion through the game on GameCrafter and my own friends and my own network. Just, you know, maybe not the best, but hopefully it'll work. Gotta start somewhere, you know. A lot of people say your first game is, you know, not that it's a bad game. It probably, if you're a game maker for a long time, it certainly might not be. That bee looks terrible. This needs to be, hang on, let me undo. I didn't realize that this bee looked like that. This needs to be straight, and then this needs to curve. There we go. That's a bee. That's a bee if I ever saw one. But yeah, here's something. So because I created the game to give away to like my friends and family, the way that I'm doing it is once you've purchased the dice, so the dice are all going to come in the what the prequel is going to come with is all the dice that you need for the first episode of the story, and that's where these little cards will come in. By the way, that go in here, but you're not going to get very many of them with the prequel. Part of that is because I need more time to refine and develop the episode, but the mini game is done. Like these mini dice games are done, where you have concealed information, where you openly draft, where you fight against the Lemon Queen in a little boss battle scenario. Those are all done, and I want to release them the middle of next month. But I don't want players to feel like they have to purchase another tin and another thing of dice or anything like that. So what I've done is I've woven the prequel and the first episode into one another so that you can print and play, or if you like fancy your cards, like when these are finished, these are paper prototypes, but when they're finished, they're going to be like nice cardstock. You can either buy the cardstocked version or you can just cut out the cards. So I want to have a print and play version, but also the components, a lot of the components you'll need, even some of the expansion dice, or rather later episode dice, will be coming in here. So what I need to release, and I'm planning to release for the prequel in a couple of weeks, is it's going to be all the victory trackers you need that are also used in the main adventure, and you get all the dice that you need from buying the prequel. So all that you need for the main game, the first episode, is just cards that you've printed out. Or if you want, I'm going to also make it so that you can just either buy the whole thing together, or you can just buy the cards necessary for this. So it's going to be tedious because I'll have to make like a couple different store pages, but I think it'll be worth it because it'll give players the option to either print and play, or if they want the fancier cards, they can if they want good cardstock, they can just buy it off the site. I might give them a little reward, like a bonus scenario or a bonus card if they buy the cardstock that I might not include in the paper. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not trying to do those sorts of things at the moment. That's not really where my mind is. Are you going to custom make the dice? No, these are the dice. These are the dice. They come off the GameCrafter website, which is part of the reason why I'm building the game through those constraints. No, they're not custom dice. These two, I've already picked out dice off their website for these two. This one's actually eventually going to be a blue-orange swirl, and this one's going to be like a bright, like a nice bright purple lavender. I really liked... Okay, hang on. I lost that round. I showed you overall victory. 1 game 2, nutty turn 3 Nissa. Let's take a look at this picture. Hopefully, I'll be able to afford it when it comes out. Oh yeah, Jade. No worries. We could even do like giveaways like we did with the bow tie. I'd love to be able to give the game away, maybe like a giveaway or something. Um, that might be fun. Something I thought about. Oh, they scooped to the bolus on the stack. Nice. Opponent's deck is really sweet though. That's the kind of deck that I would definitely consider playing, like Citrus Suppliers and such. Minister of Inquiries, like this seems sweet. The whole excuse me. The whole very nice, Jade. Anyway, gotta get this art done. It's one thing to get all excited about the game and the features I'm trying to include, but gotta get the game refined, gotta get it graphics, all the graphic arts with all the updated abilities. Yep. I have to redo, not the art on the hero cards, but I have to redo their abilities. And I know what you're thinking. You're like, well, BrewSpy, if you're including the heroes in the prequel, but what if you want to change the art between now and Episode 1? Episode 1 is only a matter of months away. It's going to be spring 2020. It's already fall of 2019. So in my mind, I'm thinking, I'm just kind of riffing with you guys out loud, but I'm thinking that's not that far away. So I really need to get cracking on this game. Need to get the prequel out there so you guys can enjoy the characters, so you can enjoy the dice battling. And then I can start putting all my effort into the actual first episode. I'm really not even trying to think about episode 2 other than base mechanics and, of course, the story. I'm really not even trying to nail down exactly the details. And I just honestly can't share with you guys the mechanics or the story. I think it'd be too much of a spoiler. I mean, like, you may know where we're going with it once you finish the first adventure, the non-linear co-op story of the first episode. But, yeah, be on the lookout. Oh, hang on, sorry, you guys can't see what I'm working on. Sorry about that. Be on the lookout for Reign of the Lemon Queen. We're going to try to drop that. The estimated, date is spring 2020. But the little dice puzzler I showed you guys earlier, for those of you that just joined us, I did a live demo of the game earlier with some people in chat. I'm pretty tired and I just got to get this done. Otherwise, I would do it again. If you want to check that out, it will be in the VOD. But the game is not nearly as complicated as it looks. Once you see that the dice are some combination of, it's either rock, paper, scissors, or it's they're opposed dice. There's really only 4 categories of dice. It's the, like I said, the elemental, which act like rock, paper, scissors. There's a cycle of dice that are opposing dice. There's a cycle of dice that win all types of ties. And then they also don't have any elemental weaknesses. We might need to change that because those dice are really, they might be a little too strong with both of those abilities. But anyway. Or we might just need to give another ability to the elemental and the alignment dice, the opposing dice. And then the last is the clone dice. That dice can take on the abilities of one of your previously played dice. Sorry, one of the dice you've won, excuse me. It was too hard to keep track of previously played in the concealed version of the game because players couldn't necessarily see what they've won because players, of course, strategically want to hide the dice that they've won, forces the other player to have to remember what they previously had played, which I think you should, and you should be keeping track of what dice have already been played. But anyway, it's that kind of strategy game. Actually, that's pretty good. Could have used a little more shadow. How's that looking? I guess this is looking a little bit, I wouldn't say better, but at least it's differentiated from the blue and pink backdrop, which everybody was saying was a problem. And I would agree that it was indeed a problem. Let's drop that down to 1, kind of just a little bit of separation. Let's just get rid of that. Let's just get rid of. And when I saw the Stitchers, I said, "Okay, I'm dead." What is Stitchers? Just a way to tell. I mean, obviously, your opponent's deck is going to be a busted graveyard deck if there's going to be, Stitchers. Just they need a little bit more separation. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to tell you guys about the game, but I really need to get it done, and I guess I'd like to just hang, but seriously, if you have questions about the game, I'm more than happy to answer. There's a lot of other characters besides the ones I showed you. If you're curious about the different like worlds that we're going to be going through, well, that's actually me and my buddy Brian right here. But he's a fellow amateur game maker, hoping to team up with him in the future for future games. But he and I. We actually record a D&D podcast together. I don't know if you guys knew that. So I kind of base these off of our characters. If you guys want to listen to that D&D podcast, there's a command in the chat. It's ! Podcast. So that's he and me, my buddy Brian and I. Let's see. So yeah, there's like different scenes. We actually had the Lemon Fortress done twice because the first one wasn't all that great. She did a lot of redos. Like, for example, Mayor Jeremy Gumbucks just didn't have the look I wanted him to have at all. This is kind of the greedy mayor of Ginger City. But that doesn't make you think greedy, does it? Right? Like, I don't think of like a greedy mayor when I see that face. So she actually redid him for me, and now he looks like this, and it's perfect. Like the curly mustache, the cheesy smile. Now I'm thinking in like the eyebrow. Yeah. So that's Mayor Jeremy Gumbucks of Ginger City Streets. So that's this place. Actually, the scene begins. You guys are allowed to know this because this is where the prequel ends. But the professor and the mayor, while they're briefing the heroes at City Hall, the Ginger Bandit, you can see here, we actually have a better picture of him, makes off with the golden coupon. I'm not going to tell you what the golden coupon is for. Oh, here's a picture of the professor. I'm not going to tell you what the golden coupon is for necessarily, but yeah, so he's an interesting character. He's actually kind of old and made of peanut brittle. So you can see all the Band-Aids kind of falling apart. And I actually had a voice for him for the character's story. Kind of like Deckard Cain sounding. You know, well, welcome to the world of Candy Calamity. Kind of voice, you know. But yeah, it's been a fun project for sure. Definitely enjoyed working on this game. Absolutely. Can't wait to bring it to you guys. Again, like my initial intention was to put it into the Mint Tin Challenge and to just hand it out to friends and family, or maybe friends and family could pick it up for themselves. Because I don't know if I could buy that many copies. But yes, okay, this is looking so much better with the black shading. We should have done that before. Like they actually look. I can actually tell the difference between them and the backdrop. Good. Okay, these are actually maybe okay. They maybe just need shadow. So let's do 1.25. Yeah, it just needs shadow. This is already... Well, actually, hang on. It'll give it some dimension if I do it that way. There we go. Give it a little bit of thickness, a little bit of... There we go. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I don't expect you guys to necessarily be excited because, I mean, you're just a potential player. I mean, just is the wrong way to put that, though. I mean, you are potential future players of the game. I guess it's different when you're the game maker because there's many games and board games and video games I've played over the years. It is very different when you're the person making the thing because you get really excited about it, and then your excitement for a project doesn't always translate over to the other person, if that makes sense. I mean, the same thing can happen when you're really excited about something and you're trying to tell your friends, and then they're like, so what? You know, I've gotten some of that already with the game, and it's hard. It's hard because you're so passionate about it. And there's a story I want to tell through the characters and through the story, and I mean, obviously I want the game to be fun as well, but those are kind of the, you know, thing of it. But anyway, it's easy for me to get excited about it, and then you tell somebody, and they might get excited about it just because you're excited about it, or they get excited about it because, you know, they're a friend of mine or family member. But it's like, at the same time, yeah, that shadow's coming along nicely. At the same time, you can't expect people to understand the vision and be as excited about your game as you might be. Like, I wanted to set out and make a game that I actually wanted to play, that was quick, had good story, but also gameplay. I mean, it's hard. There's going to be some shortcomings, right? Some people will say, well, I don't like dice games. Okay. Maybe one of the episodes will be less reliant on dice, but I think pretty much all the episodes are going to involve dice, so already that's going to write some people off, right? I appreciate you giving us the play-by-play on your game, Jade. That's kind of nice. Anyway, I could go on. I could, quite frankly, bloviate. I need to get in the game here and kind of focus on these letters. But I appreciate you guys coming for the magic portion of the stream. Sorry, we are working on the game now, but I gotta get this done. I do not want to change the release date again. That was no fun. I was sad that I couldn't submit it to the contest. I mean, I'm glad. I'm ultimately, looking back, I'm glad that it was the decision that happened Monday, was to not turn it in, because like the game there's a lot of new awesome features and refinement that got to happen because of that. But ultimately, like, games do need a due date. The game needs to come out at a certain point, right? In order for me to move towards episode 1, which is the game. I don't want to say the game that I actually want to release, but in order for players to get more of the story, for me to release more of the story, we have to get past this prequel. It's just basically just the character background and how they all come together, why the world is made of candy, like what's up with the whole Lemon Queen thing. It explains a lot. Like, the prequel is going to center you in the universe of the story, the world I'm trying to tell it in. You're going to get some of the names of the kingdoms, neighboring kingdoms. Like, what's this whole alchemagistry thing? You know, okay, there's knights, but there's also steampunk. Like, what's up with that, BrewSpy? Right? Like, I get it. Like, there's these crystal knights, these knights of the Emerald Order, right? Like Sigmund, I get it. Right? He's made of glass or crystal, right? Even his skin. But then there's also steampunk in your world. What's up with that? There's like airships. Like, what's going on here, BrewSpy, right? Let me see. Airship. There we go. That's a shot from the airship. Where's the actual airship in the... Here it is. This is the cover art. So one of the levels, just a little brief spoiler, the players will actually climb aboard the bubblegum airship. Yeah, the bubblegum balloon airship. But so there's a little bit of steampunk going on, but there's also knights. So what gives? And then there's magic. No, I mean, it's all those elements come together in the world. There's basically the magic, if I was to kind of spoil a little bit, I suppose, about how the whole magic thing works, is the, let's go to Melvin. The different schools of magic kind of fall into the categories of their alchemagistry. In other words, they're elemental, they're industrious, they're just kind of... Think about like the way that science works in the world today. So that's what the kind of magic that Melvin uses, and quite frankly also Annette does. She's a bit of a spellcaster too, amplifying her voice. She's got cinnamon spark flame smoke screens, fire flame picking on her mandolin. So the different characters interact in the world through different means, not just their candification powers, the way that they've been candified. But anyway. I generally try to... It's one of the most weirdo matchups you've had. Yeah, no, it was a cool matchup, for sure. I mean, you got that wonderful 5-color Planeswalker thing going on. I'm sure people are just, like, weirded out when they see you cast Bolas and you're, like, a, you know, green-based deck. I'm sure you have a lot of entertaining chats because of the deck you've made. For sure. If you're wondering why these 3-mode... the text on the modes is so different from the rest of this art is because these, I kind of wanted each of these to be kind of represented by one of the characters in the story. The Shadow Dueling mode made me think of Frida, so we actually used Frida's color palette, the waffles, and the Neapolitan ice cream. These are Sigmund's eyes and the crystals in his armor and his two-handed mace. And then the Shade of Mind is the color palette from La Maldria, the Lemon Queen. I mean, she wasn't always, by the way, just for the record, she wasn't always evil. She got that way from believing in the children's books and such, telling her about this, you know, Prince Charming that she'd one day get to marry, and he would be pure of heart, and he, you know, she kind of had this grandiose vision of him that he'd be perfect in every way. When, I mean, come on, I mean, like, we're human, right? We're not perfect. So, you know, she kind of had this twisted notion of what her life was going to be. And that kind of started her down this path of perseverating. She locks herself in a room, draws pictures of him all day. Her, you know, mother and father, who are the king and queen of that kingdom. Castle Rowan, King Charles Rowan, and Queen Lydia. They try to kind of break her out of that cycle, but they just can't. And the maids are like, you know, like she's like chanting weird things when we go to knock on the bedroom door. It's interesting, right? Oh, and Lamaldria actually, apparently several years before this happened, she'd stumbled upon a book in the library. Now, what's interesting about this book, it's not the kind of book that you're supposed to be able to find in the Kingdom Public Library. Actually, no, it would have been the Royal Library, excuse me, for the Castle Rowan. But basically, the story there is that it was a book. I mean, we could shrug it off and say freak accident, but that book was not supposed to be there. Anyway, she gets her hands on this book, and as a twisted youth, as she was, you know, teenager, begins to read such a book, and basically, she whether or not she realized it at the time, she was learning black magic. So that's kind of the other school of magic in the world besides Alchemagistry. Is she's actually, even though she looks like she's a light caster, like a good person, no, she's evil, and she's actually casting dark mind magic. Throughout the game, she actually will mess with the players through these telekinetic powers, and there's a dice and a little mini game to represent that. So I kind of like that I've rigged. I had a story first, and then I rigged the game to the story, and then they've kind of built off of one another. Like some of the flavors I came up with thanks to the dice and the dice colors. So I think the cool thing about game development is eventually the two kind of feed into one another, and then it's you can't really have one without the other anymore. Ideally, I think in the world of yeah, when it comes to making a game, I imagine that's so. Eventually, they become one cohesive thing, the story and the game itself, and you really, the players are like, I can't really have one without the other, you know, or it's hard to imagine what's going on in the story without that epic dice battle you had against the boss. But if you just had an epic dice battle and you didn't know anything about the boss you were fighting, I mean, how could that be satisfying? What would be the point, you know? Why would you want to sit down for... the main game that's coming out in the spring, it's ideally going to take less than an hour sessions. shooting for about a half hour to 45 minutes per session. And the session is you literally just have to solve. We're either going to do it through the event deck or we're going to do it through the scenario deck or the scenario cards. In other words, once that puzzle or those series of puzzles are finished, you finish the round. Or you got overwhelmed by the negative abilities from the various enemy dice, or the minions get out of hand. So there's a bunch of different ways to lose. Only one way to win kind of situation. That kind of like a pandemic or like one of those kind of co-op games. So while it still looks terrible. Let's try 1.5. So while the prequel is going to be versus mode and single player, the first adventure I want to do a non-linear. I've actually already written into the story the non-linear, but the non-linear. Let's see. Yeah, a non-linear co-op game, and there's going to be some asymmetry in the characters, so you'll want to replay through the story even once you learn the story or parts of the story. The idea of having an asymmetrical but also non-linear game where it terminates, depending on, did you win the map, did you lose the map? Okay, if you lost, you go here. Okay, if you won, you guys go here. And doing that, at least you have to play through the game twice. But even if you play through the game twice, you might have won or lost at the wrong junctions to get the full story, to go to all the different zones, ideally. And then, of course, there's also the fact, it's way too dark. There's also the fact that you may want to play through that same story, those different storylines, with the other characters. Like, if you only played through the story with, say, Melvin, you didn't get the experience of what it's like to play the story as Frida, or Frida's event cards, or Frida's story within the story. Something to think about. Anyway, yeah, I could go on. I really did. The reason I'm so excited is I literally set out to play a game that I wanted to play myself, that I wanted to play with my friends and family. And I think that really helps me motivate me for the game. Like in a lot of ways, it's not like I'm dreading the deadline. I'm like, oh, I just want it to be over. I want the game to be finished. No, I want to give them the best game I can, and then we get to play it together. It was kind of my aim. And if that's all that it is, that's fine with me. Quite frankly, if that's all that the game is. Okay, Jade. Sorry we didn't do piano with you tonight. Another night. Have a good night, Jade. Thanks for coming. Thanks for sticking around. But yeah, I wanted to set out to play a game that I enjoy. And, if it's something that other people can enjoy, if I can spread that joy or enjoyment, great. If not, if this whole project, all this time that's been going into it, just equates to now I have a cool game that I get to play with my own friends and family, that's fine with me too. I don't really... It's not the ultimate purpose. And I think that's important to note that, not only to myself but to clarify, because I think if it's more than that, if it's anything less than that, then I don't think I'm going to be happy with the game. Like if it's the kind of game where you make it and you're like, well, okay, moving on to the next thing. Like no, like I want a game that I actually want to sit down and play time and time again. And then you know what? When it gets old, finally. Which, I mean, all games do. All things fade, right? All games eventually do get old. Magic is such an amazing game in that there's a lot of life being constantly breathed back into it. At that point, I would, think about what the next episode's going to be like. Okay, these are really close together. Let me see what happens here. Okay, there's still some space between. Just kind of got to hug the letter. Yeah, I hope so, Jade. Oh, actually, she's gone now, but I really hope that this black line is enough. For these outlines, I hope it makes a difference. It's also giving it like a nice shadow too, so it's not just the separation factor that I need. Let's actually grab that because I kind of messed up a little. There we go, and back to black. But yeah, I mean this has definitely brought me a lot of joy, like making this game. Like it's hard work. I mean that was a given. You know, not everybody. And maybe myself included, not everybody's meant to make games. But no, I've actually really enjoyed it. It's funny, a lot of the skills I have actually feed into this. I didn't think that they would. But I mentioned this earlier, but I'll say it again. My job, I'm a CAD draft design engineer for gas main. We put plans together for construction companies to go out and put natural gas lines in the ground for residential. So, you know, even though I didn't imagine myself being in the civil field, because I actually studied mechanical engineering, it's been a good job, and you know, it's maybe not what I'm going to do forever, but it's definitely given me some skills that I didn't have before, and really that's all you can ask for, right? I mean, lots of people have a job just to have a job, and it's not even really improving their skill set. You know, and I think about that fact, or I try to think about that fact often if I'm a little tired or something at work or whatever, or something goes wrong. I think it's important for me to think about that fact, is like there's plenty of people that don't have a job where they're like working towards something, or don't have a job that they can enjoy, and that's a lot of the world, you know, just don't like their work, or can't find any joy in it at all. I mean, I'll say this. I mean, granted, it's a hobby. I find a lot more joy in my streaming, and I find a lot more joy in making this game than maybe I do at my job. But that's not unusual. That's not unusual, right? It's not unusual. I mean, that's kind of true for a lot of people, isn't it? Anyway. You guys up for piano? I think I'm done after I finish the first draft of the... oh my gosh, we still have 3 lines left to go. Alright, well once we... 147. Once we finish this, why don't we do some piano? You guys have earned it. You've been with me through the thick and thin here. And I apologize. I know there's been... I should have mentioned this earlier. I know that I just thought about it now. I'm sure there's been some people that tuned in wanting to talk about Pioneer, except that we're on the second part of what my stream title says, which is the Candy Calamity portion. Just because I have to get the game done in time. Like, I can't push back the date again. I have a self-imposed date. The next thing on my list is... Yeah, by Friday, I'll have the finalized rule set. I might even put it out there so you guys can read it, so you can just see that, okay, BrewSpy is coming together, it's official. And then ideally, some of the people that want to read the rules can make comments or suggestions. So that's happening on the 1st. That's Friday. Okay, today's going to be Wednesday soon, right? So Friday, you guys, I'm thinking I should release it at least on like the Discord or something. Maybe you guys can read over the rules and start to kind of hash out some of the mechanics with me in a more direct way than we have been doing for these little demos on stream. And then from there, we can kind of talk about the next thing, which is next I'm going to be printing out. I'm either going to print out the color prototype, or I've also considered buying it off the Game Crafter through the prototyping program that they have, and then I'd actually have nice cardstock. My buddy Brian was saying I should just use a color printer for the prototype, because I still don't know if there's going to be changes at that point. Hopefully not. And then there's going to be even more playtesting. That's going to take place until the 6th. So I have a whole timeline that he helped me to build for making sure that we hit that November 13th, that Monday release. And he's going to hold me to it. And I hope you guys hold me to it too. Because I ambitiously thought that I was going to get the game done in time for the Mint Tin contest. It didn't happen that way. Yeah, it did not happen that way. But it's okay it didn't happen that way. More time to refine, more time to get the game where it needs to be. And again, this amount of polish, like there's hopefully I'm gonna have, you know, since I'm giving myself till, you know, 2020 spring 2020, I want this amount or more, certainly more polish to go into the first episode. I don't want you guys to feel like you're playing just something tacked on to the prequel. I want you to feel like the prequel was what was tacked on, if anything. That the prequel was terminated from episode 1, actually, which is true. I actually had written a lot of what was going to happen in episode 1, game wise and story wise, before my buddy was like. It was actually the fault of the contest that not only the game happened. This music is... Hang on a sec. This is pretty epic sounding, but not what I'm feeling right now. Let me switch it up. It's not what I was thinking. Better. This is far better. You guys can hear the music okay, right? It's a little quieter song. Anyway, starting to lose my voice. So that means it's time to focus. Is anybody here interested in maybe doing a little bit of piano and then hitting the hay? I gotta finish this though. It's gonna drive me nuts if I don't finish this. Gonna finish. Because this is kind of like a sub. What's the word I'm looking for? Subset of things that. No, let's just do it over. It's not good enough. Yeah, like so streaming some of the game production or game creation or game testing is kind of a cool way for me to show you guys what I mean. Like I did a couple posts and I had a bunch of people that are like, what is this? You know, what are these characters? What is this thing, BrewSpy? It's a game. It's this game, man. It's this game I'm making. But I totally understand that sentiment because right, I mean, if there's no rule book for you guys to get your hands on early, you know, anyway. But yeah, I think ultimately I feel good about what happened because a whole new game mode happened because of it, or in other words, I was going to do like a boss battle mode in some of the later episodes, but I actually found that it might work in this prequel. So that's kind of the cool added bonus, honestly, of waiting on or delaying what we thought was the release of the game, which would have been this past Monday. A whole new game mode? Like, yes. Absolutely. What's up, Bant? How's it going? We do. Right now I'm working on a board game, but that's not the deck we're playing tonight. Hang on a second. We played something very similar to this tonight in Pioneer. Right now I'm working on a board game. This was a board game I was making for the Mint Tin contest, but it's kind of turned into something else, which is not necessarily a bad thing. That looks bad. Let me try again. It wasn't the original intent. but I'm actually kind of really glad where the game's going now. Yeah, it looks better. Because additional game mode, a little less pressured. I did feel like I was rushing, and that's not good at all. Like, if I feel like I'm rushing, I think there's a lot of potential that the game could be not so good. Right, I mean, nobody wants to play a rushed game. And I really did feel like I was rushing to meet the deadline of the contest, and I really feel as though the game, honestly, because there's more breathing space, better schedule. I mean, honestly, if I'd sat down with my buddy, who's a bit of a board game, amateur board game maker himself, I think if I'd sat down with him and we'd planned out a timeline better, I might have actually been able to submit it in time. I didn't do that though. Did not do that. Should have. It's okay. It's one of those things where you look back and it's like, oh, it was supposed to happen that way because then we added the boss mode, and the boss mode is really what brought it together. Because it actually, you could play it kind of co-op style. I need to actually look into that, because there's so many ways I could literally resolve that, could do that scenario. The hard part was simulating Lamaldria's behavior, though, the computer, essentially, her behavior. That was the hard part. But I want players to get used to, like, dice kind of simulating the behavior of the characters. That's a very important part of episode 1, is the dice automation phase, simulating whether or not heroes got their dice ability. Kind of think of it like a critical. So that's kind of a passive, how to use their hero abilities. They get to learn a little bit in the prequel. So they're all kind of feeding into one another, is the idea, in theory. I just kind of went a little bit too far on that shadow, as you can see. I should cut it a little bit closer, and what I'll do is I will drop this down from maybe like 1.6. It's better. Nope, I want the brush, please. Let's hug this a little tighter this time. You can always go back and add more orange to Just grab that orange with the K button, and we're going to go back to B, that's the brush. Brighten that up. Bring it some shape. Bring this through here. You take the eraser, drop the eraser down to 1. It's as low as you can go on paint.net. It's just fine. Come out that way, come up this way, this way. But yeah, seriously, if I can learn how to play piano in a matter of a couple months, you can learn how to play piano. If I can learn how to make a board game, and you guys are learning with me, that's another reason I wanted to stream this. You guys, I don't know if you figured out that's why I'm doing it this way. It's really, if you're like, oh, he's just doing this because it's a promotional stunt. I mean, the game, that's not an unseen benefit. But the bigger benefit is it's kind of cool because I get to learn through you guys. I actually didn't know how to use paint.net until I streamed this. I didn't know how to use it. There were a lot of little things, I had a lot of questions, and I had one of you guys in the community that knew how to use paint.net, taught me paint.net live on stream. If you don't believe me, I think that was a VOD from about 2 weeks ago, because that was when I started trying to squeeze all the graphic arts in, graphic design. I'm trying to remember who it was, because that was huge. I actually should maybe credit that person in the credits of the game, come to think of it. I could just go back to the VOD and pull their name. But I didn't know how to use the program. I know it's a relatively simple program, but there were a lot of little nuances. Because I was doing some more complicated stuff with the hero cards, like layer management, like nothing like this is like I'm just doodling, really. But like a lot of the things I didn't know how to do, you guys here on the community, kind of like you do sometimes when it comes to Magic, taught me through chat taught me what I was doing wrong, or like why I was painting something a certain color. Like for example, on the hero cards, I had you guys help with this. This was actually custom done to match somewhat the boards and the paper down here at the bottom of the page. Is it perfect? No. But it's got some character to it. It took a while. Yeah, I mean, we actually had that whole spiel record when I was making the template for the heroes, the setup and the backgrounds. That we did that live on stream. So, I mean, if anything, that in and of itself is really cool. That players, once I do get the game done, they'll get to come back and look at these videos if they want to, and they get to see the whole game being made. I didn't really think about that. That's true. They could just come in. They could just look at these videos, see how the whole game happened, how it all happened, how the world was turned into candy. You see, the professor, that would be Professor Tucker, Professor Tucker Northam. He's actually the one that tells the story in the initial introduction of the prequel. It's actually told through the certain points of it are told through the perspective of the professor. He's the one that actually is kind of debriefing them on the mission. Then Mayor Gumbucks comes in and kind of tells them what's what. Kind of explains to them what the deal is. Like what each of the heroes is getting, right? So each of the heroes is getting something from going on this adventure. Melvin, it's an internship. He actually works there already. He works at the, well, this is City Hall here behind him, but this over here is the research facility. He, so he's going on this because he's actually one of the, he works with the professor. The professor, of course, being essentially his boss. But so that's why Melvin wants to go on the mission, because it's kind of like an internship for him. Opportunity for him to flex his alchemagistral, muscles. He's an alchemage. It's kind of a hybrid alchemist spellcaster in the world. It's kind of like an industrial magic. It's a magic of science, really, mixing potions. Not so much about waving hands and Harry Potter wands and such. It's more scientific. It's more refined, as Melvin would say. The study of alchemagistry is much more scientific. That's kind of Melvin for you. Whereas, you know, some of these other characters, it's hard for me to voice act like some of these other characters, because Annette is, when she begins the adventure, she's really obnoxious. You can kind of tell from how long her name is. I kind of, in my mind, I had like kind of like an announcer guy announcing her name to like a crowd, because she's kind of like, what's a good example? Think Hayley Williams from Paramore, but she kind of gets picked up as the lead for a band when she's very young, so she's pretty spoiled. She already came from a noble family, so already she's kind of got the whole like youngest sibling thing going on. But she, so when you read her name, it's kind of more like this: Annette Mordecai, the loquacious, the darling diva, the fiery songstress. You know, so think like cheesy announcer person. In my mind, that was kind of what I was thinking of when I was creating that backstory and her character. She's made of cinnamon, sugar, spice, everything nice. I know I kind of ripped that off from the Powerpuff, or what are the Powerpuff Girls, whatever. That's not actually in her backstory. I'm just riffing. I'm just making it up. But she really does have this kind of messed up story of her own. Kind of has to like leave the band. There's a whole thing there. I mean, think about it. So she becomes a bit of a celebrity, like really young in her life. She has people chasing her around, asking for autographs. She can't live a normal, late teens, early 20s life. She can't even go to like a grocery store. Like, she has a swarm of fans. She has to sign all their faces and shirts and, whatever they have, parchment. That's why she has the quill. She's always signing autographs. I mean, imagine if you were a celebrity and everywhere you went, people knew your name and you couldn't like go to the movies or anything like normal people do. So it's like on one hand we have this like the story that I'm kind of trying to tell through a net is like we have this society, especially in America. I don't know if you guys are Americans like me. Do I even look at the chat? Of course. Not when I'm drawing though, Bant for life. Can I get you to play one of my combo decks tonight? You're welcome to link it here. When we're in magic mode, I am much more with the chat. I'm sorry, Bant for life. I missed you saying that. I gotta get this done though, my friend. I gotta get this done. Yeah, tonight, if you look, or once we go offline, the beginning of the VOD, it's gonna be that Mardu list I linked. We kind of on my show. So when we're doing magic mode, I can pull up the list. We can talk about it. I'm sorry, friend. I missed your chat. So tonight, the list that we had was something like this Mardu feather. We did make some adjustments. I think we actually even adjusted. No, we adjusted it into just a plain white red. But that was after a brewing session. We brewed for about an hour, and then we played a full league. We brewed it. It could have gone Mardu with a black splash. We also considered a green splash because in green you get what were the big things that we got out of green? Not really all that improvement from the side. Dramoka's Command. Dramoka's Command works really well with the heroic mechanic. 10th District Legionnaire is essentially heroic. Just without saying heroic, it's essentially heroic. So they just didn't want to say heroic. Like for example, the heroic mechanic is actually written on Hoplite. So things like Dramoka's Command work really well with cards like this, for example. But no, I'm sorry, Mr. Chat Banned for Life. My bad. I'm usually pretty good about it. I mean, I guess I'm much less good about chat if I'm going to be drawing things, right? But I hear you. I mean, Twitch streaming, that's the medium. Try to be as attentive as possible whilst juggling the game, whilst juggling graphic design. If I had to count up all the comments that I hit and answered versus all the comments that have been missed over the years, I actually think I'm doing pretty good. But occasionally I will miss you. So I'm sorry, friend. I guess just in my mind as I'm working on the graphic design, I'm kind of thinking about the different stories and thinking about different characters and kind of what I'm going to do with some of those extra game modes I'm thinking of up in my head. So I mean, since the game got delayed, I do want to add at least one extra game mode if possible. It's coming along. I can message him. I'll send him a friend request. My bad, Banned for Life. He's probably going elsewhere. It's a relatively new account, Banned for Life. Huh. You know, when did they make that a feature on Twitch when you could see, like, when somebody first created their account? I wonder. I wonder why they did that. It's interesting. It was not always a feature. I'm just kind of, what I'm trying to do right here is I'm trying to free up these shadows. You can't please everybody. You know, it's one of those things where, okay, I missed some chat. It's not the first time. Won't be the last time. Is there anything I could have done differently? Yeah. Not streaming the graphic design part of the game. I don't know. It's like I can't really look over the chat all that often while I'm trying to concentrate on what I'm drawing. It's different. It's different when I'm playing a game like Magic the Gathering, because it's only really if I'm kind of hitting the clock where. Okay, we need to clean this up a lot. Where it's really significant to how much I can read chat, respond to chat. I mean, you guys who watch my show know. I don't know why I'm sitting here defending myself. That's funny. There's not even an argument, and I'm creating a defense for what purpose? It just makes me sad though, because like the reason I got into streaming is because of the interaction with the folks, with the peoples. So it does make me sad when I miss somebody's comment. So maybe that's why I feel the way I feel right now. Yes, but it's not my intention. It's not my intention. But on the other hand, I'm on this deadline, and I mean, if I can't, I mean, and again, it's a self-imposed deadline. I mean, how embarrassing would it be to not meet a self-imposed deadline? That would be embarrassing. It would indeed be embarrassing. Right? I mean, because that was me planning it out. I wrote down the steps. So no, in my mind, it is a done deal. It's gonna happen. Prequel is dropping November 13th. It's gonna happen. All right, let's see. And I mean, sometimes I guess you just got to push through. You got to set that parameter for yourself. Kind of hold yourself to it. Say, you know, even if I don't think the game's perfect, it's certainly going to be a lot better than it would have been if I just threw it into the Mint Tin contest. I mean, admittedly, that was my plan for a while. Was I wanted to get it into the contest, but it was rushed. And I don't think my game was the only one that was kind of rushed. I was looking through the game roster. There are some very good games on the Game Crafter. If you guys are looking for, you're like, man, like watching BrewSpy like make this Mint Tin game kind of got me excited. I want to check out the Game Crafter and you know, check out some of those indie games. Do it. There were a few games that I was looking at from the contest that I was already considering buying. There's one that's like it's just the whole game is actually just dice puzzles, and it actually looked really good. I think I might buy that one. For example, I mean, there was one other game that I thought was interesting as well. It's kind of fun to look through the different games. And on the Game Crafter site, they actually have you vote for the. They do. They have you vote for the games. Just try to create some separation between. Thicker letters do look way better. Thanks, Hex. I feel really bad, Hex. You missed it. I missed a little bit of chat a moment ago. And it's kind of embarrassing. I'm trying to be better about it now while I work on the graphic design. It's not doing me any favors that my chat's like literally on way over here, and where I'm working is over here, but I do not intend to miss any more chat tonight. So that's not like me. I mean, you know Hex, right? Yeah, I'm glad you like the black outline. I think between the shadow and darkening the edges of the letter, I think we're going to be good to go. It gives it some nice dimension and texture, which I think it needed. Yeah, I think without it, it's just exactly what was happening. Like the letters were just fading into nothingness, and players couldn't read it very well, or it was annoying to read. Like, what would be the purpose of having I mean, granted, yes, it's flavorful, and yes, it looks cool, but I think it's gonna look cool, but if they can't read it, it defeats the purpose of being words. Words are meant to be read, you know. Oh, that looks bad. Let's bring it back. Bring it back in. Bring that back. Bring that back. Do we need to do what we did with the other ones there as well? Almost. I put in like some white and then recolored it in on some of these other letters. Let me go ahead and skip ahead. It's an epic song indeed. So many letters left to do still, but we're getting there. Anyway, Hex, do you have any more suggestions for the game or any more puns? Because did I tell you that I was or yeah, you were here when I mentioned to you that I plan to use your idea for Frida's double reroll ability. 2 scoops. Or no, maybe we should call it double scoops. Maybe we should call it double scoops. Or double scoop. You know, because when you go to the ice cream place, you get a double scoop. Is that what you called it? A double scoop? Maybe I wrote it down wrong. Because double scoop makes sense to me. It's ice cream. You ever stay up that late, guys or folks? You ever stay up that late where you literally get hungry for like that midnight snack and you're like, shoot. Yeah, I just had that happen. It's okay. I'm gonna push through. I feel like of all the pains, I mean, granted this is not true. Before I make a comment like this, I would just want to clarify that it is not. If you are living in a situation where food is not readily available, then this is not funny. I'm just going to leave the comment. It's not. It wasn't even to be funny. It was more so. I think if you're living in like a second or first world country, like hunger is maybe one of the pains that can be learned and should certainly be learned to overcome's the wrong word. That sounds like willpower. That's not what I'm getting at. It's just I think it's important to be able to go without and to be able to, train your body to go without on occasion, right? Just because I felt hunger pains just now doesn't mean I'm going to stop the stream and get up and go to the fridge, right? Like I have this deadline. I'm going to keep working on the game, And I think we live in this society where a lot of the time it's like I see that around me. I see people they coin it as, what is that? People call that hangry. It's just like, what? You're complaining over a grumbling stomach. I mean, come on. There's people in the world that they don't get that privilege. Not to preach for a moment or anything like that, but I'm preaching to the choir, right? I imagine if you're watching Twitch, you are in a pretty well-off situation, right? We are some of the richest people on the planet. And it's so funny because we don't think about it that way because we just kind of focus in and hone in on what we don't have. A lot of us, myself included sometimes. But it's like, that's really not how it is. In the grand scheme of things, we are... Seriously, if you have the free time to sit here and watch some person playing video games or like doodling on paint.net, you're doing pretty good. You're doing pretty well, all things considered, Anyway, BrewSpyism moment over. It's probably because I'm tired. Inhibitions, right? But I get that. I understand what they mean when they say hangry. It's just I feel like you shouldn't give in, But yeah, Hex Ducklet, what else do you think this needs? Let's get back on topic. What else do you think this needs besides me deepening the lettering? Do you think anything else should go here? I thought about also moving the text from the front tin. First of all, I don't even know if I want the tin to have the number of players unless I can sync up the number of players from the unless I can sync up the number. I mean, some games I saw for the Mint Tin contest, they didn't even slap all those things on the cover. That was just in their rule book, like number of players, this and that. So I wonder, because I'm planning to have other episodes, maybe even more than just episode one, but certainly at least episode one, um, be packaged inside of this tin. I don't necessarily want to put all the stats that are only going to apply to the minigame, to the prequel, um, on the sticker if this is going to be used. Sorry, since this is going to be used for the other episodes of the story. Does that make sense? So I don't necessarily want to. I don't necessarily want to pigeonhole myself into people saying, "Oh, but it says it's only 2-player." Well, yeah, the prequel was, but now it's a 4-player game. Well, the tin says, so I don't want to necessarily rope myself into that mess. The idea is to remain flexible. The mint tin should just serve as a container for these other adventures to happen inside of. Nope, that was from the previous letter, black. Let's go 1.5 actually. I feel like on these E's I should really be more like 1.4. So they just get lost. Don't tell me you guys are just sticking around because you want a song on piano. I don't know if I'm going to be up for it. I'm pretty exhausted. Oh, that's crooked. All right. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's a little better. We are getting there. Honestly, I really do appreciate you guys hanging out and just giving me some company while I work on this task. Certainly can go from fun to tedious very quickly. But like, I want it to look good, so on the same notion, not at all. Unless I'm gonna extend the purple up. We could try that. That's better. Back to the black. Yeah. I think certainly the separation and the shadowing is doing worlds for this. That looks bad actually. Let me try again. Try again. Let's get it. Come on. Do a better job. I think it actually is looking better with the 1.4, but I have to go over it twice with the 1.4. I mean, admittedly, I was already going over it multiple times with 1.75. What's up, Wumbo? Yeah, earlier we played. Let's see. That was actually my first foray into Pioneer tonight. We were gonna play Mardu, and then we brewed, and we ended up actually in a blue-white. A little bit of regret there. I think that the splash color would have been nice. Black would have given us Thoughtseize. Have you seen this game yet, Wumbo? That's the game I'm working on. I think I saw you in here the other night when I was working on it. Do believe you were there. What is it? So it's a dice game. Gosh, am I going to go through the whole pitch again? Yeah, okay. I can. So this is the prequel to a series that I am writing and creating the game for. It's a story I wanted to tell, and it's also going to be a game that I want to play, originally just with my friends and family. A buddy of mine told me about a contest, so it kind of all came together, kind of terminated around that. And then from there, I started working on the first episode, and I need more time to work on that episode. I'm going to be releasing episode 1 spring of 2020 is the ETA on that. But I wanted to release, so we came up with this cool mini game to simulate how the Lemon Queen, this particular villain, she takes over the minds of our heroes. Here's the cover art for it. So she kind of has a bit of mind magic going on. She's an evil spellcaster. Some of the players' characters are they are neutral as far as the spellcasting that they can do. But the game works through, at least the prequel does, through dice. Let me show you what I mean. There we go. Nope, I'm upside down. Hang on. Oh, this was the right scene. I just need to bring it down. So the game works with 10 dice. Comes in a mint tin. So you'll go through 3 phases. I'm just going to give you the overall. We actually did a full play session today, and it's not that I'm not excited about the game. It's that we did it once today, and I'm very exhausted, and I got to get this graphic design done. But basically, the 10 dice, they are split up into different types. In other words, how they're going to capture one another. There's a cycle that's like rock, paper, scissors. There's some that oppose one another, like light and darkness, or order and chaos. And then there's a couple dice that win ties no matter how they happen, and then one dice that is able to copy and clone the others. And you'll draft the dice. You actually will pick dice. You take turns picking the dice, and you know, depending on which game mode you play, either the pips on the dice will or will not matter during drafting. And then once both of you have a set of 5 dice, you'll either roll them secretly, or if you did open drafting where the numbers, you'd already rolled the dice, you'll just play like this, kind of like 2 armies lined up, and then you will, one at a time, face the dice off. For example, here, this black 4 on this yellow dice would beat this, so you would win that. Let's say you played this 2. If I played this 2, we tie, but since I played the 2 second, I won here because that's a tie. Hang on, you can't see the play board, can you? If we were to have, for example, you play this 5, there's really no way I can beat this. This is where I would have to use a hero ability if I had one. A hero ability that would work here is Frida's combo. 2 different, let me show you her card. 2 different odd dice that are not equal, so that's a 3 and a 5. She could use her combo, which is called Overcome the Odds. And so I could technically win that round if I had her ability up. So basically, the different hero cards kind of can alter the play to not just terminate based on the colors of the dice and not just based on the numbers of the dice. Occasionally, you'll interrupt and use these abilities. Well, this one you can only use at the end of a round, but the interrupt is this one up here. She can re-roll a dice, for example. And each of the different heroes has different abilities. She can add 1 to hero dice. Those are the white pip dice, or she can take away. So without going into the full spiel, this prequel is kind of a little dice battler. And then the way that you win, of course, is the number of rounds in the clash, so basically once we finish pairing these off, right, let's say I won twice, and if you had won 3 times, you would win the round. And then we would actually combine the dice again after we'd scored and given out victory points, so there's little tokens. So whoever won would get a little victory point. And then what happens next is you would, if you want to switch heroes, this is an opportunity to do so, but you would draft the dice again in the opposite order, or rather in the order of whoever won the last round. And then that way the other player would have the advantage on the play. Or the defender has a lot of the advantage in this game, admittedly. Not always, but a lot of the time. But yeah, and then you do that, you repeat that process until you've played enough rounds, basically. There are other game modes that we're not going to get into, but basically those are the main game modes of the prequel. And then the main game works with a minion deck, an event deck, and then you're actually solving puzzles. You're actually solving dice node puzzles. If you've ever played anything like Fuse or like Candy Calamity, so you're actually going to be putting these dice on these puzzles, and it actually turns into a cooperative game. The first episode that I designed actually before the prequel, the whole thing was a dice puzzler. But anyway, back to the art, because I got to keep going. Yeah, it should be interesting. I've been working on it for quite a bit. I'm surprised I hadn't mentioned it to you, Wumbo, yet. Maybe you just hadn't tuned in a little bit. It's very, very possible. Let me save this, by the way. I can't remember the last time I saved this file. That would be bad. Save. That would be depressing. That would be very depressing. Yeah, but if you have any questions about the game, ask away. I've got a lot of help on it, honestly. A buddy of mine, he's a game maker already. He's an amateur game maker. And so he's been helping me quite a lot with a lot of the different aspects. Oops, this looks bad over here. Well, you know what we'll do? We'll go ahead and give it a nice thick outline. I feel like I'm having less control over the mouse since I switched windows. I don't understand that. It's like less tight. I have to just kind of slow down. Alright, okay, and we're going to grab that golden yellow, and then I'm going to drop into the... what are we going to do? Yeah, so we'll just kind of broaden this S, I guess, the best thing. Broaden the S, I guess. Yeah, it's like not giving me nearly as much control as I had over the mouse earlier. I don't know what gives. That'll do. Let's go back to that black. I'm giving this an outline because it was kind of hard to read without the outline. See, a lot of people were telling me it was like impossible to read or just a pain to read, so we're fixing it. By we, I mean, I guess me. I am fixing it. And indeed. Oh, see? Don't have control. Maybe it has something to do with my mouse pad? I don't know. Busy watching... Oh, working on my resume. Oh. An unofficial guide to buying, selling, and trading. That's cool, Wumbo. I'm sure some people will find that useful. Absolutely, dude. Oh man, I feel like I can't even do this as well anymore. What's going on? Why is the mouse so much more sensitive now? What have I done? Yeah, let me just get closer. Yeah, it's like a lot more sensitive now. Why so sensitive? Let me ask you this, Wumbo. You're probably a good person to ask this question. So I'm finalizing the rules with the new modes this coming Friday. So I was thinking this weekend I could maybe upload the rules to like the Discord or maybe some other locations, and to just kind of see what you guys think of the wording and just that kind of stuff. Do you think people in the community here would pop it open and give it a look-see? Not necessarily like a proofread, that's not what I'm saying, but just like a oh man, okay, that does seem like really cool, or oh man, you know, what if you did, or those kinds of suggestions, like the more fun kind of suggestions. Not necessarily I'm not like a spell check necessarily. I mean, I guess if there is something misspelled, like I'd be interested to know, but more like man, this is like really, yeah, the mouse like is okay. That's weird that it's like kind of controlling itself. Like the sensitivity is different than it was earlier. I was working on this. Yeah, I understand it. Gotta get really close. Alright, let me see. Thought it was just a decent way to make some extra money. It'll be stuff I've learned over the years, e-commerce. Oh, cool, man. What platform are you going to use? Are you going to do Patreon? What's your plan? Oh, okay. Well, that's one suggestion. That makes sense. Focus on the project, worry about the other stuff later. Sometimes it's nice to kind of have an end goal, but I can appreciate not necessarily having an end goal as well. I can appreciate that. Certainly I thought I had a different end goal with this project, actually. Might be taking too much of the black off. Oh, my legs. Ah. It's hard because like my day job is also very computer oriented, so to come home and do graphic design like this, or I mean even just any kind of streaming in general is tough. To sit down and do it with you guys. It was fun. No, I've really been enjoying this project. I'm not just saying that. I really have. Like I know it's work, but it's been interesting. It's been interesting. Oops. It's been a thinker. There's a lot of different like aspects to it. Okay, reminds me of editing 8-second paper animation ass videos on KidPix when you were younger. I'm sure that takes a long time. Is that kind of similar to like stop motion as well, like a stop motion film, as far as how time consuming and that what you just said makes me think of that kind of a thing. It's like stop motion animation. I'd imagine that would also take a long time. Nope. 100 unique slides for 8 seconds? 100 slides for 8 seconds. Wow. That is pretty crazy. Man, so many slides, dude. It's so hard to come around the corners. I hate to complain about it again, but I don't understand what happened to the mouse sensitivity. Oh boy. Okay. Hey. Oh. Hey. Hi there. Oh there. Hey. Whoa. Hey. It's kind of coming around that corner a little quicker than I wanted you to. You know what? Actually, as long as I just get this top part, yeah. If I do it better. Good. Those blue, that dark blue already, like, differentiates itself pretty well from the rest of the pack. Epic music. Wow, just keeps going. It'll do. Working on a new deck for Modern. It's just all the free stuff you can fit in a deck with Once Upon a Time. You could get a turn 1 kill in theory if you had a Belcher and Irekrong feat. That sounds spicy. That sounds spicy. So you're hoping to cast, yeah, free Once Upon a Time, and then from there you do a bunch of rituals, and then you do, yeah. So the Once Upon a Time makes it more consistent, even though it's like a no mana base kind of thing. That's cool. I mean, you do realize if there was a legitimate Belcher in Modern, like, they'd get banned immediately. I'm not trying to stop you from doing it. That's awesome. I think that's every brewer's dream, is to like come up with something so busted that they have to ban it, right? That's like the brewer's dream, right? It grabs Stomping Ground, Simeon, or Wraith. Yeah, card's pretty absurd. Card's pretty absurd. That deck would really want Probe to be legal again, as well. Yeah. Man, we're so close, aren't we? I don't want to look at the whole thing again, because if I look at the whole thing, I'll be sad about the fact that there's still lots of letters left to do. Sad. I mean, this is enjoyable, or at least the result will be. We got this, folks. We've got this together. Just guide my mouse hand with your thoughts, with your hearts. Lend me. That M looks bizarre, but I kind of like it. Too expressive. I mean, I want it to look again like Cran-like, but like it needs to be legible. Yeah, let's make a Spirit Bomb. Somebody lend me your powers, chat or folks. I don't hate that M actually. I'll leave it like that. All right, well. Fat eye, isn't it? No, actually, that's not that bad. Okay, the tiredness is definitely hitting me, like, right about now. Like, in a heavy way. Really heavy way. Gonna look at the chat, though. Sims Gray, the only lands, Legacy Belcher, except with Taiga. No, they run a whole bunch of... Oh, okay, so you're playing Lotus Blooms, Chancellor? Yeah, so hang on. Krulder in... The only land, sort of. Yeah, I guess you get Chancellor and you'd have Petal. As I might expect, yellow does not like the outline treatment. Not happy to get that done to it. Is not happy when I do that to it. We can brighten it back right back up though again. These letters, they don't all like the treatment that I'm giving to them. Like the pinks and the yellows, it always feels really harsh to put the black lines and then to see how it mixes. But ultimately, that's a good thing. That shading, that texture. Oh, that was all one line? Yeah, okay, well, we'll do it better this time. I thought I was just deleting, undoing. I mean, I guess I could have undid and redid. Yeah, no, it's too late. Try not to rely on the eraser, but with the mouse kind of doing its own thing right now, I probably will have to. I mean, like, I know my personality. Like, I'm in the zone right now, even though I'm exhausted. I just gotta finish. I got to just get it done. Then I can focus all my energy back on the finishing the rule book. And it's not gonna be a fancy rule book. The one that I was gonna send you guys to take a look see. I think it's gonna be just the plain text variant or version before we add all the little graphics and pictures. Which, unfortunately, that probably won't be ready until the week after. But that's the one that's much more fun to read, you know. Anyway. One last line. Oh man, it looks so much better though. Oh, worth it. Worth it, chat. Worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it, chat. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. Let's get it done. Last part. It's worth it. It's worth it. I should have had a bottle of water for this. It's like the dehydration setting in. Nope, not even close. Come on, you. Kind of like making the top of the eye kind of circly. Shading, and then we're gonna butcher it. We're gonna need to color that back in. It's like way too thick on that line, so we're just gonna grab that brush and kind of just get some of that purple back. Sound effects. See? And how wonderfully lame was it the other night where I was like, I'll just add sound effects, guys. It'll be fine. You won't think it's lame. It was lame. Or like the time that I tried to sing and play piano. Yeah, like that. Like that time. It's kind of like that one time where we did something we'll never talk about again. Like Fight Club. The first rule is, well, it never happened. I've never been to Fight Club. But the rule is you actually don't talk about Fight Club. You can read it now? Nice. Yeah, I was having people saying that they just could not read it, and even if they could, it was just annoying to read or eye straining or just painful. So yeah, no, the shadow and the outline in the shadow is working wonders. It's pretty amazing. Crueler says, actually, I thought it was pretty cool when you're playing piano stream. Oh, we could do it again. I was just saying it was a mistake when I tried to sing and play piano at the same time. That was a mistake. I kind of got it towards the end. It's something I'll practice on my own for a while before I bring it to you guys again. That was kind of a mistake. It was one of those things where I was like, it's an experiment. I'll try. needless to say, not one of the videos I'm planning on putting up on YouTube. I think I'll let it ride on Twitch VODs because you guys don't watch my Twitch VODs anyway. So we're good. We're good on that front. You don't watch it anyway. You don't. It's okay. I understand. I don't watch many Twitch VODs either, so in fairness. I'm much more of I'd rather watch it live kind of thing, and it's like, well, if I missed it, oh, well, whatever. So I'm right there with you. I think most people are that way. I think it's more of a YouTube thing to watch an after the fact event. It's fair, the coordination, watch people who are good at it. Trying to learn guitar, trying to learn to sing at the same time feels impossible. Yeah. No, it's amazing. It's amazing. And you wonder, like, have they memorized one of the two parts? Because that's what I think I'd have to do personally. Like, for example, if the song that I usually play for you guys, if that had lyrics, I probably could sing it because I've almost gotten the piano down. Like I the other day I hopped on... My parents' old house has a piano. They're I say old house because they are in the middle of selling it. Actually, they're moving on to a different stage of life, which is exciting for them. But anyway, so I made it sound like they were deceased or something when I was like, my parents' old house. That hasn't happened. So no, they're just selling it. So there's a grand piano there. So I'm gonna miss that grand piano. But I sat down on it. I just tried to play what I could from memory, and I got most of the song out without any sort of visual aid, MIDI or sheet music or otherwise. Yeah. Or otherwise. Sheet music or otherwise. But yeah, it was good. It was good. It was fun. Well, if it's not fun, why do it? Why do it? For the cause, right? Oh, now that's frozen? What? Okay. Why? It's not letting me move around the XY plane the way that I want to. There we go. Now I can move. Glad I decided not to do an after show tonight. Glad I decided to just focus on magic and graphic design tonight. Because I was going to play for you guys another game I found out about today. Glad I just stuck to this. Just needed to get done. Been These two Fs are really close. I don't think separation is going to be easy. Maybe we'll run through it with the eraser. I've been trying to learn guitar. Oh, okay. I thought I missed a comment from you, Cruller. It's funny. I'm all self-conscious about it now because there was that one person that I missed a comment of, and then they kind of seems like they left in a huff. And I know I understand that though. You know, if it was my first time in somebody's stream and I didn't know whether or not they were good or not about chat, and nobody else chimed up chimed in the chat to say anything. So those are kind of those spots where I'm kind of relying on you guys to maybe mention something. Because I like to think I'm usually very good about responding to things. It's one of the reasons why I got into streaming, communicate with you guys. Yeah. Anyway. Well, hopefully every person that gets into streaming has some desire to chat with people. Oops. There we go. It's the last line of text, guys. It's the last line. It's the final countdown. Until... I mean, I hope I don't just drop dead on the keyboard. That would be a horrible, horrible thing for you guys to witness. I don't know why I just said that. That is not a possibility on the table. Okay, that is we're taking that off the table. It's not even anything below 1%. I promise you guys. We're good. Gonna get it done. Gonna get some rest. Existence, man, right? We're such frail little creations, right? Because frail little creatures we are, because we have to sleep, you know, every single day. We have to get rest, right? We have to sleep. It's crazy. Well, or you go crazy, right? If you don't get that rest. But it's crazy. We have to like recharge all the time. Being, you know, animals, creatures ourselves, right? All right, let's see. Let's get that green. That was kind of my motivation behind the little piano segment. Is I used to, still do sometimes, have a hard time getting to sleep, and it was kind of an effort. I picked a song not only that I wanted to learn, but I thought would help whisk other people off to sleep if I played it well. Like if I was to play it tonight, it would be at like a much slower speed than usual. But that's also maybe easier to fall asleep to if there's somebody that needs that out there having trouble falling asleep. I understand. Been right there with you many a night. Not like legitimate insomnia or you know, sleepwalking or anything like that. No, nothing like that. But just, I have kind of the whole overactive mind thing that just some nights just does not want to shut down. You catch up on your chat. The goal of my stream is to put people to sleep. No. But the goal of the piano segment is to do so. Like I try to say my goodnight before I do it, and then if I'm doing a piano song, I try to. I've already said my goodnight, so what I've been doing is I just turn off the microphone once I'm done. And kind of type in chat to people that actually want to chat at the end and head off to bed. It's been working pretty well. I like it. Jade said she likes that. She went to bed though already tonight, but for example, she's a fan of that idea, so I'm continuing to do so. Had some positive feedback. So no, the purpose of my magic streams and my graphic design stream is hopefully not to put you to sleep. But the piano segment it's kind of it helps put me to sleep too. So I kind of like spent everything and then bed. So it's been good for me too. Yeah, come back and turn that. Actually, let's just start over. Might as well start over. Stem of the M. I don't know why I think of that little part of the M like as a stem, but I kind of do. Oh, well, let me give you guys a sneak peek. So there was a game I heard about today. I was reading their article on Steam. It was Steambirds. It's a low time commitment MMO bullet hell. And I was trying to convince some of my buddies to play, but maybe I'll just play it with you guys at some point as well. I was gonna shoot. I should just go back. It actually wasn't that bad. Yeah, just this side. So I was gonna maybe try to play with you guys or something. It might be fun. It looked interesting, And I really like their mission statement. I know it's weird to like read that before you actually play their game or whatever, but that's what the article was about. They were saying, you know, why do we want to create this game, this and that. It's a good article. I recommend you read it. It's like on their Steam page. It's kind of cool how that one's like popping out. And you can totally tell that that O in particular looks like it's like popping out of the page. We don't want that though. But like if we wanted that effect, that's one way you can do that. This is really epic music. I'm gonna leave it going. It's like super epic music. I don't know why it's being so epic. Super epic music. Maybe if I drop this down, we won't have that happen again. Be fine. I mean, now since we've talked about music so much and piano, I probably should finish the stream with some piano. Even if it crashes and burns, I've kind of already crashed and burned here mentally. Spent. As we say in the game mechanics, my hero card has been exhausted. We have exhausted the BrewSpy hero card. And so I can no longer combo. I also can't use my specific hero power. Okay. I don't know what power that would be, but whatever it is, I don't have it anymore. Whatever it was. Oh, that was bad. Hang on. Dropper, brush. Here we go. Oh, that was the end of the playlist. Good timing, because I'm at the end of this. I'm not going to put another song on. We're just going to jump into piano mode right after this. After we, I guess, we collectively admire the nice kid crayon drawing that I have done. Spent several hours on now. But again, hopefully this is the last time I say it. I doubt it, because when I look at it again, I'll probably say, man, it does look like crayons. Do you guys get that vibe at all anymore now that we've done the letter? Oh, this looks bad. Now that we've done the lettering, like, you still get the vibe that it's like crayon? Or like maybe colored pencils. Maybe not crayon. It's like colored pencil at this point. That's what I wanted though. So I think it kind of goes to the whole Candy Kids thing. The Candy Kids. We're not calling the party that. Nope. It's kind of catchy though. Maybe we will. Problem is Frida's kind of older. It's like, be like the Candy Kids plus this older ice lady. Ice cream woman. But yeah, no. I don't want to call the party the Candy Kids. I wasn't going to name them specifically, so let's not make that a thing. Alright, so. Saving it. Looks great. For now. It'll do. It'll do. Piano time. Saving it. Thanks for hanging out though, guys. I know I'm a little low energy now, but we're gonna play some piano. It's gonna be most excellent. It'll be most excellent. I feel like you're just saying that because you want to encourage me. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. Let's pull up a song. I'm gonna play you a song. Oh man, I'm waking up in 7 hours. That's not even remotely accurate. Come on. I just need to get to... There we go. It's just BrewSpy's chin. So how much of the audio delay is happening? I feel like there's a bit of an audio delay going on. Well, let's go night mode on the piano. That was fun. I liked that. That was cool. Because I've got a light up piano. Shoot. But first, I'll go ahead and say my goodnight. Thank you guys so much for coming. This way. No, this way. Thanks for the support. It's nice to not have to do that alone. Thanks for hanging out for the Tuesday Brews Day. That kind of extended into some graphic design for the Candy Calamity game. It's about half a second. That is a lot of delay. Let me reset the microphone. What about now? Is that a little better? Okay. So I'll have to do, because I think the other setting I would be able to do in this situation, I think I'd have to turn the stream off. So, real quick, you guys probably already know what I'm about to say, because the song we're going to play is the song by Clint Mansell. This is going to be Together We Will Live Forever. It is a fantastic song, one of my favorites. Here we go. It's a good one. It's a good one. Highly recommend if you haven't seen it already. Fountain's a solid movie. It's a good one as well. Yeah, let's slow it down a little bit tonight. We'll do it a little more slowly than last stream. Last stream, I think we tried, or not tried, we did 100%. No, slow down. Slow down. Hey, hang on there. Hold on. Hey there. Alright, guys. Piano mode. BrewSpy, the piano mode guy. Let's change up the playback speed. Give me something nice and slow. Give me something nice and not quite 0.75. I always feel like 0.75 is too slow. Give me 0.8, 0.85 speed. Yeah, so that's my good nights. So if you are in the midst of drifting off or about to drift off, feel free to. I'm saying my good night right now to you guys. Good night. Have a nice night. Thanks for coming to the show. So be no more talking, just piano and then silence. I'll see you on the next BrewSpy, the Magic Guy. Try again. My piano wasn't turned up. You're not still getting the desktop audio, are you guys? Yeah, you are. My bad. All the things. Why is it even turned on? Why is it even turned on? Alright. You're good. I don't even need to hear the notes while I play it. I just happen to have it turned on. Okay. Officially the good night. Happening now. Piano, did I? Wow, we were all out of sorts tonight, guys. Hang on. Sorry about that. I kind of have to reset my camera to get the piano. Literally all the mistakes I could possibly make during this song I have done. Alright. Let's take it from